Have a roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Here.
Mr. Bononis?
Here.
Mr. Croce?
Here.
Ms. Ataf-Tabera?
Here.
Ms. Ray?
Here. Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I'd like to announce that council did meet in executive session prior to the meeting to discuss the purchase of property, and I'm going to turn it over to the solicitor for any actions.
If council is inclined, someone could make a motion to authorize the signing of the agreement from Doug and Tim Houster's licensed auctioneers relating to certain properties for a particular sum as identified and discussed in executive session.
Okay, I'll make that motion as stated by the solicitor. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, so Priscilla and Victoria, and there's no other discussion. Could you please call the roll, please?
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Ataf-Tabera?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to public comment procedure. And if any time somebody can't hear, please raise your hand because I have no idea if you can hear or not. At all of the meetings of council, regular or special, interested citizens with legitimate matters to lay before the council shall be granted the right and privilege to address council. The council may prescribe procedures for citizen presentation to ensure decorum at all times and to prohibit personal or insulting language, total irrelevances and harassment either on the part of members of council or members of the assembly at the meeting. And council did, we did resolution 75-2022. No, I'm sorry, it's resolution 31-2024. And in that resolution, it allows for a 5-minute public comment relating to each agenda item, and also a 5-minute public comment period at the end of the meeting. And basically, it tells you about, we ask for a level of civility. Public comment will be held after council's consideration of the item. I'm just going through and picking out little phrases. Commenters shall announce their name for the record. No foul or vulgar language used or gestures. No defamatory content and or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether or not present. We shall respect the point of view of others. Limit your use of cell phones, please. If conduct and order is no longer maintained, we may recess the meeting to restore order, so business of the township may be conducted when the meeting resumes. No personal attacks on the nature directed towards or against any council person, employees of Lower Saucon, members of the audience, or any other person. So that kind of sums it up. So with that, we'll move on to presentations and hearings. First on the agenda, we have conditional use application of Allentown SMSA Limited Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless -4235 Lewis Avenue. Council will continue.
Before that hearing starts, I'd like to renew my objection to Priscilla's participation in this hearing. I'd like to make a motion for council to request that Priscilla recuse herself from the hearing because the property that she owns, her home, is right near the site we're talking about, and I think she's biased.
I'll second the motion.
Before we go into a first and a second of the motion.
No, not before, we just did. That's what I did. I made a motion and he seconded it. It's not before.
Before we go to first and second of the motion, the identification of what we're hearing should be done. We should then be ready to move forward to that. Then if you're ready to make a motion at that time, that's when you should make it. So for now,
I'm making it now, and I made it.
you have not been addressed and you've not been identified by the chair.
Motion on the floor.
But you can't just simply
Yes, you
interrupt.
can. Yes, you can.
Cannot
You can.
interrupt
Where?
the
Show
chair.
me where.
Council will continue the hearing on the conditional use
I'm going to
application
make my statement.
of Allentown SMSA Limited Partnership doing business
Have
as.
you recognized? Have you recognized?
for the purpose of construction a cell tower to be located on the property located at 4235 Lewis Avenue. And at this time, I'd like to turn the hearing over to our solicitor, Attorney Gaduzian.
I asked to be recognized. I asked to be recognized.
We have a court reporter who's here who's taking this down, so the motion and second has been made, and we're now being denied on that motion. So the record speaks for itself. There may be litigation on this, and, you know.
I want to be recognized. That's why I'm making this motion.
Okay,
So right now where we are is we've merely identified what's before us. Counsel, if you want to come forward, just to your seats. And then,
Ms. De Leon, did you call Jim Young to your house on January 2nd?
hold on. If you want, now is the appropriate time, sir. If you want to make a motion, go ahead and make it. Now that
I
we've
just made my motion.
Now that let's do this in the correct order. Now that we've identified where we are, we've identified the item that's before us. If you'd like to make a motion, this is the time.
I make a motion, the council requests Priscilla De Leon to recuse herself from these hearings because the location of her home is adjacent to this property, or they are near the vicinity of this property, is my understanding.
I second it.
motion on the floor in a second.
I second it, and I'll just add if I may be recognized.
You did the second, so I'm going to ask for any discussion by council. And at that time, I'm going to ask Tom to go first. Any other discussion?
Yes, I do. Your property borders this property we're discussing right now, is my understanding? Priscilla?
There's no requirement to.
That's fine, that's fine, it does. It's my understanding that there's been a right-to-know request to the township, Mark Hudson, regarding Priscilla's communication with yourself, Jim Young, and Rocky Vizito regarding this subject that the hearing is on, the cell phone tower.
There is a right to know that does that.
And when was that request initially made? Early January?
Yeah, this
Did you ask for an extension?
Yes. It's due the 23rd.
The 23rd of February.
Correct.
Now, we're having this hearing tonight, so we don't have that information to show her bias. Are you aware that she requested Jim Young come to her house on January 2nd?
I know he's been out there. I don't know the date.
Mr. Young, you're here. Wasn't Mr. Young here?
I don't recall the date.
Did you go out to her house in early January?
It's possible.
Okay, it's possible. Okay, so we have no communication on that. What was the nature of the visit, Mr. Young?
It was in regard to the logging going on.
So it's possible you went out there, and now you know exactly what it was. It was the logging going on.
Right, I don't know the possible date.
Okay. And what was the problem with the logging?
She was concerned that it was too close to her property.
Okay. All right. Now, we haven't provided any, we requested communications on all of this. We've received nothing. Was anybody else with you, Mr. Young?
Yeah, Officer Haggerty.
Okay. We requested the body camera footage. Did you turn that over, Mr. Hudson?
No, we're working on that right to know now.
Well, we're having a hearing tonight. And we have a motion about Ms. De Leon's bias tonight.
Yep, and it'll be handed over by the 23rd.
Well,
I make a motion to quash the motion.
I'm not done.
I can't make a
Motion to
motion,
quash
there's a
the
motion
motion.
that's pending on the floor.
I make a motion to quash the motion.
So we don't have the body camera footage. Now, Mr. Hudson, when does the body camera footage delete?
It's not.
No, that's wrong. I was informed
I
it's
renew my
deleted every
motion to
60
quash the
days.
motion.
That every 60 days, that it's deleted. It's deleted every 60 days. Is that accurate, Mr. Hudson?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So we would get this, body camera footage before it's deleted?
It'll be processed as part of the right to know.
So you're not going to guarantee you won't delete it before it's required to be turned over?
I will not delete it, no.
You will not delete it? Okay. Let me see, what else do I have? Was this the second request for an extension or the first request for an extension? On first,
There's only one extension permitted per right to
Okay.
know.
just as the first 30 days?
It's the only 30 days.
Well, you know, Mrs. De Leon has made comments. She's publicly stated her opposition on this, and I don't think she should be able to, I think she should recuse herself. I don't think she's shown her bias. It's supposed to be a hearing. And, you know, I think there's a problem that the township could be putting itself at a legal risk of being sued. Because she's not only going to not recuse herself from the hearing, I don't believe, or she's going to actually conduct the hearing. I mean, Victoria is perfectly capable of conducting the hearing. You do knock that off the table right away. But she won't even do that. And she'd rather, again, she's putting her own personal property and her own personal thing over the benefit of the township and possible legal action against the township. She's put her own interest ahead of township residents and taxpayer dollars that would have to defend that lawsuit and possibly pay any type of settlement.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a
Victoria,
motion.
did you want to go next?
No, I actually asked before Victoria, so
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
prefer to be recognized. I know it's hard to keep track of. So, Tom, I can respond to your questions about the right to know. It's not a right to know, there's dozens of right to knows. And they were directed to communications from Priscilla, De Leon, Victoria Optoff, Cordero, Laura Ray, Mark Hudson, and any member of Lower Saucon Township administration. And those were submitted, I believe, on January 18th, 2024. And I'm looking for, in those right to knows, I'm looking for communications between January 1, 2023 and January 18, 2024, specifically with regard to Rocky Vecito, or Rocco Vecito. He's the owner of 4235 Lewis Avenue. References to 4235 Lewis Avenue, references to cell phone tower and or tower, SMSA Limited Partnership, which is the applicant who's here before us, Verizon Wireless, who would be the owners and I believe the builder of the tower. And also, you may recall from the last meeting that we had that Mark Reed, the interim solicitor who lasted a grand total of 15 or 16 days, that was Priscilla's handpicked solicitor, who provided a legal opinion at that time that Priscilla was permitted to preside and participate and cast a vote on this matter that is before us. And among the things I requested in my right to knows were the legal malpractice insurance of Mr. Reed, so that if and when the township is sued, that this township can go back and pursue recovery from Mr. Reed, his firm and or his insurance carriers, his legal malpractice carrier, for the advice that he provided if it is found that Priscilla should not have been participating, presiding over this hearing, and also casting a vote to the detriment of Lower Saucon residents. In addition, the right to know request also inquired about the time restrictions and the time limits that were placed on that January 17th meeting. Unilaterally, you may recall, Tom, that we showed up at the meeting, there was never any discussion of that. Somebody made that decision, and I don't know if we ever got the answer to who made that decision, to the detriment of the applicant here, who brought their witnesses from far away to testify and wasted their time, and here we are again today. So I think as a council member, excuse me? Priscilla, can you calm the crowd down? Can you keep order in the room? So I think as a council member, I deserve this information, okay? And I think the public deserves this information. And I think this information should be brought to light. That's why right to know request exists. There's a sunshine law. And this information should be brought to light to potentially establish and show the bias of somebody who's going to be presiding over this hearing, as well as casting a vote that may be the deciding vote on the matter that is before us. So I think, you know, what raises concern to me is why are all these issues being kept secret? Right? So under the right to know law, you have 5 days, the township has 5 days to respond to it or request an extension for 30 days. What I'm asking for in these right to know requests, it's not really complicated. I'm not asking for complicated financial data or calculations or anything else. I'm asking for straightforward communications, data, information, emails, text messages, and things like that that should be readily available. But instead, they seem to be hidden, you know, from us, and I'm not going to get them until after we're done with this hearing today. So,
Did Priscilla tell you not to respond on time, Mark?
No, due to the quantities of right to know requests,
How many?
there's not enough time to answer them in the 5 days.
Going to prioritize the ones for the hearing so we can have them before the night?
They can prioritize that, the order they come in.
Okay, let's see, Victoria, do you want to go next?
Before, I'm not done yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, you
So-
stopped talking.
The meeting has not been called open yet, right? You've not moved to reopen the meeting that was recessed previously. I'm putting my comments on the record now, prior to this hearing opening up. I also want my comments to be incorporated and made part of the meeting and part of the hearing as well. Do I have to repeat all these comments again to make them part of the hearing, or can I incorporate them by reference so that I don't have to say everything that I said, so that it's very clear on the hearing record? Because if and when there is an appeal to state and or federal court, I want those comments to be part of the record so that the court can consider those comments in its determination as to the legality of what this council does.
If I can ask the stenographer, have you had the opportunity to get down all that's taken place so far?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, there's no need to redo it.
All right.
Now,
Let me ask
if I may.
Yes.
Pardon me. If I may, before we go any further, the motion is to recuse, and the recusal is a decision that's made by an individual council person based on their particular position. And what I recommend we do is, number one, it's not an appropriate decision for council to make.
It's a recommendation.
Understood, sir. But,
One person at a time, you're out of order.
and so, Ms. DeLeon has already indicated her previous position that she is not going to recuse. What I recommend we do at this point is, since it's not a vote that the council can impose, we move on with the hearing. We actually open and take the testimony and allow these people who have come from distance today. I've already spoken with council. They do not anticipate they're going to finish the case today anyway. So we have plenty of time subsequently to address whatever recusal issues may or may not exist, or Ms. DeLeon can address those if and when appropriate. But I suggest we move forward. People are here. Let's get moving with the hearing.
Was there a time limit?
You've already spoken, it's not your turn.
I have to question the solicitor is what I did, and I'm not done talking. So if you'll let me to finish.
You know what? The public's getting tired of this. We deserve to hear the hearing.
Please, Mark, you cannot interrupt us. No one can interrupt us. I have the meeting under control.
Clearly not, but
No, that's your opinion.
I know.
We know what we can do with them.
so I'm not done. So the solicitor answered my question. My question then is to Ms. Durso, which represented the applicant at this point. Are you satisfied that my comments that I said before the hearing will be incorporated by reference once the hearing is opened up? Once I say I'd like to incorporate those comments. Is that satisfactory to you for purposes of creating a record that your client needs for the determination by this council, as well as any legal appeal that you would file from this?
The fact that the stenographer has
You
the,
gotta speak into the mic, please.
I can't move it any closer.
I'm sorry. Is the green light on?
Yeah, the green light's on, but this is hard, as
I
far as
know.
it goes. The fact that the stenographer has taken down all of the, I think since the meeting started, hearing started, yeah.
The hearing hasn't started. We haven't opened up the hearing. We made a
As
motion.
far as the conversation goes, if the stenographer has taken down your information. I am comfortable if you just reaffirm it when the record officially opens, because she has it as part of the
I
transcript.
will gladly do that. Thank you.
I have a question for the solicitor.
Okay.
One at a time, we've already heard your question. We've already, Tom, you're out of order. Victoria, would you like to go next?
Why don't, if
Thank
I may.
you,
Yeah, can you answer the question?
No, you already had your turn. We have to go, three other council people haven't even spoken yet.
They can speak. I have a question.
It might just,
Victoria?
I think that the solicitor had a comment. Do you still want to go there? or-
Right. What I anticipate we do is, since this is a vote that cannot take place in the sense of, it cannot force a recusal or non-recusal. My recommendation is we move forward with the hearing, we formally open the hearing, and we can address the time issues that you just raised, sir, as well as other procedural issues and move forward.
This motion's been seconded. There needs to be a
But
vote.
it's a legal motion. It's not a proper motion.
Need a
Am I
vote.
understanding the law?
Motion
Then
for
I'm not a
request.
lawyer, but am I understanding the law?
You are.
Vote needs to be
Okay, thank
taken.
you. Okay, so I would
Let's
like to
vote.
ask the solicitor to read.
Well, pardon me.
How are you not calling a vote? There was a motion, it was seconded.
It's an illegal motion.
It's not an illegal motion. We're making a motion to
Proper
request
motion.
that you recuse yourself. It's a request. It's a formal request from council if it passes. If it doesn't pass, then it's not a formal request from council. There's nothing illegal about it. You're completely wrong.
Sir, apparently what you're doing is you're amending your motion, which is fine.
No, I didn't. I always said it was a motion to request That she recuse herself.
Now with that clarification, if your motion is to
That was
request,
always the motion.
if your motion is to request, I want to make this record clear. If your motion is to make a request that she recuses herself.
The council makes the request.
Council makes the first. There's a first and a second. If you want to call it for a vote now, we can call it for a vote and just move on.
Well, why would we call for a vote after?
I'm just, what are you talking about?
She would recuse herself from the meeting.
The motion that's before you, that you have made,
Yes,
is to ask council, to ask her to recuse.
right,
Okay, we have a first and a second. We've
right.
not had all of council yet even comment on that.
That's right. And you don't want to vote on it.
No. Now that you've clarified what you're asking, if council members.
I didn't need to clarify what I asked you. It was exactly what I said at the beginning. You're not listening.
Being argumentative.
Talking in a circle.
Please, we have enough problems up here. We don't need any comments from the audience, please.
So what I would recommend we do is if council members want to speak on this issue, they can, and after they're done, we call for a vote. And then move on with the understanding, it's a recommendation or request.
Right, okay, so did you have anything else, Victoria?
I think that it's inappropriate to make this motion at this time. I take exception to the opinions and assertions made by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi. I think Ms. Russo is very happy today that she has 2 additional counsel with her. So she's stacked today with not 1, but 3 attorneys working in favor of the applicant. That's all I have to say.
And that's not a
What
bias.
does that have to do with anything?
Okay, Laura?
Wait a second.
I'm
knew you were
sorry,
gonna
no
motion.
comments from the floor. This is council discussion.
But that's insulting
This is
to me.
council- Excuse me, you're out of order. Laura, would you like to speak?
You just read there was to be no personal
Yes,
attacks. That was a
I would,
personal
because
attack.
it's my turn. So it's very confusing, all the confusion going on. I would think that whether she recuses herself or not, I thought the understanding was you could still participate and ask questions and whatever, and till this ever comes to an end, if it ever comes to an end, and we vote on whatever we're doing with this application, then that would be the time a person would recuse or not recuse. That's my understanding, maybe that's totally wrong, so I don't know why we're arguing about it now, we're wasting a lot of time.
Yes, we wasted half an hour.
And as far as bias, I think bias was clearly shown already on the other side with, when this came through as a variance and went to zoning hearing board, so, all those variances were being okayed by a couple of council members that are up here now, and not only that, but they voted to send the solicitor to the zoning hearing board, which is not typical. So I'm going to say, to me, that seemed like bias in the opposite direction, so everybody's biased, so.
No, only one person owns
Excuse
property.
me, you've already
Only
had
one
your
person
turn.
owns property
Laura,
adjacent
are
to
you
this property, and that's Miss De Leon. Miss De Leon owns
I'm gonna
property
recess the
adjacent to
meeting
this
and nobody's
property.
gonna do it.
All right, everybody stop, everybody stop. Miss De Leon, everybody stop.
Laura, is there anything else from your end?
No.
Okay, then what, deeper?
I didn't know yet.
Yes.
No, I'm speaking again. Thank you. Okay, so what I'd like to say is, unfortunately, I was interrupted in my opening of this agenda item, and I would like to, just so that everybody believes me here, I'd like the solicitor to read what I have here.
It says, at this time, I would like to turn the hearing over to our solicitor, Attorney Gutsuzi.
So that's what I was saying as you interrupted. So because I had no intentions of doing this hearing, okay? It's right here in my notes, okay? So at this time.
Because you're biased, you're admitting bias.
We need to.
Or you would be out of the hearing.
You are out of order, Tom, and like I said, I don't have a problem recessing this meeting.
I don't either.
I don't want to do that because we have an applicant here for a hearing, and out of respect, I don't want to do
Then
that.
just recuse
But
yourself.
can we please have a roll call?
May I be heard again, please?
No, we went one time,
I'm going to
that's
speak
it.
anyway because I have a right to speak. I have a right to speak. Respond to, I'm going to respond to Ms. Ray, who accused me of being biased. There's no bias on my part. I'm also going to respond to Victoria's comments, seeming attack on the applicant's attorney, suggesting that she and her client are overly lawyered up and somehow all-powerful in regard to this matter. I think that that's an inappropriate attack, and this council is supposed to be here and show a lack of bias, and I think that that indicates on its face a perceived bias to start this hearing. That's all I have, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
This is the motion to request Priscilla to recuse herself from participating in this meeting or casting a vote with regard to this matter? Is that what the motion is?
Yes.
I will vote yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
I vote no, and I just want to say to Mr. So it was no disrespect to you. So it was not any disrespect to you, and I want you to know that. And I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
And I'll vote no.
Misty Lim?
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, so with
Okay.
that,
Now we'll get to the point where now we are formally opening the hearing. And for the purposes of clarification of the record, the stenographer will make as part of the record all the pre-discussion that took place prior to the formal opening of the hearing. Before we start with testimony or otherwise, I'd like to go over some status as to where we are with counsel, as well as meeting the lawyers and counsel, Lower Saucon Council. To date, as of now, there's no indication that there's going to be a time limit on the hearing, and I've communicated that to the attorneys. The anticipation is that testimony will hopefully be concluded tonight, but the record will remain open, and then the lawyers' counsel will then file a legal memorandum in support of their respective positions. Depending on timing, we'll have closing arguments either tonight or some other night. And I say this to the lawyers. Both of you agree so far with what I've identified?
Yes, I believe that we were hoping to close the record, but for the submission of the legal memorandum and the briefs and closing argument, not new testimony.
Correct, but the record would remain open for time period purposes and otherwise.
Yes.
The counsel that's here, he wasn't here at the last meeting. You guys identify yourself?
I'm Matt. Green Makeup. I'm Matthew Deschler for Bilal Khan, Danielle Yarchuk, and Russell Sutton. I did. Oh, yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question. May I be recognized to ask the counsel a question?
At this point, we're merely identifying where we are with regard to.
I have a question about whether he can proceed in this matter. When you look at, we have here Exhibit C9, and it identifies the minutes from the Lower Saucon Township Zoning Hearing Board meeting, November 15, 2004. I was actually on the zoning hearing board back then. And I recall vaguely when this came before us. And at that time, I believe that Mr. Vecito, who's the property owner here, was represented by your father, who was before us at the last hearing. He didn't disclose to us that he had represented the property owner. Does that seem to be a conflict of interest that puts you into some sort of ethical dilemma to allow you to represent somebody who is now adverse to somebody that was represented by your firm, intimately represented by your firm, by your father, with regard to the consolidation and the development of this property originally?
No, sir. I was in high school at the time, and
I know, maybe it wasn't you, it was your father. And your father was here as an attorney on behalf of Mr. Law.
Hold on. The question's been asked. We should allow him to answer.
it's actually a different firm, actually a couple of firms ago when that occurred. Mr.
Where was your father?
Sir, let him answer.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
What I would say is that, given the time that has gone by, certainly Mr. Vecito at this point would be a former client of my father's, again, multiple firms ago. As long as, and my father, actually it was, I think Ms. Doroso had indicated to me, or somehow I had become aware that that my father did in fact represent Mr. Vecito on the lot consolidation back in 2004. He had no recollection of that. He had to kind of jog his memory. It's been a while. What I would suggest is that for there to be a conflict regarding a former client, either I or my firm or my father would have had to have some information at hand that could be used in some way against Mr. Vecito in this action. I can represent to you, Mr. Bedonis, that I don't really see what the information would be. My father was involved in a lot consolidation in 2004. We're not here in a lot consolidation now. I don't really see what information he would have gleaned. And again, I said he has no recollection of really what went on back then, aside from what we've seen in the paperwork. Obviously, he was involved, but there's no information that he would have obtained, and he doesn't remember what really happened, that he could share with me that could be used adverse to Mr. Vecito in this action. All the information.
Have you and your father shared this with Mr. Vecito and gotten any sort of written approval from him to say, hey, I agree, there is no conflict here? Have you given the opportunity to look into that? It seems to me that you've made the decision, but it seems that Mr. Vecito would be the person who's harmed by this, and it seems to me that he should at least have had communication from his attorney and/or former attorney about this potential conflict so that he could consider whether or not information that may have been shared with your father. And again, I think you said your father doesn't remember this, but maybe Mr. Vecchio has a greater memory than your father does about some details that were shared that may have some impact on the outcome of this hearing.
Well, again, sir, the information depends upon what my father has retained and whether that information could somehow be used against Mr. Vecchio in this action.
You keep records, right?
What's that?
Would you please stop interrupting?
You keep records. I mean, your firm
You're
keeps files.
interrupting the speaker.
But at this point, sir, enough time would have gone by in the regular course of things that those records would have been destroyed. This was done in 2004. Even with, I think at the old firm, back in 2004, they might have had a 10-year records retention policy. Certainly wouldn't have retained them to the state. But with a former client, there's only a client only is obligated to or allowed to waive something if there's a conflict. In the first instance, it's the attorney's judgment as to whether there's a conflict in the first place. Again, with a former client, there is no issue here because there's no conflict. We would not have to go to Mr. Vecchio and obtain some sort of waiver in the absence of any conflict.
Well, I'm going to disagree with your interpretation of the rules of professional conduct. I think that they go beyond what you just said. Says, directed in Rule 1.7, conflict of interest, current clients. Except as provided in paragraph B, a lawyer shall not represent a client if the representation involves a concurrent conflict of interest. Concurrent conflict of interest exists, among other things too. There is a significant risk that the representation of one or more clients will be materially limited by the lawyer's responsibilities to another client, a former client, or a third person, or by a personal interest of the lawyer. I just bring that to your attention.
Thank you.
Okay, now, back to where we were. Mr. Deschler, would you agree so far with my summation as to where we stand procedurally?
Yes, I think it was perhaps the intention of, just because of the way the rules work in terms of when the board must issue its formal written decision. The idea is that we finish testimony tonight, but leave the record open until the next hearing. In the intervening time, we'll submit briefs, and then I think reconvene for oral argument at the next hearing. I think that was the idea, and that's my understanding, yes.
Very good, thank you, that was fine also. So for the members of for Saucon Township Council, as well as the audience, what that means is that the record will not be closed today for timing purposes. We will come back, they will provide us with their closing arguments and written documents in advance, and then from that point forward, we'll have 45 days to issue a decision. Now, before we go forward with regard to the actual testimony, I want to confirm where we stand with regard to certain exhibits. There were certain council exhibits that were identified, C1 through 8, and then there were C9, C10, C11, and C12, which may have been either discussed but not formally introduced. C9 was the minutes from the zoning hearing board hearing on January 15, 2004. C10 was a letter from Lincoln Treadwell to the zoning hearing board dated November 12, 2004. C11 is a letter from the State Ethics Commission dated June 9, 2023. C12 is a letter from the State Ethics Commission dated December 27, 2023. I previously forwarded these documents to the lawyers with the understanding that we would introduce them and make them part of the record as part of the record tonight. Counsel, Mr. So any objection?
I do not have any objection.
Question about the exhibits?
Of course.
I just wanted to,
So, Exhibit C12 is the advice of counsel memo or letter, December 27, 2023. And it says, this responds to your email. This is to Priscilla De Leon. This response to your email received December 15, 2023. Has that email, which provides the basis for the questions that the State Ethics Commission looked into, been identified and included as exhibits? I don't see it in the materials that I have.
I don't believe it has.
Okay, so we're being asked to consider an exhibit C12, which is an opinion based upon a question that we don't know what question was asked. Is that fair?
C12 is a document which speaks for itself. The reason I believe why there was discussion about putting in...
I'm asked about the document.
Perfect. The reason why I was asked to be placed in the record was there was a reference to it at the prior hearing, but it wasn't introduced or identified. So the purposes of doing this today was to make sure that when people were talking about a particular document, we all had that document. It was part of the record.
I understand that. I understand where it came from. I understand who generated it. I understand when it was used previously. My question is there another document that is the request, the email that was sent by Priscilla De Leon, supposedly on December 15, 2023, to the Pennsylvania State Ethics Commission seeking guidance? Because I don't see that. And this is being presented to us, and presumably it's being included as an exhibit so that we consider this and give it some weight as we go through this proceeding, and certainly Priscilla considers this in allowing her to participate in this proceeding. But we don't know what question was asked.
Why is she hiding? Why is she hiding? The email.
So the short answer to your question is it's not part of the record tonight.
Okay.
Why is she hiding?
Then, with regard to the status of the applicant's exhibits, I just want to be sure for the record we're all on the same page. The applicant has identified but not yet moved into the record exhibits 1 through 10. Is that correct, counsel?
That is correct.
And then there was an outstanding issue with regard to party status of Mr. Khan and Mr. Sutton. And that has not yet been finalized as of right now. Correct,
That
counsel?
is correct.
Correct, Mr. Dutcher?
That's my understanding. I think from my review of the transcript, there were some questions asked of Mr. Sutton. I can supplement those tonight along with questions of Mr. Khan.
Okay, but a formal determination was not yet made as to whether or not they have party status.
That is correct.
Correct.
However, for the purposes of clarity, Sonia Miller had sought and was granted party status at the prior hearing.
As well as Ms. Yencha.
As well as, of course, Ms. Yates. Yes, thank you. Very good. Then at this point, we're ready to open up the hearing with regard to testimony. And I believe where we left off, although I wasn't here, where I believe we left off was that there was a witness who had been, there was direct testimony from Attorney Durso, cross-examination from Mr. Deschler, and we were in a position to have members of Lower Saucon Council ask questions of the witness. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that witness is available?
He is available, yes. Do we need to swear him in again?
I would bring him up and have him sworn in again, just
That's fine.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear by Almighty God or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please answer, I do.
Sir, although we're continuing with the record, could you just identify yourself again, just for clarity's sake?
Peter Albano, of Action Engineering.
So where we are, Lower Saucon Council, where we are right now, is this is an opportunity to ask questions of this witness if you so choose. I remind members of Lower Saucon Council there to be questions, not speeches or statements, but this is an opportunity to ask questions of this witness if you choose to answer, or if you choose to ask them. Normally, I understand we go in alphabetical order, so Mr. Benonis?
Yeah, I have a question. Sir, as I understand it, and this has come up before council last year, where there was an application for the cell phone tower. My understanding is that this proposed tower is intended to provide greater coverage in certain areas of Lower Saucon Township and other parts of the Lehigh Valley, including along the river, the Lehigh River, where there are dead zones. And as a result of those dead zones, there's a lack of cell phone coverage. There's a lack of 911 phone coverage. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. That can also be answered further by the next
Yeah,
witness.
I'm just gonna, I didn't want to cut you off. The next witness is a radio frequency engineer whose testimony will be similar to the summary you just gave.
Oh, it was a summary, it was a question. But it was a question that's a foundation that I'm just trying to make sure that my understanding is
Sorry,
accurate.
I apologize. Yes, that, yes.
All right, so in addition to that, what's being proposed here would provide greater coverage for individuals who choose to use a cell phone tower as opposed to having a hard line coming into their home for internet access, correct? In other words, individuals could connect to the cell phone tower, receive high-speed internet into their homes by cell phone tower signal, as opposed to having a cable or a phone line, correct?
That's correct.
Well, I'll save the rest of my questions for your counterpart, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Croce, do you have any questions?
No.
Victoria, do you have any questions?
I think most of my questions were related to the next witness. I just want to confirm, I believe there was testimony last time, forgive me, that there was going to be a platform erected on the property for leveling purposes, to then place the tower on top of. Was that this witness's testimony or somebody else's?
Yes, that was my testimony, but to clarify, it is for the base station equipment, it's not for the tower to be placed on.
It's for the base
So,
station?
yes, in the design of the cell site, there are equipment cabinets that get mounted at the ground level to avoid having to put concrete pads or level out, build some excessive retaining walls. We sometimes utilize steel frame platforms.
Okay, so can you tell me the dimensions of this platform?
It is 12 foot wide by 19 feet 5 inches.
How high is it?
It's 3 feet above ground level.
And then you said there were cabinets placed above it, on top of it?
Yes.
And what's the dimension of the cabinets?
They are typically about 6 feet tall.
6 foot. 6 feet across? 6 feet.
So, and are there anything on top of the cabinets, or is it the platform plus cabinets?
There is a canopy that protects it from ice.
A canopy?
Yes.
And is the canopy have any rods or attaching materials that go to the top of the cabinets? Like, how high above does the canopy sit?
The canopy-
On the top of the cabinet?
It's usually about 3 feet above.
2 feet above. Okay, so we have 3 feet plus 6 feet plus 2 feet. That's 11 foot, right?
Yes.
Okay. And forgive me if this wasn't your if this was you or somebody else, just please clarify. There was testimony about a wall or vegetation that was going around for screening purposes.
Correct.
And was that your testimony? I just don't want to ask the question.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the screening again?
It was a deer-resistant evergreen screening.
Deer-resistant evergreen. Okay.
It's shown on the, just for clarification, it's shown on.
Okay. And remind us, how tall was that going to be?
At the planting height, they're supposed to be 6 feet, but they will grow taller.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
At planting height, they will be 6 feet, so when they're planted in the ground, they'll be 6 feet tall, but they're to grow taller.
Okay, do you know how quickly they grow, like whether how many feet per year, or what that criteria is?
Off the top of my head, I do.
You don't know? Okay, so the screening is approximately half the height at planting of the cabinets and the metal base frame and the canopy, is that right?
Correct.
And you don't know how many years it would take for the screening to grow to a height that it would screen that entire structure together to 11 feet?
Off the top of my head, no, I do not have one.
Okay. And forgive me, did you talk about the decibels of the generator
Yes.
when it's running?
Yes.
And did you, I have written down, so forgive me, it might be wrong, 60 decibels?
Yes, it'll be 60 decibels, less than 60 decibels at the
At the
property line.
at the property line?
Yes.
Okay, and which side of the property line do you measure that?
It'll be at all.
At all of them, so all 4 edges of the property line would all be 60 decibels or less?
Correct.
I thought there was also testimony that if, that would be like when it's like periodically run to for maintenance, but if there was a downage, if there was a downtime that you had to run it, it would be higher? Is that correct or no?
No, so the 60 decibels is at maximum capacity.
At maximum capacity? And you said that the total length of time that the generator could sustain was like, 2 to 4 weeks, is that right? Like if you had a really bad?
It depends on the amount of fuel consumption, that is, the amount of draw that's on the network at the time. It could be about 2 weeks.
Okay, so it could take 2 weeks worth of diesel fuel, is that right?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle brings the diesel fuel in?
A fuel truck, a standard fuel truck.
Okay, do you know the amount of weight of the fuel truck that would be servicing this type of thing?
It's going to vary depending on who provides the fuel.
Do you know any like minimum size that you could provide us today?
I do not know off the top of my head.
And do you know if they're double axle or triple axle, but do you know the type of vehicle, what kind of axles it would have?
It could be double, it could be single axles. It really depends on who's providing it.
Okay, and one fill up would give you 2 to 4 weeks, right? You're saying?
At full power emergency.
At full power, okay. Is there periodically times where you have to like flush the generator with the fuel? Do you leave fuel in it?
Fuel is left in it, yes.
And it can sit?
Yes.
How long can it sit? Do you know, does it grow stale?
That I don't have the answer to.
Okay. Do you ever have to, for maintenance purposes, not for like emergency, but like a maintenance purpose, ever have to like drain it and refill it with fresh diesel?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay. Do you know how often you would run it for maintenance purposes? Do you remember? I thought there was a time that you said.
Typically about every 2 weeks.
And it
maybe an hour at most.
For an hour, and then, and the highest, when it's running at full capacity, it's not gonna be greater than 60 decibels from any property line?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for him. Thank you.
Ms. Reddy, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Victoria hit on some of them. So since you're talking about the generator, I'll keep on that topic. So I had written down less than 65 decibels was the number that you said last time?
Yes.
So a little bit different. So I had no idea what that means, so I Googled it, and it said 65 decibels is kind of like a loud speaking voice. Now, to me, I'm thinking generators aren't that soft, so I don't know how, do you have, I don't know. Is the generator inside of something that's soundproofed, or what? I mean,
The generator comes with a sound attenuating enclosure. So the enclosure for it is provided to deaden the sound system.
okay,
It's
so
not
that,
soft.
I didn't know that was talked about. Because it's like generators, you can tell when the power's out, because you hear them far away. So then with the fuel and, did you say, do they store fuel on site then? Or whatever's in the generator is all that's there, and when it runs out, somebody has to make sure they get there to refuel it?
The generator has alarms that'll alert when it has a low fuel level. There is a fuel tank that the generator sits on top of.
But there's not like extra fuel stored there? Okay. I had questions about the platform too. I wasn't sure. I thought the platform was being built so that the cell tower would, because it was on a slope, that it needed to be flat and be on there. And now it looked like the property has been regraded in a lot of ways, so I wondered if the platform was still necessary, but I don't know if you know that or not, because the property looks like it's been regraded a lot from pictures that I've seen.
We haven't taken that into consideration yet, but it is possible that it could change.
So you don't always necessarily need a platform, it could be like a slab maybe or something?
Correct. Yes, it could be a slab on grade.
Okay. So, and you talked before, I guess, or somebody did, about the co-locating of towers on the tower. So it can take up to 3 additional people's antennas, I guess?
Yes.
On top, does that make it taller or somewhere else?
The intent is not to make it taller, the intent is that it would provide space below the Verizon wireless antennas.
And then,
Below Verizon wireless antennas.
so does somebody else then have to come out and inspect those? Or is that part of whoever's going out there every month? They check the whole thing out?
Each carrier has their own maintenance program.
Okay, so other people would go there and look and make sure their piece is okay. And the generator then, though, it would be one generator would make the whole thing work, not like everybody has to have their own generator somehow, right?
Every other carrier would need to provide their own generator if
So
they
then there
wish
would
to
be
have
like, there could be 4 generators there.
one. If they wish to go for one, yes.
So would they all fit in these cabinets that are there, or do they need to build more stuff to put them in?
Are you asking if the co-locator would have their own equipment at the base of the structure?
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, they would have to build their own set of cabinets and place and whatever.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be a whole other plan and application, or I don't know how that works here.
Your township ordinance requires the site to be built for co-location, and then it has separate requirements if somebody is coming in for a co-location. But the first requirement is that a cell tower be designed to allow for co-location.
Okay. Are you involved with, let's see, the gap analysis? Is that part of your?
That would be the next witness.
Okay, sir. And the visual impact analysis? Is that?
That was Mr. Albano. He presented the photo simulation that was submitted at the
Okay.
last hearing.
So then I would have a similar comment then. So all the pictures and everything that we had in here are from a little bit before, and then as you know and have heard, and I know it wasn't your plan or part of anything you did, but the site has drastically changed as far as what woods are there and the density and what the visuals are. So would there be new site analysis or pictures?
So what we explained at the last hearing was that they did take recent pictures, and the exhibit that was submitted as Exhibit 8 confirms that the photographs were taken in January.
Okay. And is the access to the site part of what you talked about, or the other person?
Yes.
Okay, so, on the access, I was trying to figure out this map and understand it, because I don't know all these things here, but, so Randolph Avenue is not a street, it's a paper road. And I believe is Lewis Avenue the same thing though? It looks like it from the overhead picture, it's not, there's not actually a road.
You're asking whether Lewis Avenue is owned or maintained by the township. It is not.
Okay, is it paved or anything? Because you don't see anything on the picture, it's just trees.
It is paved, yes.
It is a paved,
Paved
a driveway, it's paper.
road. Paved road.
It's a paved road, okay. Like a real road or like a driveway?
Hold on. I know this could be emotional for people in the audience, but I'd ask for everybody to restrain from making any comments. I apologize for interrupting. And Mr. Albano, while I'm interrupting you, I know you're trying to keep your voice up as much as possible, but you're somewhat soft-spoken, and I know the microphone's not that close to you, so if you can try to keep your voice up.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's a paved driveway is Lewis, they call Lewis Avenue is the driveway, and then Randolph Avenue is just,
He did not say that Lewis Avenue was a driveway. He said it was a paved road, not maintained by the township.
And pardon me, I want the record to be clear. If I may, Ms. Ray, I'm sorry to interrupt.
it's okay.
Sir, I believe, I just want to be sure, you heard your counsel identify the road, but I think it came from her rather than come from you. Would you agree with what she said?
Yes, I agree with what she said.
Thank you, I apologize again.
Okay, I think those were all the questions that I had.
Okay, would he be answering, Kate, would he be?
Well, no, I thought you should be asking.
I'm sorry, would you be addressing this diagram?
Yes,
Could you look at that page? I believe it's LE-2.
I don't believe you have that correct.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe that's a correct exhibit.
I found it in this. This was given to me at the last meeting.
I don't think you have the right one because the one in the packet.
How could it not be the right one when this was given to me at the last meeting?
I don't know which one you have. All I know is that the plan is I guess I don't know what question you're gonna ask, but he's thinking it's not the right one.
I do not have an LE, what was the page, LE what?
Hey, can everybody look in their packets and see if they have an LE1 in this?
Numbers that are at the bottom right corner.
Yes.
I have a T1, V1, V2.
It says January 17.
And then an A2, A3.
Creating
This is
already.
what I went home with last meeting. This packet and this packet was what I left here with.
All I can tell you is that the exhibit packets that I submitted do not contain what you have. I don't
He
know.
did this to us last meeting.
I don't know what, perhaps it
It
gave
was
us packet.
the ones with the tabs on it.
Yes, but the plans that are in the packets are T1, Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, Z5, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6.
Okay, well, I did not find that in that packet. I found it in this packet, and I take that back. I guess I'll withdraw my question.
Okay.
Confused by where it came from, but it's in here. You see it, right? I guess I have no further questions.
All right, very well. Is there any, as I recall, and I addressed this to lawyers, the only individual who is not represented by counsel who might have party status would be Sonia Miller at this point, correct? To the best of our knowledge.
That's my knowledge, yes.
I believe so.
Ms. Miller, I don't know if Ms. Miller is here. Is anyone who's, Ms. Miller, do you have any questions of this witness? You have to ask him questions. There'll be a time for you to talk later.
I'm just worried about the pictures of before and after.
Okay, first I'd ask you, if you're going to speak, I'd ask you to go to the podium. Bush.
Sonia Miller, 2116 Saucon Avenue.
And then the question is, do you have any questions of this particular witness? As I indicated before, at the end, you'll have an opportunity to tell us what you're concerned about or otherwise. But if you have a question of this witness, you can ask him, but make sure you do it in the form of a question.
The Lewis Avenue is a paved driveway. That is one thing.
Again, you have to ask the question.
Sorry, excuse me, I have ADHD, okay?
So it's fine.
Yeah, so you don't have this.
And you should be directing this question to Mr. Albano, who would be the person to be able to answer it.
Since, how many different companies could go on that property?
The tower is designed to support 4 total, Verizon and 3 additional.
So there would be 4 additional formats besides the tower.
There could be if someone else chose to co-locate on this.
Okay, so therefore, is the property big enough for all that with no visual sight because of everything that's been happening with the logging. I mean, I never saw their house or their property before, and I can see it, and I don't even live across the street. So I was just wondering if the property would be big enough and far enough from their home, since it is not that big of a property compared to 35 or whatever. I think there's only 9 or 13 acres that they own.
I believe it's over 10 acres, but yes, it would be.
So it would be very close to their homes.
No, the question you asked was whether it was going to be, the property was large enough if there was other polo fields.
Yes, and plus also how far does it have to be from a property line to start with either the foundation for the generators or the tower itself?
Are you asking what the setback is, required setback is?
Yes. Sorry.
I just want to make sure I answer the right question for you. The side, front, and the front, side, rear setbacks are 50 feet, 40 feet, and 50 feet respectively.
So it's 40 feet from each individual property line.
It varies depending on which property line is it, if it's a front property line, a side property line, or a rear, depending on how they're classified.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, ma'am. And before we move on, I just want to ask of the audience, is there anyone else here who's requesting party status, has not yet been granted party status? Are you two represented by Mr. Joshua?
Yeah.
Okay. Then ma'am, could you go to the podium and identify yourself?
Yes, hi, I'm Stacy Mizensky, 4231 Roberts Avenue.
I'm sorry, can you please spell your name?
It's Mizensky, M-I-S-C-Z-E-N-S-K-I. Stacy is S-T-A-C-I-E.
And as an initial matter, ma'am, we have to determine whether or not you qualify for party status. So
So I have a general question on that, because the pictures,
hold on.
okay,
Before you get to questions, we have to determine whether or not you have party status.
that's why the pictures are a relevant issue here.
Where do you live in comparison to this project or proposed project?
If you look in those pictures, my house is there in their pictures.
How far away approximately do you live from the proposed projects?
I don't know, because you can see the tower, the proposed tower from my driveway, that's in their pictures.
I don't know where she lives, all I can say is she's,
May I be recognized?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're,
No, please.
So, at the last meeting, before you were the interim solicitor, there was a visual, it was a map of the neighborhood that showed the properties in the cul-de-sac by color code. And I don't recall, maybe I'll find that, but it identified the properties and who was within a certain distance of the property who would have standing here. That may be helpful in your questions to Ms. Mazinski as to whether or not she has standing here, because that visual may help her identify which is her property and where it is in relation to this property for her to have standing.
I believe that he's referencing Township Exhibit C2, which had the list of property owners within 300 feet, and then it also included a map that we got from the GIS department confirming the 300 feet.
On the website in the township for this project, there's a list of attachments. And one of those attachments is pictures. And in those pictures is not only my house, but also my neighbor's house on Roberts Avenue. And it shows that the tower can be seen from both of our houses in a diagonal way. But we're both not part of this at all.
Did you say that was C2?
I'm sorry?
Somebody said referenced exhibit C2?
What Attorney Benonis was asking the solicitor was what's marked as C2, which is a public notice and proof of, oh, I'm sorry.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
C5.
C5, thank you. I'm like,
My apologies.
I remember looking at this last time.
Yeah, my apologies.
All right, here we go. I think I got it. Maybe it would be helpful to the witness if somebody gave her that picture and she could identify the number.
She's not one of those.
It's not on the list, it's in the picture.
But yeah, can I clarify?
Yes, please.
Just how about two different things? We, meaning Mr. Benonis, is talking about what you just held up, which shows the people who are within 200 feet. And she is not within that.
That's the bubble, but there's other numbers, that's what I'm saying.
What the resident is talking about is the photo simulation that was submitted as Exhibit A8. So we're talking about two different things, that's all.
So are you saying that, exhibit C5, is that what you said, C5?
I'm saying on Exhibit C5, she is not within the radius. But that's
In
not the map she's speaking of.
In the bubble?
Correct.
I'm looking at
This bubble, but there's.
No, not that one, don't look at the visuals, they actually post short. It's like, photo 7 of 8.
They want to know.
So wait, so here's the river, that's the lower Saucon, this is Robert, right? So I'm looking
Right,
here.
just so we're clear at this point, we're not on the record in the case, but counsel is talking to the witness, but this does not have to be taken down because it's impossible for you to take this down.
On this map. No, okay, this is Saucon Ave. So I'm right there. So this is Elsie's property, and here's mine. And we can both see the proposed pictures. And you actually have a picture of my driveway, with my car in it.
No, I understand what you're saying.
So why isn't that picture on the screen?
This is properties.
It's this. She's at the corner. We have a pointer. We have a red pointer. The corner of Roberts. Yes. Thanks. Yeah. That is where.
Can you do that again?
So before anybody else says anything, for the purposes of clarifying a record, we've been shown an exhibit which has been marked. Counsel, can you help me? What is this identified as?
That, it's not in color, but that is Township's exhibit, oh, he has my packet, sorry. It's C5,
Okay.
sorry.
So we're looking at C5, and if we're looking at C5, there is a tax parcel map, and there's a number 7, and to the left of the number 7, there's a parcel and then Roberts Avenue. Now I'm going to ask of the witness, ma'am. Oh my goodness, they're actually number 7. Thank you. That would be, so we're looking at going from left to right. It would be Roberts Avenue, then a parcel, then number 7. Do you see that, ma'am?
Actually, well, no, okay, so that's 7 is Elsie's property, and I'm the one right where your first was at.
Correct. So your property is between Roberts Avenue and the 7.
No, I am only on Roberts Avenue. It's that, yeah, you've got it right there, that one, that's mine. And then also Elsie's Jaeger's is 7, and she can also see the tower.
Now that we've identified where you are. Counsel, do you have any questions with regard to party status of this person?
I just would renew the objection that I made at the first hearing is that she's not within the requisite radius of 300 feet and thus would not, has been determined by the township as not being one that is within that radius of interest and having a application effector.
Mr. Deschler, do you have a question with regard to her party status?
I have no objection. I would say that the township's notice requirement is not dispositive of whether someone could be an aggrieved party such that their interests are directly and adversely affected by an application. So I have no objection to being designated party status.
And I say this to lower Saucon Council. The rules with regard to party status are as follows, is there is a requisite requirement to provide notice within a certain amount of time, or a certain amount of space rather. This witness does not fall into that category, but that is not dispositive, meaning that doesn't control. The question is whether or not she is affected by this property to an extent. Normally, what happens in these cases is party status is generally provided, and it's better to provide, from a practical standpoint, it's better to provide party status at this level, the musical level, compared to not providing party status, because if you don't, then there's an appealable issue. If we were ever found to be incorrect by granting somebody party status, it's fixable for the court if this is appealed, because the court could say you shouldn't have done this. But if we preclude somebody from becoming involved, then it creates a real problem, where we'd have to essentially come back and do this again. There's a unique case, and this is much more information than most of you need to know, but it's South Bethlehem Associates v. Zoning Hearing Board of Bethlehem Township, which Attorney Durso was involved in. And it's a recent decision from the Supreme Court, where it says essentially there's a looser standard when you're in front of a municipality, and then a different standard when you're in front of a judge. So my recommendation is to interpret this liberally, allow this woman to have party status, let her ask whatever questions she has, and then we move on with the hearing. That would be my recommendation.
Can I ask you a question? So you're presiding over this hearing, and you've assumed the role of the hearing officer. So as the presiding person over this hearing, is it your determination to, is it your authority to make a determination, or are you asking council to cast a vote as to whether or not to give this person party status?
I'm happy to do it on my own if that's, what I was trying to do is become accommodating to council. And I didn't want to simply just say, this is what we were doing. I wanted to at least identify what the issues were, identify what my recommendation is, identify what I think we should do. But if council's perfectly fine with me just making the decision, I'm happy to make that decision. I just didn't want to do it without asking.
Well, I mean, council didn't identify you or appoint you to be the hearing officer. That was done by Priscilla.
Priscilla, who is the president of the board, has the authority to run the meeting as she sees fit. She opened up the meeting and authorized me to move forward and said we're going to open it up to our solicitor.
And that was in response to the questions that we had about her bias and other issues.
So if your question is if it's council's informal intention to allow me to just simply make a decision, I'm happy to. If council wants to be heard on it.
I'll make a motion to direct our solicitor to,
I think council should vote.
I'm in the middle of a motion to direct our solicitor to take,
To make evidentiary decisions and control the hearing?
decisions and control the hearing. Would there be a second?
Second.
Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
No, I want to discuss. You made a motion. We can get to discuss it.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to be recognized.
Go ahead, be recognized.
No, I think it's an abdication. Council members were the ones elected by voters, and then we should make the decision. I shouldn't advocate that to anybody, pawn it off. I do appreciate the explanation, the analysis. So I wish you could have done the same with Ms. David Owens' bias when that came up, but it seems you weren't prepared for that. But again, I think we were elected, and we're the ones that should make the decision. And I'd be up for granting her the party status. But I still think it should be council members that make that vote. We're the ones responsible.
Okay, okay, so, I guess, Jason, you want to go next for discussion?
No comment.
Okay, Victoria, did you want to go next?
I don't have any comments. I think it's appropriate for evidence. You just want to clarify, we're not using the term for Mr. Croce, we're not abdicating our ultimate authority to make a ruling on conditional use. We are simply directing the solicitor to make evidentiary rulings, like in a court, and so he can properly proceed in a good fashion.
Right, that's my understanding. Laura?
Yeah, I have no comment.
The only comment I would like to make is I believe council previously abducted their authority when they appointed, I forget the attorney's name for the landfill hearing, and you gave him full authority to do everything. So, okay, so with that, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alcantara, how do you vote?
This is a vote to give evidentiary ruling to our solicitor, Mr. Luzian. Yes.
Mr. Croce?
No, he has no township experience as a solicitor.
Ms. Ray?
Neither do you.
That's right. But I'm
Hold on, pardon me.
someone called out in the audience.
You're out of order, Tom. Your turn is not to speak
The
now.
audience out of order.
Yeah. I think,
They were out of order first.
I didn't get a chance to finish. I say this to the members of the audience. This is inappropriate for you to call out. This is not the appropriate time to do this. You should not be doing that. So I say this generally to everyone here in this room.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
What the motion is to appoint you, yes.
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote? Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So I am granting party status to this individual. So ma'am, so we can move forward now. Now you have an opportunity to ask Mr. Albano questions.
Great.
Not give a statement, just asking
No,
questions.
I have a question. Does Lewis Avenue fall under a liquid fuels tax? Do they receive liquid fuels tax? Does this township receive liquid fuels tax for Lewis Avenue?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, in that situation then lies your answer for whether it is considered a road or not.
Again, she has to be asking questions.
Yes, ma'am. Again,
So how do you not know or know that Lewis Avenue is a road?
That's not the question you asked him. You asked him whether.
I'm asking two questions.
Okay, ma'am, it's no difficult because you might not do this regularly, but ask one question at a time.
Okay, so my first question,
Hold on.
Okay.
Ask one question at a time and give him an opportunity to answer it.
you did.
I'm not arguing with you, ma'am, I'm just asking.
Okay.
Our solicitor doesn't do this regularly either, so you're fine.
Go ahead.
Second question is, how do you recognize Lewis Avenue as a road, as a recognized township road, if it does not receive liquid fuels tax?
It's not maintained by the township.
So, do you believe that this is an actual road?
I don't, okay, I mean,
It
you know
has-
what
it
you're
has-
asking.
I don't
I'm
think
asking
it
him, not
has a
her.
right- It has a right of way that is deeded.
Yes or no?
Can you repeat your question?
Do you recognize this is a real road? Yes or no?
It has a deeded right of way, so it is recognized as a road.
Are you certain? Yes or no? Are you certain? Yes or no?
Ma'am,
I need to know because actually by the definition of this county, that is not the case, but I want to hear it from him.
he's already answered that question. Do you have another question to ask him?
No, I got the record now. I'm good, thank you.
I've changed my mind. I think I want to make a motion to let Priscilla run the hearing.
All right.
Let me ask you a question on, I guess it would be recross, or what would my question, redirect, based upon the questions that were raised by Ms. Mazinski?
Do you represent the client?
What are you talking about?
You want to recross somebody on,
I want to ask this gentleman questions because what Ms. Mazinski brought up raised a question that had not been asked yet. So I don't represent anybody here. Don't suggest that I do. I think you know that I don't. I think it's a stupid question from a stupid person, but that's fine.
Did you not hear anything I
Accuse me of
said?
representing,
You are
accuse
not-
me of representing this party, which I do not represent this party. I sit on this council
That's fine. You said it
independently.
once.
So why do you correct her behavior? Why do you correct her for a comment like that? That's a stupid comment.
Keep it up and I will recess the meeting.
Just pass back and forth, who's running this? Who's running it? I'd like to know the answer to that.
Well, Doc, here's what.
Our solicitor is under Priscilla's thumb.
Mr. Albano is available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Understood. I appreciate that. Now, back to your question, Mr. Benonis. Is now that we've gone through a round of questions, ma'am, have a seat if you like.
Did you just call me stupid?
No, I didn't call you stupid. I called Ms. Cordero stupid for asking a stupid question.
And that is out of order.
That was her question to me. But you called her out.
You.
Very well.
Okay, let's behave like
Is
adults.
it you? Who is it, Priscilla? Who's running at this point?
We need to behave as adults up here, because we're not.
So here's where we are. We made a round of questions. Before we get to re-question, which you have a right to.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify and do this in a proper order. Based on the questions that have been asked of this witness from Lower Saucon Council, is there anything else from, and we're going to go around. Do you have anything, Mr. So, for this witness?
Yes, I have a number of questions I want to redirect based not just on council's questions, but on Attorney Deschler's questions at the last hearing.
So what I recommend we do, and what I'm saying we're going to do is Mr. Urso will ask and go to redirect. Mr. Deschler will have an opportunity to recross, and then Lower Saucon Council will have a question. You have an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to present a exhibit package of exhibit A19, A20, and A21. I numbered it those just so that I kept them in the packet.
There are people who do for play status now? There are other people who do play status?
No, I have one.
So Mr. Urso, prior to moving forward, just so we have a clear record, you had previously identified exhibits 1 through 17. They're not all introduced yet or identified yet, but you provided them in the packet.
Yes, I did.
And these start with A19, so there's no A18 for now.
That's all.
It's
No, there's an 18.
airport letter.
There's 18 in the packet.
All right, very well. Thank you.
You threw me off. I saw
Well,
you.
I will say that I must have an old packet also that ends at 17. That's why I'm asking. It's not your fault. We'll get it cleaned up.
Okay. I have an extra one.
If you have one, I would take it. That would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to talk as loud as I can by sharing the microphone. Will the project be required to meet erosion and sedimentation standards for the proposed improvements?
Yes.
Is there any question from you as a civil engineer that these standards can be met by this project?
No.
As relates to Hanover Engineers Review Letter marked as Exhibit C6, are all of those items will comply items by the applicant?
Yes.
And when I say will comply, meaning the applicant will meet all of the site plan comments we set forth in Exhibit C6.
Yes.
Going back to the photo sims that were submitted as Exhibit A8, a question was made of you as to visibility. What percentage of the monopole is visible from the noted locations?
Between 30 and 50% of the monopole will be visible.
And that is what's shown in Exhibit against A8.
Correct.
Does the photo simulation identify just those areas where there would be visibility?
It also, there is a location that shows where it is not visible.
Included in that package?
Yes.
Were there other areas where photographs were taken that showed the lack of visibility?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's now marked as Exhibit A19. And A19 consists of a map and a blow-up of a portion of the map. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you explain just briefly how Exhibit A19 was used by the Colliers representatives when performing the photo simulation?
This is the map that we use to be able to translate and communicate where we were taking photos at in the field. This is our field notes. It is just an internal record that we use.
And the blue circles represent what's set forth in the photo simulation analysis.
That is correct.
And the second page to it, because it's hard to read on the color, it shows a number of locations. It says NV, BV, NV. What does NV mean?
Not visible,
And what does BV mean?
barely visible.
So when Colliers did the photo simulation, approximately how many photographs did they take?
There was hundreds of photos taken.
And so the photo simulation that was submitted was representative of where the visibility would be.
Correct.
Can you confirm the time of day the photo sims were prepared?
The photos were taken between 9:30 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And then as a follow-up to the question raised at the last hearing, you testified as to whether, or you were asked whether the monopole would be designed to be less, could the monopole be designed to be less intrusive, such as a tree, flagpole, silo, or windmill? And your testimony was that the monopole you thought would be the least intrusive,
That is correct.
based on those other types?
Yes.
Did your company look into what the facility would look like if it was designed to resemble a tree and what's known in the industry as a monopine?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A20. What is Exhibit A20?
Exhibit A20 is a set of photosims showing a monopine.
Are the photographs the same photographs that were part of Exhibit A8?
Yes.
And in this situation, instead of showing what the monopole would look like, it's showing a monopine.
That is correct.
Again, at the same location.
Correct.
And when a monopine is designed, it is a monopole structure with what?
With fake branches that are attached to it.
And is that accurately depicted in the photo simulation?
Yes.
If required or requested of council, would Verizon Wireless be willing to have the design be a monopine as opposed to a galvanized steel monopole?
Yes.
From a construction standpoint, as far as space and fence compound, would any of that change?
No.
So it would really just be the structure instead of galvanized steel being a monopine?
Correct.
With regard to access to the site, is it your understanding that the portion of Lewis Avenue that provides access to Mr. Vecito is maintained by Mr. Vecito and the other two properties that use it?
It is our understanding that, yes.
And do you have photographs, or scratch it, I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A21. Does Exhibit A21 consist of 4 photographs?
Yes.
And what are the photographs depicting?
They are showing the entrance and condition of Lewis Avenue.
And in fact, the second picture in that packet identifies, we can see the Lewis Avenue street sign.
That is correct.
And again, you can see that in the third page.
Correct.
Where it enters.
Yes.
And then the last photograph is showing, again, looking into Lewis.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that Lewis Avenue was paved by Mr. Vecito and one of his neighbors?
Objection. I would ask that a foundation be laid in that testimony.
Can you please rephrase your question?
Which one? The paving one?
Yes. If the question was it paved? He answered yes, and there was an objection. I think the question was, could you lay a foundation for that?
Have you been out to the site?
Yes.
Have you physically walked Lewis Avenue?
Yes.
What does Lewis Avenue comprise of?
An asphalt road base.
Is it your understanding that PPL, Service Electric, and other utility providers provide services?
Again, I understand that the rules of evidence are more liberal here, but I do object on the basis of a lack of foundation. It seems like we're sort of absorbing hearsay testimony to establish a foundation for this witness and testify to things that are his understanding without him personally observing anything.
I'd ask that he testify with regard to his knowledge rather than hearsay of other.
Are you aware of there being other utilities in the area?
Yes.
And are you aware of where those utilities serve?
They serve the houses that are off of Lewis Avenue.
From a construction or maintenance technician visits, you as a civil engineer, do you foresee any issues with regard to access for construction and or maintenance?
No.
That's all my regret questions.
Mr. Dutcher.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one more. Okay. Council asked you about the landscaping around the fence compound, is that correct?
That is correct.
And does the ordinance require an evergreen screen in accordance with section 180-97B?
Yes.
Does 180-97B require plant materials to be a minimum of 5 feet high and shall produce within 3 years a complete visual screen of at least 6 feet in height?
Yes.
Are the plants that are proposed, meaning the evergreen screen, going to be planted at a minimum height larger than that?
Yes.
Sorry, that was it.
So, Mr. Albano, the photos of Lewis Avenue that have been marked as Exhibit A21, did you take those?
I did not.
Okay. But you said you did walk the site?
Yes.
In some of the photos, and I think it's I believe it's like the second one in, there is a sign on the right-hand side of the road leading in to Lewis Avenue. Were you able to get a close look at that sign?
I mean, I walked by it, I don't remember what it specifically said on it.
Did it say private road or anything like that?
I can't recall.
And I know there's been some questions about the nature of Lewis Avenue. Regardless of the, I guess, physical characteristics of the road, in terms of how we define this, is Lewis Avenue a public street? No. I think that's clarifying. So, I mean, the phrase paper street has a specific legal definition that you as an engineer, you're aware of what that means, right?
That is more so a surveying question.
Okay. But in essence, it's a street that's laid out but not open to public use, right? That was yes?
Yes.
And so even if a paper street is paved, it may still not be a public street, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so just one more question. In the applicant's supplemental statement, that's Exhibit C1, or included in Exhibit C1, and Mr. So this is the first page of the supplemental statement, right? So, Mr. Albano, where, oh yeah, I have it here. Yep.
Here you go.
I highlighted it because I can remember where things are. Where it says in my highlight, access to the site will be over the existing access to the Vecino residence, which will be paved as required. The existing access to the property was previously approved by the township off Lewis Avenue. Lewis Avenue and Randolph Avenue are paper streets as they are on township maps, but were never opened by the township. That's a correct statement, right?
Yes.
And the reference to access to the site will be over the existing access to the Vecino residence, which will be paved as required. Just to clarify, this would be the, I guess, driveway from Lewis Lane into the Vecino property leading to the cell tower, right?
From Lewis Avenue into the property to the south, yes.
From kind of the Vecino entrance on Lewis Avenue back into the property to the cell tower, right?
Yes.
That's all that refers to,
Yes.
correct? That's all I have.
Thank you. And this would be an opportunity for members of the Lower Saucon Council to ask questions. And we can go the way we have in the past. Mr. Benoist?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this question is appropriate directed to you. but section 180-127.1 of the township ordinance, this is the commercial communication facilities provision, is what is being proposed here. Does that meet all of the requirements of that section of the code? It's 180-127 I'm sorry, .1. And it's several pages long. It talks about the design and the structure and everything else with regard to the cell phone tower.
Yes.
The question I have, and this was brought up by Ms. Krasinski, piqued my interest. Back in 2004, Rocky Vecino, the property owner here, sought and received variance from section 180-91 of the township ordinances. And that section says every principal building or structure shall be built on a lot abutting a street improved to meet the municipal requirements. And then it also says private improved roads shall satisfy the requirements of this section if they are approved as private roads on a subdivision plan approved by the township or are paper streets improved as required by ordinance 91-5 or amended thereto. So back in 2004, the applicant received the variance and that was approved unanimously by the zoning hearing board. And essentially that approval, if I understand it correctly, allowed Mr. Vecino to essentially consolidate the multiple lots into a single integrated property and also use that property in accordance with the township's permission and without requiring to do anything else with regard to improving Lewis Avenue. In other words, he received approvals for relief from the zoning ordinance without anything else being required of him to make any other improvements on Lewis Avenue by the township, and he could use his property as permitted under the ordinance. Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So all this hullabaloo about Lewis Avenue being a paper street or being paved or not paved or being wide enough or whatever really doesn't matter because Mr. Vecino already received approval from the township to consolidate the lots and to not do anything else to his property and to be able to use Lewis Avenue in the way that it is currently being used without any further requirements or restrictions for his free use of the property in accordance with the township ordinance. Is that fair?
Yes.
So we've wasted now an hour and a half on that point, which is a non-issue as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Mr. Benoist?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Kurchin, any questions?
No.
Saucon, any questions?
Just one, Mr. Benonis referred to the cell phone tower zoning ordinance and then asked if you met all of those requirements. I just want to clarify, it's your assertion that you meet all of the requirements of the cell phone tower ordinance, is that right?
Yes.
It's your opinion, right? It's not, you're not a judge, right?
Correct.
You're not overseeing and making a legal conclusion, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray, any questions?
Yes, let me get this microphone here. All right, so I read through the ordinance 180-127.1 myself. And looking in section 2, there's so many letters in here, but there's a section in here on gap in coverage where it discusses all that. So it says an applicant for a tower-based CCF must demonstrate the significant gap in wireless coverage exists with respect to all wireless operators. And in the applicable area and that the type of tower-based CCF being proposed is the least intrusive means to fill that gap in coverage. I don't really see where that is in all this stuff. I saw the maps with all the speckled coloring on.
So the next witness is the radio frequency?
Okay, so we'll talk about that for that part?
Yeah, I need to cut you off, but he will be able to answer.
Okay, that's fine. And then the access road then. So there is a section in this part of the regulations regarding the access, and there it does say access shall be provided to the facility by means of a public street or easement to from a public street unless waived in writing by the township council. And then goes on about the size, the 20 feet, 10 feet, etc., the size of that. It also mentions a turnaround area that has to be available within the fenced area to allow adequate access by all service and emergency vehicles. I think that may have been pointed out in the Hanover letter, as it didn't look, and it doesn't look like to me, looking at the little picture, that there would be enough space for that to happen.
Are you asking him that question?
Well, I guess we were debating here public street, not public street, and it does clearly say that in the ordinance here. that I'm reading.
I thought we were talking about questions. Pardon me, hold on, everybody stop. Ms. Ray, if you wouldn't mind, if you have a question, I know you made a statement, but then if you have a question for the witness, please ask.
Okay, so is there a do you think there's a turnaround area for emergency vehicles? For now? Yeah.
We provided one at the cell site for being able to turn around. It's in the plans that have been submitted.
All right, I guess I didn't see that.
Mr. Leo, any questions?
Yes, I have one question. That mono pine, is that what you refer to? How tall is that? If that was,
It would be the same height.
which is, remind me.
The top of the pole would be 125 feet with a 130 foot, with a 5-foot lightning rod.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Total 130.
And then is there anyone with, and I say this, is there anyone here who has party status, who has questions about this witness only on what was just the last round of questions?
Who clears that road as far as snow and ice and those types of things?
That is, I don't have knowledge of that.
Because it's not done by the township, right? Correct?
To my knowledge, it is not.
That's my question.
Thank you. Counsel, I presume nothing else,
I
right?
have nothing
For this
else.
witness?
No.
Ready to call your next
I am.
witness?
Can I just ask for a quick 3-minute bathroom break?
I was going to ask, there's a stenographer, she needed a break too, just let us know. Because it's a long time to be sitting here. Well, why don't we just take a recess?
I think it's appropriate if someone would like to use the bathroom, we take a 3-minute or 5-minute break. So to the question of if I'm running the meeting, let's take a 3-minute break.
Can I get an answer to the question before we take a break? Are you the guy running the meeting and controlling this? Because Priscilla keeps interjecting herself and directing what's going to take place, and I'm not sure who's in charge of it. I want to know, are you running it?
The solicitor is never on the township distribution.
Well, guess what? It's different now.
In over his head.
I understand, I'm asking a question. Are you doing this or should she keep interjecting? Are you
Because we usually have a motion. Roll over. Yeah, sorry. I'll give it, sorry. Well, it's better than basic cable. Hey, Bill.
Another 12 o'clock. We got over 12 o'clock.
Just now when you went by. He's trying to. Oh, yeah. Sitting here on his phone. That's why. And then they want to do all this. Oh, I everybody else is why don't you do it? I have, this is the country.
Verizon will put things out. Now, if people who want them there, or the AT&T, they all get a So what happened?
What you doing now? Where do we start? You guys say what you said. You're gonna talk.
All right, before we get started, again, our junior council members are going to be leaving shortly, so they had an item they wanted to update us on. And since they're at the end of the agenda, we're going to let them do that, and then they can leave whenever they would like and not interrupt the hearing.
This Saturday at 6 p.m. there is the Colonial League quarterfinals for basketball for Saucon Valley High School. So you guys can purchase tickets on the Saucon Valley Athletics Facebook and on the website. But if you guys want to go to the competition, you have to be sure to purchase the tickets online before entering the building. So that game is going to be, again, on 6 p.m. on Saturday against Salisbury High School for the first round of the Colonial League playoffs.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Ready? We're back on the record. It is 8:25, 8:26. Mr. Sir, are you ready to proceed?
Yes. You want to swear Mr. Peterson in again? You say?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear by Almighty God or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please answer, I do.
I do.
Can you state your name for the record?
Andrew Peterson, P-E-T-E-R-S-O-H-N.
And Mr. Peterson, where do you work?
DPM Engineering.
And can you explain and describe your educational background?
Yes, I have undergraduate and graduate degrees, both in electrical engineering, both from Lehigh University, specifically a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, also a Master of Engineering in Electrical Engineering. I've been involved in the design of these types of facilities now for about 25 years. I've designed hundreds of them, and I've testified hundreds of times before municipal bodies like this one. I've also testified in federal court and state court as an expert witness.
And are you also a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes.
I'd like to submit Mr. Peterson as an expert in radio frequency engineering.
Mr. Dutch, do you have any questions with regard to qualifications?
I have no questions. Okay.
Very well. He's admitted as an expert. You may proceed.
Mr. Peterson, can you explain to the board how a carrier determines well, you just ask. First off, Ms. Manchel testified that Verizon identified there was a need for this site. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
And can you explain to the board how Verizon Wireless would determine that there's a need for a site?
They do that in a number of ways, including analyzing their network statistics, drive test information, customer complaints, and then propagation modeling. And we'll look at some examples of propagation modeling as we move along through testimony.
And as it relates to what people were talking about as being a gap, who makes the determination as to whether or not there's a gap?
The FCC has ruled that the wireless provider, in this case Verizon Wireless, makes the determination of whether they have a gap in service, and they are the body that decides the level of service that they want to provide to their customers.
And is that level of service pursuant to the FCC licenses that they maintain?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit A11. Yeah. we have to put it up on the screen. Just for the record, A11 consists of two drawings. One is entitled, Verizon Wireless Existing Reliable Coverage, and the other, which actually is not up there, but is a surrounding terrain map. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you first explain what a propagation model is?
Sure. A propagation model is a sophisticated computer software program. Verizon uses the propagation model called ATOL. It's manufactured by Forsk. It's become an industry standard propagation modeling software package. Verizon and the other wireless providers use a propagation modeling software package in order to model the coverage and other aspects that the network is providing to their customers. We're looking at some rather simple functions of the propagation modeling, just showing pure coverage. The modeling tool can also examine throughput speeds, dominant server areas, some other lenses to view the network through. But the function that is of most interest to us and what we're displaying here is that of coverage.
And you just asked, and the map that we're showing coverage is just Verizon Wireless coverage.
That's correct.
Can you explain what the different colors and what the plot shows?
Sure. First and foremost, this is a map of the area that surrounds the proposed facility. I'll indicate with the laser pointer here, we see the township boundary of Lower Saucon, as well as the other surrounding municipal boundaries. We see the interstate in the southeast corner. We also see the other major roadways are depicted. We also see the Lehigh River running east-west on the north side of the exhibit. So we have a lot of typical map features. There's also a bit of relief that we can see on the map. We can see the ridge line that is just south of the proposed facility. And then some of the other terrain features are also shown in the map.
And just for purposes of the exhibit, the circle that says All Sophia, is that the proposed location?
That is the proposed location. Beyond the typical map features that we're displaying, there is some Verizon Wireless specific information. That includes the location of the existing surrounding sites. Those dot the periphery of the exhibit. There are 4 of them shown, and the details of those are included in the exhibit packet on page 2 of the design report.
Continue with the testimony.
Okay.
Just why don't you explain what each one consists of?
Right, so the existing facilities, and I'll just talk about them clockwise, starting with the one most north. There's a facility called Freemansburg. It is a monopole, so it's a similar design to what we are proposing here. Verizon Wireless is installed on that monopole at 110 feet above ground, and that is at 1600 Freemansburg Ave. There is a facility that Verizon calls Lower Saucon. That is due east of the proposed facility. That's a lattice type structure. Verizon's installed at 108 feet, and that's at 4105 Sherry Hill Road. There is a facility called Hellertown. That is southwest of the proposed facility. That's also a lattice type structure with Verizon installed at 137 feet at 1022 Hellertown Road. And then there's a facility called Lehigh Canal, which is a monopole west of the proposed site. That's at 930 East Market Street, and Verizon's installed at 150 feet there. So those facilities are providing the existing coverage, and we're showing three tiers of coverage thresholds on the map. In red, we are showing a coverage level that would provide service on street, so an individual, let's say out walking their dog, would be able to reliably use their device for voice calls and some data services. The yellow footprint, which is a bit smaller, illustrates the areas where a Verizon subscriber could reliably use their device in their vehicle. It's a little bit smaller because to penetrate the material of the vehicle, there's some attenuation of the signal. So there's a more stringent requirement for signal strength, thus the smaller footprint. And then yet a smaller footprint in green is illustrated that shows the reliable in-building coverage, where an individual, a Verizon wireless subscriber, would be able to reliably use their wireless device, let's say in their home, in their place of business, et cetera, when they are, when the signal is attenuated further by the building material of the structure they're in. So what we can see is there is a significant gap in coverage in the township, bounded roughly by the Lehigh River to the north, and to the south by the ridge line. That gap in coverage extends north into Bethlehem Township as well, across the river, where there is some dense residential usage. That also lacks in-building coverage and on-street coverage.
And then the exhibit also includes a terrain map. Can you just explain what the terrain map shows for the record?
Sure. The terrain map shows that there is obviously a significant ridge to the south of the proposed facility. That ridge blocks signal coming in to the area from the south. So explains why the sites to the southeast and southwest don't cover into the area. It also shows that the other two facilities, the Freemansburg and Lehigh Canal site, they are located in some low-lying area, and their signal is blocked by some terrain before it can reach the area that's currently suffering from lack of coverage. So the surrounding terrain map does a good job illustrating as to why there's an issue with coverage, and it's really terrain driven.
So is it your testimony that Verizon Wireless currently has a significant gap in coverage in this general area?
Yes.
Did you also perform an analysis to confirm that by locating the site as proposed, that it would satisfy and not eliminate the gap in coverage?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 12 in the package. They were in the same order. Sorry. And it's entitled Verizon Wireless Proposed Reliable Coverage. Can you explain to the board what this shows? Yeah. You push that?
So this slide is identical to the last. The only exception now to that is that in this exhibit, the proposed facility is activated with the antenna center line proposed at 122 feet. And we're adding a significant portion of green and yellow, strong in-building and strong in-car service, mainly to the geography bounded by the Lehigh River to the north and the ridgeline to the south. There is also a significant area across the river into Bethlehem Township that will also be improved with strong in-building coverage.
And is this propagation line showing the proposed site at the proposed locations with the antennas at the proposed elevation?
Yes, it is.
And is it your testimony, or let me ask, will the proposed site then address Verizon's gap in coverage?
Yes, it will.
Is Verizon Wireless proposing the minimum height necessary in order to address that gap in coverage as proposed?
Yes, they are.
Are there any existing tall structures in a 2-mile radius on which Verizon Wireless can attach its antennas rather than constructing a freestanding tower?
There are none that were available and congruent with the Verizon Wireless network need that could serve as a co-location in lieu of construction of the new site. It's always Verizon Wireless preference to install an existing tall structure. It's much cheaper, it's much faster to market, so that is their overwhelming preference. In this case, there were no structures within 2 miles that were tall enough, that were available, and that were in the right location to meet the network need. There is a line of PP&L high tension transmission towers just south between the proposed facility and Skyline Drive. Those towers were not available for co-location because PP&L is replacing those towers in the near future. There are 2 existing sites across the river, and one on the south side of the river that Verizon Wireless is already installed on within the 2-mile radius. There is also a 65-foot monopole that is just under 2 miles southwest of the proposed site, just too far and on the wrong side of the ridge to provide any type of improved service. There is a utility structure. Actually, there are 2 utility structures with co-locators, again, on the north side of the river. They are too far to help the service here. They're about as far as Verizon Wireless's existing site. And they are on a utility line, and there are operational and maintenance issues with the use of utility lines. And then there is another monopole about 1.75 miles west of the proposed facility that again is too far to address the need. So those were all of the tall structures within 2 miles that were examined.
Where if the PPL wasn't replacing the transmission towers, would they still be viable?
The issue with transmission towers is they're no longer compatible with the 4G and 5G network architecture. It used to be that we would use those occasionally because we just had the antennas at the top of the tower. But with the 4G and 5G architecture, the radios are now up next to the antennas, which is great for performance. But now we have an active element that's up by the antennas that we have to maintain, we have to replace, we have to upgrade, we need access to. And to schedule an outage on a high tension line can be a 2-year, 3-year process sometimes. So it's really not an arrangement that's tenable. The short answer is no, they're really not compatible with the modern architecture.
And nowadays, are Verizon Wireless subscribers and even other carrier subscribers just using their cell phones to make calls?
Yes, they are. There is a phenomenon known as wireless substitution that the CDC tracks. And during the second half of 2022, just to hit a couple high notes on the statistics, the demographic of folks aged 25 to 29, so a younger demographic, over 87% of those individuals live in wireless-only households. Overall, there are 72.6% of adults now across the U.S. that live in wireless-only households who have effectively cut the cord. So as this wireless substitution continues to spread, the availability of strong in-building wireless coverage becomes increasingly important. Also worth mentioning now that Verizon Wireless, in some markets, is offering the fixed wireless service, which would be a suitable replacement for your broadband connection. So the fiber optic or cable broadband internet service provider that you may have in your home that powers your Wi-Fi system, that can be replaced with an over-the-air link, only if there is robust coverage to provide that link. So that is another competitor in the marketplace for an internet service provider that can only, and would act as wireless substitution to another degree, where not only are you cutting the cord on your phone service, you'd be able to cut the cord on internet service, television service, and benefit the consumer.
And what are people using their phones, are people using their phones for things other than calls?
Absolutely. The vast majority of the network traffic is data services. Voice calls comprise a small fraction of the overall data service, or the overall network traffic.
Did you prepare a RF design analysis that sort of summarizes your testimony that you just gave?
Yes, I did.
And is that what's marked as Exhibit 13 in the package?
Yes, it is.
And did you also perform an analysis to confirm that once operational, that the emissions would adhere to the FCC approved levels?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you then what's marked in the packet as Exhibit A14. It's entitled Electromagnetic Exposure Analysis. Can you describe for the record what this represents?
Sure. The FCC has very specific guidelines as to how individuals like myself are to evaluate proposed facilities, proposed cellular facilities. Because it doesn't exist, we can't go out and measure the exposure levels surrounding the facility. So what we can do is apply the FCC prescribed formulas that are found in the Office of Engineering Technology Bulletin 65, and that's what I've done in this case. I've used multiple upper limit assumptions that include 100% ground reflection, maximum power output, 24/7, 365 maximum exposure, maximum pattern rate of the antenna, and some other upper limit assumptions. And using the FCC prescribed formulas in OET 65, I've found that the worst case upper limit exposure would be less than 5.7% of the applicable standard at all locations of public access.
So it would be well below the FCC maximum exposure guidelines.
Yes, it would be compliant by a wide margin.
Did you also, as required by the ordinance, prepare a report to confirm that the facility, once operational, would not cause interference with other users of the radio spectrum?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 815. It's entitled Interference Analysis for Proposed Telecommunications Facility. Can you explain to the record what this represents?
Yes, Verizon Wireless is licensed by the FCC. That licensure dictates the very specific portions of the radio frequency spectrum in which they can operate. Other users of the radio frequency spectrum, so other wireless providers, television broadcast, AM, FM broadcast, consumer electronics, like garage door openers, baby monitors, they all have their specified portions of the radio frequency spectrum in which they can operate. So by virtue of that licensure, there will be no overlap in channels that could cause any harmful interference to other users.
And I'm not sure whether you mentioned this, but if the facility were operational, would it allow 911 calls then to be placed if somebody is in the area using the Verizon Wireless spectrum?
Absolutely, yes. About 70% or more nationally of 911 calls originate from wireless devices. That's only possible if there is good service. And with Phase 2 911, an individual can be located even if they're hurt so badly they can't speak to the dispatch. Or if, let's say, they're in unfamiliar territory, they witness an accident and place a call reporting that accident, the dispatch can get police or fire, whatever is necessary out to them.
Did you contact the Pennsylvania Bureau of Aviation to confirm that the PA Bureau of Aviation would not have any issues or concerns with regard to the proposed facility.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the package as Exhibit A16. It's PA Bureau of Aviation screening. Can you explain to the record what this represents?
Yes, the PA Bureau of Aviation screening is a record of the Form AV57 that I submitted to the Bureau. In this case, Mr. Drake Burns, who is an aviation specialist with the Bureau, reviewed that and has deemed that the facility is not an obstruction under Pennsylvania Aviation Code, and that the Bureau has no objections to the proposal.
Did you also then perform an analysis to determine whether or not the FAA would require any marking or lighting of the facility once constructed?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A17. It's entitled FAA Notice Criteria True Screening. Can you explain for the record what this represents?
Yes, I used the FAA's notice criteria tool. In that tool, I input information, including the latitude and longitude, ground elevation, the overall structure height, including any appurtenances, in this case the lightning rod extending to 130 feet. And the screening indicates that the facility will not exceed any notice criteria, will not need to be lit or marked.
Did you, was the required notice also sent to the Lehigh Valley International Airport given its proximity to the facility?
Yes, it was.
And is it your understanding that the airport gave a response to that notice?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 18. Can you, for the record, explain what Exhibit 18 shows?
Yes, Matthew Hill, who is a training and compliance coordinator with the Lehigh Northampton Airport Authority, indicates that based on this assessment, the proposed communication would not penetrate the FAR Part 77 surfaces, both current and planned for Allentown Bethlehem Easton Airport.
So they did not express any concerns with regard to the installation?
That's correct, no concern.
Is the proposed installation the least intrusive means to satisfy the significant gap in coverage that you testified about?
Yes, it is.
With regard to gaps in coverage, are you familiar with the FCC's various mandates?
Yes, I am.
And does the FCC mandates now require that a carrier only need to show that it has a significant gap in coverage?
Yes, since at least prior to 2007, that has been the rule known as the one provider rule, where the carrier need only demonstrate that they have a significant gap in coverage. The rule prior to that was one that was that is similar to the township ordinance, requiring that the provider demonstrate all carriers have a gap. That is no longer the federal rule. It's been upheld by federal courts and state courts in all Pennsylvania.
And is your understanding most recently by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit in 2023?
Yes.
So although the ordinance, when it was written, provides that an applicant will need to demonstrate a significant gap with respect to all wireless operators in the applicable area. Is that no longer the case? You're saying that's no longer the case as dictated by the FCC and the Federal Third Circuit?
I object to that. That is a legal conclusion for this officer.
Will the improvements meet all current FCC and FAA requirements?
Yes.
In your opinion, would the installation of the facility, which is permitted as a conditional use, have an adverse impact on public health, safety, or welfare?
No, it would not, just the opposite.
That's all the questions that I have, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, I guess I understand that under, I think this is in Exhibit 18, it's reflected that the FCC doesn't require lighting of the monopole, right?
The FAA does not.
FAA.
Correct, and the FCC would impose that.
There is lighting designed for the monopole, right?
There is usually some lighting in the compound, some down lighting in case there's a need to visit the facility at night. It's usually on a bathroom heater type of timer. That way it can't stay on overnight.
And with regard to looking at these the maps, one of them was in Exhibit 11, Verizon wireless existing reliable coverage. The other one in Exhibit 12, Verizon wireless proposed reliable coverage. Just to compare these briefly. Do you have those in front of you?
I do.
Yep. Yeah. Sure. Oh, you know what? It's not. So if I can kind of follow on with your testimony, and if there are better phrases or terms, just please let me know. But it sounds like in terms of red, yellow, green, much like a traffic light, like red is the least penetrating type of cell coverage. Is that the idea?
Well, it's all coverage from the same surrounding sites. What the different colors show are the different signal strengths or thresholds that would be required to, in the case of the red shading, provide coverage to an individual, let's say out walking their dog. And then a stronger signal strength would be required to service someone in their vehicle who's behind the glass and steel of that vehicle. And then the third coverage threshold in green is illustrating yet a more stringent threshold that would be required to service someone in a building. So that they are all, it is all coverage coming from the same set of surrounding sites. We're just showing 3 thresholds of coverage, if that makes sense.
I think it does. So red, yellow, green, it's sort of like an escalating scale of signal strength. Is that fair to say?
That is, yes.
So I guess when it's red, someone's on the street, walking their dog. Obviously, they're not surrounded by a car, let alone a building. So a weaker signal could still get to them, right?
Right.
That's the idea. Okay. Even in the zones depicted red, would you still be able to get cell coverage if you're in your car, say?
I would say not reliably, no.
But you may still be able to get it, right?
Depending on many factors, you may, but the goal of the provider is to have reliable service under worst case conditions, which would include traffic loading, leaf on conditions, so like spring, summer type conditions where there's leaves on the trees. So we want to have some margin in the signal. So we adjust these thresholds accordingly to demonstrate the predicted coverage levels at those different thresholds. So areas that we're showing in red, one would not have the reliable ability to make calls, use data services while in a vehicle.
And same question, if you're in the red, with respect to being in a building and being able to receive calls, I think your testimony is that the signal coverage would not be reliable, right?
Correct.
But again, if you're in a building, in your house, for example, in one of the red areas, I might still be able to get cell coverage.
You may, but I would say it would not be reliably. You may be able to occasionally, but not with any reliability.
And if we look at the maps here, looking at Exhibit 12, so this is the exhibit where we've installed the monopole cell tower and it's providing coverage, right?
Correct.
And it looks like it creates a bit of a green area around the cell tower, right?
Yes.
And and I would agree that there's no similar looking green area in Exhibit 11, which is existing reliable coverage map, right?
Correct.
Now, if we look at Exhibit 11 versus 12, I'm sticking on 12 right now. If we move to the south of where the cell tower is, we run out of green space pretty soon, right?
You're correct. There's a ridge line to the south that the facility is not able to penetrate.
And once we hit that, I guess, is the ridgeline sort of where and looking on Exhibit 12, where the green part south of the tower ends and the yellow strip begins? Is that where the ridgeline is?
I'd say it's more along where the yellow is, but.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and maybe we're looking at the wrong thing. Like if, sorry, not that. If this is the cell, well, this is on Exhibit 12. So the cell tower is here. If we move south, right when we hit the yellow, the first yellow we get, is that the ridge line about there?
It's approximately the location. Yeah, I do have.
Sure.
Mr. Deshler, I can't see what you're referring to, and if you're trying to persuade me, I think it may be helpful for you to explain to me in more detail what it is that you're pointing to and describing with this witness, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's right. I was trying to describe it and place it on the record so the witness could identify it, but I'm looking at, yeah.
I could illustrate here the approximate location of the high elevation here.
Right, so I guess.
So, for the record, so for purpose of the record, you're pointing to the area on Exhibit A12 that goes from green to the yellow to the red as you go south.
Right.
Toward Skyline Drive.
Correct. South of the site, there is a drastic change in illustration quickly from green, yellow to red. And I'd say where the yellow is the approximate location of the peak of the ridge.
All right, so, and again, just so it's identified, because we are making a record here, right? So if we take where the cell tower is on Exhibit 12, move south through the green, when we first hit that yellow, that's where the ridge is about, right?
That's right, approximately.
And if we're looking at, now that we kind of know where the ridge is, if we're comparing Exhibit 11 and 12, is it fair to say that once we hit the ridge, there's, to my mind, there's not a whole lot of difference in the existing reliable coverage versus the proposed reliable coverage. Is that fair to say? So we hit the ridge and we keep moving south.
There are some small areas of improvement.
But mostly the same.
Yeah, the coverage is mostly the same south of the ridge, but there are some small areas where there's slight improvement, notably to the west.
That's all I have. Thank you.
For members of Saucon Township, any questions? Mr. Benoist?
I do. Sir, I understand your testimony about the dead zone and drop 911 calls and public safety and cord cutters, people wanting to be wireless and substituting, and that's all well and good. As an engineer, professional engineer, when you're designing this and looking at this, is safety one of your concerns? You're concerned about public safety?
I am personally, yes, and as an engineer.
So in conjunction with your concerns about safety, do you factor into your decision-making and your recommendations and your opinions the safety of individuals who would be relying upon the cell phone signal for regular communications as well as emergency communications, where they need to access and get in contact with 911 on an emergent basis because of health conditions or crimes underway or whatever it may be that would require emergency services?
That's certainly a factor, yes.
And what is being proposed here would if this was to be approved and constructed, would this provide improved safety for residents of Lower Saucon Township and others who may be in and around these areas using a signal that comes from the cell phone tower?
Yes, it would.
Is this tower, this monopole that you're talking about constructing, would this be visible from the Bethlehem Township side of the river, from the north side?
I would have to defer that question to Pete, who was involved in the photo simulations, if he has record of that.
Can we call him back as a witness to answer that question? Because I have some questions that follow up on that point. My question is the monopole, is that acceptable?
Well, we wouldn't do it right now, but
Okay.
ultimately.
I've got some questions back.
Are you talking about, just so he's prepared, you're talking about physically being able to see it?
Yeah, can somebody who's on the Bethlehem Township side of this, of the river, on the north side, I guess would be of the river, would this tower be visible to the people on the other side? Has Bethlehem Township, since you're the engineer involved in the design of this, has anybody from Bethlehem Township, the municipality of Bethlehem Township, contacted you with regard to this project?
No, they've not contacted me.
Has anyone from St. Luke's University Health Network, particularly the Anderson campus, contacted you with regard to this project?
No.
Proposed project?
No.
They seem to stick their nose in Lower Saucon affairs from time to time. That's why I'm asking if they're
Hold on. Pardon me. Hang on, everybody stop. Members of the audience, it is improper for you to make noise or to make comments when people are asking questions. So you have to stop.
Can I make a request? Because I asked you this before we took a break, and I said, who's running this meeting? And I said, is it you?
Here's Steve.
Steve, or is it Priscilla? Can you take the gavel and run the meeting, since it's selected Priscilla who would run this meeting, because she continues to interject herself in your deliberation, in your presiding over this
Like
meeting.
the record to reflect that I just handed Mr. Gadouzian the gavel.
Right,
And the record moves like you did so at 9:07 p.m.
right. So I filled out a soup Nazi, we got a gavel.
Yeah. So, I was saying earlier that Bethlehem Township and St. Luke seem to stick their nose in Lower Saucon affairs, telling us what's in the best interest of our township residents and taxpayers. Have they done anything like that with you? Have they contacted you to raise any concerns of any kind with regard to this tower?
No.
As a licensed professional, you're a professional engineer, right?
Correct.
Right, you went to Lehigh, your PE. Have you, in your professional engineering experience, ever heard that looking at something like a tower or something else has a negative effect on healing that's taking place at a medical center?
No.
I object to his ability to answer that kind of question. I mean, I don't think he has the competence in terms of how the rules of evidence define competence to answer that question.
That's fine.
He's an engineer. He's a professional engineer to whom safety issues are of concern, and I think it's a valid question to you. I don't think I need to defend my question to an objection by Mr. Deschler.
Well, no, actually, he has an absolute right to object to your question if it's improper. And I think what you're asking him is something that's well beyond the scope of what he would know. However, for the purposes of a zoning conditional use, not zoning, conditional use type hearing where the rules are somewhat relaxed, you can ask the question and then ultimately the fact finders can give it the weight that it's appropriate.
If you would answer that question for me, sir.
So my understanding of the question was if I had ever heard of this type of facility harming folks in its view shed who were healing. No, I have not.
Okay. All right. Does a pole like this, like what you're proposing, does this attract birds?
There are certain predatory birds, golden eagles, bald eagles, that will nest in, I have heard that they will nest in taller cellular facilities. I wouldn't say it's a common issue, but I am aware that does happen, that they do nest in them occasionally.
I'm obviously not testifying here, I'm asking questions, but I've personally seen, there's a bald eagle that was nesting in a tower in Hellertown. And I think it's great to have, a bird like that visible to the public. But are you aware that there's a bald eagle at the Hellertown, was at one point a bald eagle at the Hellertown Tower?
I wasn't aware of that specifically.
Now you mentioned that this was reviewed by the Pennsylvania Aviation Bureau, is that correct? Is that the correct title of it?
The Pennsylvania Bureau of Aviation.
Bureau of Aviation, thank you. As well as the FAA, as well as the Lehigh Valley International Airport, correct?
Correct.
All right. And none of them gave you any feedback that they had any concerns about this, right?
Correct.
Okay. None of them raised any concerns about a greater risk of bird strikes to any aircraft if this tower would have been built, correct? Would be built, correct?
They would be looking at it from a glide slope perspective, not so much bird strikes, just whether it posed any type of hazard to air navigation, the tower itself, not anything to do with birds.
When you say the glide slope, you mean that the glide path that the aircraft is on, coming from or going to an airport, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever received, as an engineer, I mean, you're looking at safety, have you ever received any reports of a bird that was roosting or attracted to a monopole tower, causing a situation where there was a bird strike with an aircraft?
No, I've never heard of that.
I asked this question earlier of your counterpart, and I want to ask you it as well. I brought up section 180-127.1 of the township ordinance, and that's the commercial communications facility provision of our ordinance. I would expect that you've seen that before, correct?
I have.
Is it your representation to this council that what is being proposed here meets the requirements of that section 180-127.1?
Yes.
I think those are all the questions I have, sir. Thank you for coming with us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Mr. Croce, any questions?
Yes. I assume one of the reasons you want to put a tower is you get complaints from people about drop coverage.
I don't have specific information on complaints, but generally, there would be complaints in an area like this. Yes.
And so by putting a tower there, you think it will benefit the thousands of people in the area there? We have 11,000 people in Lower Saucon Township. There's people in Bethlehem Township as well that would benefit from better service.
It would certainly benefit the Verizon wireless subscribers in the area.
Thousands.
I don't know the numbers exactly, but
And we have, what do we have, 7 objectors there? How many objectors do we have now?
Oh, wait. Are you asking this witness how many objectors there are?
I'll ask Mr. Dusher. I'll ask Ms. Dusher.
Well, right now, no. Right now, you're supposed to ask the witness.
All right, do you know how many objectors we have? I count.
I don't know.
I count 7. Yeah, we'll throw Ms. Tadio in there as 8, just to make her feel a bit good about herself. All right, so the benefit thousands of people, and you have FAA says no problem, state of Pennsylvania says no problem, and you're doing everything in accordance with FCC guidelines.
We are doing everything in accordance with the FCC guidelines, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Sure. Any questions?
Just to clarify, have you gone out to do site visits in Bethlehem Township to see if there were any sites that you could put a pole in Bethlehem Township? Have you looked at that area?
That I missed the last part of the question.
Have you investigated Bethlehem Township as a location that you could place a pole?
So the ordinance requires an examination of an area of 2-mile radius surrounding the proposed facility, and that that incorporates significant portions of Bethlehem Township north of the river, as well as Freemansburg. And I did investigate those areas. And frankly, 2 miles is a very it's a wide area. We would need to be much closer than that. So we're certainly casting a large net when we look for existing tall structures. And other than the sites and structures that I talked about earlier, there was nothing else that could provide service in this area.
Okay, so I'm sorry I didn't distinguish between existing tall structures and just properties that are at least 10 acres in size. Did you identify any properties that don't have existing structures or that you're not trying to affix your pole on top of, just a parcel that's 10 acres wide within Bethlehem Township?
No, I didn't
Investigate that.
I didn't investigate any vacant parcels in Bethlehem Township.
Okay, how about Freemansburg Borough?
I didn't investigate any vacant parcels in Freemansburg Borough.
Okay, and just, I'm looking at, sorry, I think it's your exhibit 12, 11 and 12. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a different thing, but you'd agree with me that Bethlehem Township and Freemansburg Borough are both areas in which it looks like coverage would be improved if there was a pole at the current location you're proposing, right?
Yeah, there's some I'd call it very modest improvement in Freemansburg, almost not noticeable. There's some significant improvement in Bethlehem Township, but the main focus of this proposal and where the coverage is most obviously improved is in this portion of Lower Saucon, and that's the objective. So if we want to locate the facility closest to where we're looking to improve coverage, it's the most efficient manner to improve the coverage in an area is to locate the facility close to it. So if we were to say attempt to address this gap with the facility across the river, it wouldn't be an efficient use of resources. We wouldn't address it that way because we're now creating unnecessary distance between the solution and the issue.
Okay, so again, I'm just trying to look at these two exhibits. And I'm looking at the change in color because you said that that was like the most important thing, to change the colors from red to green. Hopefully more yellow, red to yellow, but mostly you want to get them green, right? And I'm just looking in Bethlehem Township, you would agree with me that it seems to be that there would be a change in color to green in Bethlehem Township with this pole. So I'm just trying to, in my mind, I'm saying to myself, if you put a pole in Bethlehem Township, why wouldn't it go the reverse direction?
Well, it would to a certain extent, assuming we could find somewhere to locate it. We do have the benefit of terrain in this case, where we are proposing the facilities is at a higher elevation than we would achieve across the river in Bethlehem Township. So that would grade a similar facility across the river to create its ability to improve things commensurately with what we're seeing in the opposite. There's also a significant tree line across the river into Bethlehem Township on the north side of the river there that would hinder the ability of now a site of a lower overall stature when we talk about ground elevation to come back. But again, the goal here is to provide improved service in Lower Saucon, in particular south of the river. So that's where we want to. That's where we want to place the site.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you say that you visited Bethlehem Township and Freemansburg Borough, or you just looked at?
I did not, no.
Okay, are you familiar with the topography of that general area? The low areas and the higher areas of Freemansburg and Bethlehem Township as it relates to Steel City or the area in which you're proposing your tower?
Yeah, I am, and I have a terrain map.
Okay, so would you agree with me that when you're looking at the proposed circle dot, I'm sorry, it says Al Sophia? I don't know if that's the one we're talking about, right?
That's the internal name.
And I go due north into, I think that's Bethlehem Township, where it says Lehigh Street. When you look at the topography map, is Lehigh Street higher or lower in elevation than, for instance, Johnston Avenue?
Tough to say exactly, probably somewhere close. This terrain map has intervals of 50 feet. But my point was that where we're locating, or where we're proposing to locate the site, is significantly higher than, let's say, Lehigh Street in Bethlehem Township.
Okay, but you're trying to get the green areas downslope to green, is that right? So you're not trying to get things higher than Al Sophia into green, because we already talked about, I guess Mr. Deschler discussed the line, a yellow line where you got off service at the ridge line. So everything that you're trying to get green is below the height of where Al Sophia is located, right?
That is where the coverage improvement, there is some area to the north before we hit that ridge line. That's also improved.
Do you know if there's any houses back there?
I don't believe so, but it is at a higher elevation, so it's, unfortunately, radio frequency doesn't penetrate terrain features very well, so, we're subject to the laws of physics with propagation, so we can't really, it's largely a line of sight. Technology will penetrate building material to a certain extent.
I guess I just wanted to clarify that as far as the vertical height of the area that you're trying to turn green is approximately the same vertical height of the areas of Bethlehem Township that have also turned green when you put Al Sophia there. So again, I'm back to that concept of if you had located a monopole on the other side, or you locate any pole on the other side of the Lehigh River, can you rule out that monopole or pole would be able to service Steel City?
So we do have a site, the Freemansburg site, that is very close to where you're talking about. It's just north of Lehigh Street if we were to extend Lehigh Street westward. And that facility does not cover into the portion of Lower Saucon that we're looking to improve. So yes, I can rule out facilities on the north side of the river in the Lehigh Street along that latitude, if you will, as being potential. But again, to my knowledge, there are no existing tall structures over there other than the one that we're already installed on. And just looking at the map, it looks like pretty dense residential in that area. I don't know that we wouldn't endeavor to locate another facility there. We already have one that's not serving into this portion of Lower Saucon. And I don't think we could in the city of Lehigh Street just based on a very cursory view of the area, the density of the area.
Okay, and just because you're discussing this particular pole, you're looking at the one that's located, it says just inside the boundaries of Freemansburg, and I was asking you about Bethlehem Township. From what I'm looking at least on this map, it looks like Lehigh Street is not near where that circle is in Freemansburg.
So my comment was that if we were to say extend Lehigh Street westward into Freemansburg, that site's kind of in, it's in that vicinity of the, you know, that extension of Lehigh Street. So if we were to, you know, if we could inch that site over in the propagation modeling here, I think we would see similar coverage footprint where it seems to me that tree line on the north side of the river is really hindering the ability of that site to cover into Lower Saucon. And also the fact that there's some dense residential use there that's also blocking the signal as that signal passes through. So it's a lower elevation over there relative to, I guess back to my first point, relative to where we're proposing the facility. So that lower elevation, say along Lehigh Street, limits the line of sight that facility would have into Lower Saucon Township. Whereas where we're located, we have benefit of a little, significant elevation. And so we then have that improved line of sight into Bethlehem Township, which is why we're seeing what we're seeing as far as that extension of coverage northward into Bethlehem. So back to my original point was I don't think we would see that like for like opposite phenomenon, and that's exhibited by what we're seeing with Freemansburg.
Okay, and then just go back to that other question. You didn't go to Freemansburg, or sorry, Bethlehem Township to look at properties that didn't have a pre-existing structure?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't. That wouldn't be part of my role.
Okay, that's all I have questions for him.
Ms. Ray, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a couple then. So on the map here, and you went through the 4 different sites that have cell towers. Are those all Verizon towers then? Is that the only ones that you showed on that map?
So they are all towers that Verizon is located upon. They have equipment on there. It doesn't mean that Verizon is the only provider on them.
Okay.
I don't know who owns them or what other providers, if any, are on those towers, but I suspect that many of them are co-located upon.
So then are those the only ones in the area, or just the ones that Verizon are on?
Those are the facilities, the structures that Verizon is on. On page 4 of the design report, there's an alternate candidate map and discussion. And in that map, I identify all of the existing facilities in that 2-mile radius, and that includes a handful that Verizon is not located upon that were examined for their utility in addressing our gap.
Okay, which exhibit or which one is that in there?
That would be A13.
A13.
That's page 4.
Well, there's 1,000 pages up here, so I don't know what page 4 is. Okay, so I'll go back to my other question that I started to ask, and maybe it's still wrong. So you gave the FCC guidelines that say you don't have to show that others, carriers, have a gap in coverage, only Verizon, only who we're looking at. So what does that mean about our regulation, which says that you do? Like, if we have a stricter regulation, wouldn't that apply? That's not a question for you, I'm not sure.
Probably a legal question, because we would,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that
It
was.
would be a legal question that ultimately would have to be addressed by the fact finder being the board.
Okay. I think that's my questions.
Mr. Leo?
Yes, if I may. I guess for whoever's a Verizon customer, an existing Verizon customer in Steel City, where are we getting our coverage from? Like what tower is it coming from? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if we look at the existing reliable coverage map,
All right, what's the number of that?
I think it's A11.
Yes.
Okay, you're looking at the line, okay, I got it.
You'll see that there is some, I'll say, scatter of green and yellow on the west side of the Al Sophia proposed location, between the location and the river. That looks to be coming from the Freemansburg site.
So west being Freemansburg, okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's, when I mentioned earlier that we can look at the network with a lot of different views from the propagation modeling tool, we can actually look at that view. It's called a best server analysis, and we can tell exactly which site and even more granularly which set of antennas is providing the best service in a given area. Unfortunately, I don't have that, so I'm just basing this off of kind of experience and also what I know about the terrain here. And that looks to be like it looks to me like it's coming from that Freemansburg site. And then there is some yellow on the east side of the proposed location, and that's coming from the Lower Saucon, the site Verizon calls Lower Saucon, which is east, close to 78.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any members or any individuals who have status as party? Do you have any questions?
Was the Bethlehem Township and the St. Luke's notified of the tower going there?
We would not have been required to give them notice.
I think the question is, does he know, I think the question to the witnesses, does he know if there was, if they did or they didn't, I think was the question.
Not to my knowledge.
Because Mr. Bonolis said that nobody notified you that there was a problem. That's why I was wondering if they were notified that a tower was going in the area. Another question I asked, you didn't want to put it over on the Freemansburg area or maybe Bethlehem Township area because of the trees, but it was okay to have the property that we have with homes around it, okay to move those trees. So is that a reason?
No, my mentioning the trees is only to point out that the stand of significant trees that exists over there will attenuate the signal. As a radio frequency design engineer, my preference and best practices dictate that we locate the facility close to the service improvement objective, which is Lower Saucon. So that's why it's on the south side of the river.
And how high are the lights? They're only above where you said the generators are that go off and on?
So I think what you're asking is about a service light that
Yes.
would be, yeah, it would be just in the compound, downward facing, that would only be turned on if ever there is a visit by a technician at night. It's not something that goes off and on or would.
Okay, so then it wouldn't interfere with anybody's property?
No, they wouldn't constitute a nuisance at any time. They're downward facing and on a timer.
Okay. Another question is, for each, say there was 4 generators on there, does each one have to be covered the same way? Say if you were able to get 4 generators on there?
We're only proposing the generator for Verizon's use, and
So you don't know what what their procedures are for their generators? Say that if there was 4 on there, would they all have the same boundary lines that you would be able to see the generators? You don't know?
I don't know. I don't think I understand the question.
If there was more than one generator on that property, would they all be covered the same way with trees?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. And if there were 4 on there, because that's what you're capable of having up to 4, would they all run at the same time or at different times? And if they all ran at the same time, your decimals would be a lot higher.
It's unlikely they'd be exercised at the same time. And, in the case of a commercial power failure, again, we're assuming that there's going to be 4 co-locators here, but in the event of a commercial power failure, then they would all be running. And I think everybody would be really grateful that they're running because they're able to use their wireless devices.
Will the tower emit a non-ionizing electromagnetic field?
Yes, it does emit non-ionizing electromagnetic energy.
And how much energy are you talking?
The power density at all areas of public access will be compliant with the FCC guidelines.
That's not what I asked.
We're required to demonstrate compliance with FCC guidelines, and the electromagnetic exposure analysis, which I authored, which I signed and sealed, does just that. I could go into detail, and there's.
I'm going to object to the question because the only obligation under the FCC and the Telecommunications Act is to show compliance with the FCC maximum exposure limitations.
Understood, but I think what she's asking is where are you in that limit, within those limits? So I think if your witness can quantify the limit is X and here's where I'm at Y, I think that's what the question is.
But he did testify to what the percentage was of the...
I think you can clarify here.
He said he's within.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's just, sir, you understand what the question is?
I do, and I did testify earlier that the maximum exposure at all areas of public access would be less than 5.7% of the applicable FCC standard, and that includes multiple worst-case assumptions like 100% ground reflection, maximum antenna gain, maximum traffic loading, 24/7, 365 exposure. So there is a further breakdown on page 7 that breaks things down in terms of the maximum power density and then how that compares on a per band basis. So those details are on figure 2 on page 7 of that report.
Is there a way that we can see that report?
I can give you my copy, actually. It's part of the exhibit packet.
I don't have the exhibit packet, but I'm asking.
It's online, so it's online. The packet is
Not
council.
the new packet, no.
This was not the new packet. The packet that was submitted last week, or last year.
The agenda went out, did they put it on the website?
Can I keep this copy? Sure. Okay, thank you. Wait, next question. Okay, so how many bird strikes occur at cell towers in the AV area in a 1-year time frame?
So my familiarity with bird strikes and cellular towers, or to the extent that I've heard of it, it's only been associated with guide towers. Guide tower is a thin lattice type structure that is supported laterally, or it's stabilized laterally by guy wires that extend, and I think we've all probably seen them and are familiar with them. And I've heard that there have been bird strikes associated with those types of facilities on occasion. I couldn't tell you how many per year, but of course this is not a guide type structure. This is a monopole what's being proposed, and I'm not aware of, and I've never heard of any bird strikes with this type of this type of installation.
Does Verizon report and track the bird strikes on their towers on a yearly basis?
Not that I'm aware of.
So then your first statement is.
Objection. He answered your question.
Yeah, ma'am, if you could ask a question.
Yeah, I have more, don't worry. So we have beekeepers in the area. Do cell towers, radiation damage trees and impact bee honeybees?
So there was a study done on what's called CCD, colony collapse disorder, because years ago, some of their towers were being blamed for some honeybee issues. And in my reading of those studies, that was debunked. And there was some type of bacteria that was causing that. I don't really know anything further than what I've read when it comes to honeybees. And as far as other environmental impacts, I'm unaware of any.
Do electromagnetic fields affect migration, food finding, reproduction, mating, nesting, and den building of forest animals?
Not that I'm aware of.
How many years have you been in the business?
About 25 years.
I'm just writing my notes, thank you. And how many studies have you read on the effects of mating and nesting and den building? The reason why I'm asking is we have an extensive amount of foxes in the area, so I am curious.
I don't know that I've read any literature on fox den building or mating.
That's all I have for now.
Thanks. Attorney Bishop, do you have any redirects?
I do not have any regrets.
Any requests?
Yes, just to clarify something, I think Mr. Croce had asked you whether, in your opinion, I think whether the tower complies with all the requirements of the zoning ordinance. You recall a question like that in your answer?
Yes.
And I understand that the issue of federal preemption and the like is a question of law and interpretation for the council. But just to be clear, the existing ordinance, as it reads today, states that the gap in coverage. Says an applicant for a tower-based CCF must demonstrate that a significant gap in wireless coverage exists with respect to all wireless operators in the applicable area, and that the type of tower-based CCF being proposed is the least intrusive means by which to fill that gap in wireless coverage. Just to be clear, your analysis of what you were retained to do, as reflected in Exhibits 11 and 12, right? That's an analysis of the gap in Verizon's coverage, correct?
That's right.
And it's not an analysis of the gap in all wireless coverage, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
So for members of council, do you have any questions limited to just what's asked right here? And I can go one by one, but Mr. Croce.
Just of this one?
This witness of that question, so it's just I can't imagine we do it, but I want to ask.
Thank you. No.
Mr. Bononis, you stepped out for a moment, but do you have any additional questions based on the last round?
I do not. Thank you.
Saucon?
No.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Mr. Neal? All right, so we are done with this witness?
Yes. I would like to formally move exhibits A1 through 21 to 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're all received?
Thanks.
And then, Attorney Durfee,
Mr. Guzzian, I'm sorry, I just wanted to know, one of the exhibits I think depicted tree coverage, I'm just trying to find it, sorry, yes, exhibit A11, and I just, I guess I would object to that exhibit as it, does not, I don't think that the forest coverage there is an accurate depiction of what was shown earlier.
I think you might be referring to, if I may, I think you're referring to perhaps A7 site photos?
No,
Oh,
it's one of the
A19.
new ones, it's just the first exhibit, sorry, A19, thank you. A19, the aerial photograph has,
The A19 was not submitted, the A19 was only submitted to show where the driving was done for purposes of the photo sim. It was not done to represent, the existing aerial features. It was only done to show where they drove when they did the photo simulation. It was not meant to represent what is physically out there, just the pattern of driving.
fair enough.
Thank you. With that, Attorney Durso, you have anything else?
I didn't have anything else.
Before we move on to the objector side of the case, for the purposes of convenience for your witnesses, I believe Mr. Bononis had a question of potentially recalling a witness. With the permission of counsel, lawyers, counsel, my suggestion is if that's a request, perhaps we can address that now. So if we have to come back the second day, your witnesses don't have to come back.
I think, Mr. Bernardes, you wanted to ask the civil engineer if they looked in Bethlehem Township?
Yeah, I wanted, not if they looked in Bethlehem Township, but if it would be visible. It was visible in Bethlehem Town, on the Bethlehem Township side of the Lehigh River. In other words, I guess it would be the north or northwest side.
So Mr. Albano, you're still on
northeast
the
side.
road, and you heard Mr. Bonosis' question.
I meant northeast side, northeast side.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bonosis, I apologize. I cut you off and I shouldn't have. Would you mind just asking again so we have a clear record?
Yeah, that's not a problem. So my question again is, would the tower or monopole be visible from the Bethlehem Township side of the Lehigh River? In other words, the north or northeast side of the river?
We didn't investigate that. We only typically go into an area that is usually going to be the most intrusive. And as was noted in the aerial exhibit, that's the area that we visited. As you can imagine, you're looking for a 6-foot diameter balloon through trees. As you get further away, your optics get a lot smaller and it becomes a lot more visible. We did not go over there to take pictures.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Are there any follow-up questions from anybody with regard to that question? Thank you, sir. So with that, Attorney Durso, you rest, correct?
I might have to recall somebody depending on the testimony or evidence that's presented by Attorney Desch.
Understood. Attorney Desch, are you ready to proceed? And I asked this of counsel, meaning the lawyer's counsel. We've been here for some time. It's 9:45. Lower Saucon Council has indicated you have as much time as you need, but would it make sense from your end to stop now and then come back another day to start on the objector side, or would you like to proceed further? I asked this of counsel before Lower Saucon Council makes a decision.
I would prefer to keep going and complete the testimony.
Okay, very well. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, and I think we have some standing issues to address. I mean, I'll combine the testimony, but I'll first actually call Bilal Khan. You can- Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear by Almighty God or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If so, please answer, I do.
Can I have some exhibits that will serially? All right, sir, could you just state your name, please?
My name is Bilal Khan.
And where do you reside?
I'm at 2153 Saucon Avenue.
And do you own that property?
Yes.
Do you own it with anyone else?
No, I'm the sole tenant.
And before we go too much farther, I'm also going to I've just handed you with the marked exhibit 01 for objectors 1. I'll also hand you what I've marked as exhibit 02 for objectors 2, and I'll distribute that one as well. So, Mr. Khan, if I can just direct your attention initially to Exhibit 02, the first page of the exhibit. What does this depict generally?
It's the area around where I live in Lower Saucon.
This is a depiction from the North End County Tax Assessment map, correct?
Yes.
And can you identify your property on this map? And I know it's not up on the screen, but can you describe where your property is on
Yes.
02?
I am property number 5 on the cul-de-sac.
And that is a property in this exhibit that's outlined in red and colored in gray.
Yes.
There's a number 5 and 1.02 acres, correct?
Yes.
And in relation to your property, where is the subject, the Cito property that we've been talking about this evening?
It's to the south of property 1, I suppose.
It's fair to say that you crossed the cul-de-sac, you
Yes.
moved through someone else's yard, and then you're in Mr. DeCito's property.
That's correct.
And in terms of the distance from your lot line, I guess in your front yard to Mr. Vecito's lot line, did we prepare, using again the North End County GIS view, a distance measurement of what that distance is?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
376.9 feet.
And I understand you did not receive notice of the zoning or the conditional use hearing, correct?
That's correct.
But this is a fair and accurate reflection and depiction of the distance between your property and the Vecito property, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at Exhibit 01, it's a 2-page exhibit. What is this? And then who prepared this, first of all?
I prepared this.
And what is it?
It's a photograph taken with a cell phone of the view from my front porch of my house looking up towards the cul-de-sac where the water tower is, and that's what's shown on page 1.
Okay, so if we look at, and you took this photograph?
I took it before.
And when did you take it?
I took it this morning.
And the orange rectangle there, I think you mentioned, but what does that depict?
That depicts the outline of the existing water tower that is located just north of, just south of where I am.
And on the second page of that exhibit, what did you do here?
Well, I took
Mr. Khan, can I ask you to try to speak up and
Yes, sorry. On the second page, on the first page, I took the photograph and I imported it into PowerPoint and I drew a yellow rectangle around the water tower.
The water tower is how high?
The water tower shows to be 40.3 feet high according to public record. And then on the second page in PowerPoint, I took that yellow rectangle around the water tower, copied it and pasted it 3 times, stacked it one on top of the other to get a sense of what it would look like from my porch if the 130-foot cell tower was erected. So that's 3 rectangles in height obtained by copy pasting inside of PowerPoint on top of the existing photographic image.
And you directed the photograph to take into account, or at least the direction of where the proposed cell tower is on the Vecito property, correct?
To the best of my ability, looking at the floor plans, that is what I tried to do. I used the water tower both to indicate the height and to indicate the general direction in which the expected cell tower is supposed to be, because that's what I could deduce from the proposal. That the new location of the tower is somehow behind the water tower.
And you're taking this photo standing in your driveway at the front of your property, right?
I'm in my porch looking directly out.
And can you see, from that perspective, as depicted on this exhibit here, could you see the water tower? I mean, sorry, could you see the cell tower?
Oh, well, yes, I could see the cell tower. It would be coming up through the trees and it will be in the sky.
And the cell tower itself is, as proposed, is above the tree line, right?
That's my estimation based on the height of it that is being proposed, yes.
And you're able to see the tops of the trees from your house, right?
Yes.
I like to do this as I go, so I will move 01 and 02.
I object to 01.
Grounds?
I object to 01 as not being a accurate representation of what you would see based on just taking a photograph from his porch of the water tank and not taking into account ground elevation and other characteristics. And then just showing an orange structure, not even taking into account the diameter or the other characteristics of the monopole structure.
Understood. It's overruled, and it'll be introduced, and it'll be given the weight that it's appropriate.
Mr. Khan, I just have, I think, just a couple more questions for you since it was raised about the Verizon coverage. Mr. Khan, do you have a cell phone?
Yes, I do.
What is your cell provider?
Verizon.
And if you're using your cell phone in your home, how is the reception?
The reception is perfectly great, and honestly, if it ever needed to be improved, Verizon did just bury a whole bunch of fiber optic cable to every single house in their socket. So the idea of having broadband, if I need something even more than what I already have, which is 5 bars, I could always upgrade to that. So I'm very grateful for Verizon's existing service. And I continue to be their customer.
And if we were to look at applicants Exhibit 11, this is the Verizon Wireless Existing Reliable Coverage Map. If you were to identify where your property is, in what color, red, yellow, or green, is it in?
It's in the red zone.
Those are all the questions I had for Mr. Khan.
Cross-examination?
Sure. Mr. Khan, are you familiar with applicant's photo simulation that was submitted as an exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And specifically, if we go to photo location number 3, does photo location number 3 show the water tank in the picture?
Yes, it does.
And was photo location 3 taken in the vicinity of where your home is? Looking towards the water tank?
I need a second to review that. I think that photograph may have been taken from the center of the cul-de-sac. It's difficult for me to see, but I'm actually below that, so I'm looking up. So I don't think that photo simulation is an accurate representation of what the experience of being my house is.
But is it fair to say that based on the location, that photo 3 was taken on your cul-de-sac, and it accurately shows the water tank and the visibility of the monopole structure through the trees?
I think that you're asking me something about your photograph, and so I don't know what exactly you're asking me.
I'm asking you if photo 3 is located and taken near where your house is.
I believe that photo 3 was taken from the center of the cul-de-sac. That's my
And you
sense.
reside on the cul-de-sac?
I reside below the cul-de-sac, that's correct.
You reside above the cul-de-sac?
Well, I'm talking about elevation here, so I'm talking about the fact that the land slopes downward, and therefore I am below the cul-de-sac, and I look up from my porch, and that's what I would like to make clear in my answer.
And you're looking through trees?
I don't know what you're talking about now. You're talking about my photograph or your photograph?
I'm talking about both photographs showing trees, but yours is showing it arising out of the trees.
I have described the procedure by which I came up with my photograph. I stood at my porch, I took a photograph, I saw the water tower, I saw its height. I know the height of the water tower is 40 feet. I know the proposed height is 130 feet. I made a triplicate copy of that. I think that my procedure is very clear.
And you know for a fact that the monopole structure is exactly behind the water tank?
I know what I know based on the limited documentation that Verizon has filed and that I have had the ability to review.
are you a radio frequency engineer?
I'm a PhD in mathematics.
Are you
I'm not a radio frequency engineer.
So you have no knowledge about how radio frequency works, how signals propagate?
I have taught many electrical engineering classes. I was a professor of mathematics.
But that's not my question.
Well, part of my answer has to be the qualified reason for my answer. So you said, do I know nothing about it? The answer is no, it is not the case that I know nothing about it.
Do you know about how radio frequency for Verizon and other wireless carriers work?
I have taught and published papers in wireless communication. I would be happy to provide you with my CV. It has 120 papers on it, and many of them are on wireless communication.
And are you a licensed radio frequency engineer?
No, I am not.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, I do. Are you here as a professor from Lehigh University authorized by the university?
No, I am not.
That's all the questions.
Before we get into questions from members of council, I presume that there's a request to have them have party status.
I was going to say, I offer Mr. Khan as a party.
Is there any objection to that?
I made the same objection that I made at the first hearing.
Understood. That objection's overruled. He's admitted as a party status, or he has party status, rather. And now for members of council. Mr. Bononis, any questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Professor Khan, my understanding is that you're a professor of population health and computer science at Lehigh, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm looking here at your bio, which is on the Lehigh University website. It says Bilal Khan is a mathematician whose transdisciplinary research emerges from theory application of networks ranging from the evolutionary emergence of social organization in wireless cognitive radio systems to the modeling and simulation of dynamic human social systems, particularly in the context of public health. That's what's on your bio on your employer's website, correct?
That is, yes.
So your career depends in part on wireless communication, is that fair?
I have studied many things as a scientist, and wireless communication is one of those. I'm not sure what you mean by my career depends on, but
Well,
I'll just tell you that is my answer.
Okay. Well, your career, you work with wireless networks, right?
I have worked with wireless networks.
Yes. Now, you mentioned you've worked on a lot of different things. So on your bio, there's a link, and it takes you to another page called Google Scholar. And these are some of the scholarly things that you've worked on. Estimating the size and structure of the underground commercial sex economy in 8 major U.S. cities. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then the commercial sexual exploitation of children in New York City. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Network modeling and simulation of practical perspective.
I object. I don't see the relevance of this.
I mean, this gentleman held himself out as being a professor who has experience in wireless networks. This is all relevant to the other things that he's involved in. I think it's fair questions.
I think it's a fair question you can ask about, Mr. Bononis can ask about his background and what his expertise is. I believe the witness has testified he has some knowledge with regard to wireless items, and then now you're asking about other items,
Yeah.
which is okay, but I think the objection's overruled, but I think the point's been made also.
Current rural drug use in the U.S. Midwest, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Kinship, family, and exchange in a Labrador Inuit community.
Yes.
Okay. Network firewall dynamics and the subsaturation stabilization of HIV.
Yes.
Estimating the size of the methamphetamine using population in New York City.
Yes.
Using network sampling techniques.
Yes.
So, Council asked you earlier about the second page of 01, which is this drawing, this image, correct? And Mr. Gutsuzian allowed that to come into evidence, allowed it to come into evidence for this council to review. Is it your belief that this, what you designed here on this image, is what is representative of the tower, this proposed monopole, tree-like structure that is being proposed by the applicant?
I think that I've already, this is the third time I will say, I did the best that I could to give a sense of the scale of the structure that is being proposed relative to the known structure whose height is part of the public record.
That wasn't my question, sir, okay? My question is are you representing that you believe that this, what you drew on this picture, hold on, sir, let me finish. You had your chance, let me finish. That this represents the proposed design of this tower that is coming from this applicant. You think that this is what it looks like?
No,
This tall thing with a bulbous head on the top of it. You're thinking that's what looks like?
Well, what I'm trying to demonstrate in that is the height of the structure relative to the tree line and the known reference object to which is collinear in the floor in the map between where I live and where the Saucon Tower is.
Did you measure the height of the trees here?
No, I didn't measure the height of the trees.
Okay, so then how can it be, as you described it, collinear with the surrounding?
I'm talking about the linear relationship between my house, the water tower, and the proposed site location plan. And this is my attempt to indicate how high up a 130-foot structure would be, knowing how high a 40-foot structure is.
All right, sir. We can agree that this is a one-dimensional image, correct?
It's a two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional, certainly not a three-dimensional image, right? It's on a sheet of paper.
Yes, it is on
So-
a sheet of paper.
This shows the base of this structure on a grass area. Is that grass area your yard?
As I said, the grassy area in the picture is my yard. The purpose
Is
of
the
this...
tower, is the...
Pardon me, nothing.
You can answer my question.
No,
So the grass area is yours?
But he was still talking. Was there more?
Well, as I have said, the main aspects of this image that I stand by are the fact that 130 feet is roughly 3 times 40 feet, and that one of those rectangles is encasing a 40-foot object, and that therefore 3 of them, when placed end to end, illustrate the approximate height of a 130-foot object. That is the thing that I'm attempting to convey. You are trying to ask me whether I have put together a photorealistic representation of something. I have not. That was not the intention of this.
So,
Mr. Khan, can you try to speak up when you answer to?
Yes.
Thank you.
you're trying to convey an object that's 130 feet tall, right? But you're locating it in your yard, and the tower's not going in your yard, is it?
I'm not locating it in my yard.
Sir, I'll represent you that the bottom of this image that you grilled onto, the bottom of what you're representing here is covering grass, which you said is your yard.
Well, if you move that image up so it wasn't in my yard, then the top edge of the structure would be even higher in the sky. So I'm actually being quite generous in my image. You can feel free to push it up so it's not in my yard, and then you will find that the top of the tower projects even higher above the end of the trees.
I don't need to do that because this isn't my image. I'm not advocating for anything that's represented on this image, and I'm trying to understand this image and its relevance, if any, to what we're deciding here. And as I look at this image, if you're telling me that it could be moved and that you're suggesting it be moved, I'm not sure where you suggest it be moved to, but if you were to move it further toward the background of this image, wouldn't this tower be obstructed more by the trees that are present here?
The bottom edge of the rectangle is appears to be touching the grass, but that's because that I'm standing downhill, I'm looking up a hill, and the grass curves up and it plateaus at the cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac is flat, but you don't see the cul-de-sac in this photograph because I'm looking up a hill, and then the hill flattens out, and there's a cul-de-sac over there, and on the other side of the cul-de-sac is where the tower is. So I positioned the rectangle in such a way that I would best represent the dimensions of the water tower to give the council as good of a rendering as I could from my vantage point of what I can expect the thing to look like for the purposes of being given standing. That is the purpose of this diagram. Do I have the right to be here even though I'm 375 feet away? That is the purpose of this diagram. That is what I'm trying to do.
All right, maybe you didn't hear my question or understand my question, maybe you didn't like my question, but I'll ask it to you again, because you gave us a lot of words that were not responsive to the question that I asked or that maybe you understood. The question that I'm asking you is, if this image that you drew on this picture, second page, was pushed back toward the background of this photo, further into the trees, can we agree that it would not look like what is depicted on this image?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And one last question. You haven't indicated on either of these images, either 01 page 1 or 01 page 2, precisely where the tower that you drew, where it would be located, right?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Yeah. You haven't indicated on here where this tower that you've drawn here. You have not indicated on this photograph where in the background the true and accurate location of the tower is, correct?
I have not indicated it that way, yes.
Thank you, sir. Those are all the questions I have.
Mr. Gerke? Yes, so this is not a true location of the tower, correct?
It is an estimation of the height of the image.
It's not true, so it's also not a true depiction of what the tower will look like.
It is my estimation of the height of the object as seen from my direction. That is what it is.
So it's basically arts and crafts.
It is my estimation.
Do you teach arts and crafts?
I'm going to say.
Do you teach arts and crafts for the art?
Objection asked.
Yeah.
Do you have any further questions, Mr. Gerke?
No, I think my 10-year-old could have done better.
Derogatory. Okay. Ms. Alba?
I don't have any questions.
No, I don't have any questions.
Ms. Leo?
I just, you live on the end of the cul-de-sac, correct?
Yes, I do.
You're going down the cul-de-sac, your house would be to the left, correct?
So as you approach the cul-de-sac, I want the other way.
So your property goes down, I don't know how many, you're sunken in.
Sunken in, yes.
Right. So if you're standing on your porch looking up, you're actually, or I'm asking a question, are you shooting over the cul-de-sac?
Yes, I am.
So buried in this area here is really the cul-de-sac that you're shooting over.
That's correct.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I need to apologize to you, sir. I called you Mr. Bilal a few times, and you're actually Dr. Bilal.
I have not ever referred to myself as doctor in this, so I would prefer it if you just refer to me by my first name. I'm here as a citizen. I'm not here in any professional capacity.
I wanted to apologize to you because you are a doctor, and I should have recognized you as being a doctor, so
I don't
please
think
accept my
that.
apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Bononis.
Thank you.
Any questions for people with party status? Okay, very well. Anything else?
Yep.
Mr. Petra?
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll call Russell son.
Please raise your right hand. Swear by Almighty God or affirm the testimony about the giving this law will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
So, first of all, sir, just state your name, please.
Russell Sutton.
Can you spell it?
RUSSELLSUTTON,
And where do you reside?
2133 Saucon Avenue.
And do you own the property?
Yes, with my wife,
What's her name?
Colleen.
Colleen. All right. I'm going to hand you now what I marked as objectors 303. I know we have to address with Mr. Sutton some issues of party status. All right, so Mr. Sutton, if we're looking at Exhibit 03, it's a two-page document. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And on the first page, similar to what we saw with Mr. Khan's testimony, is this a printout from the Northampton County Tax Assessment, ncpub.org website?
Correct.
And does it depict your property?
Correct.
And just, where is your property depicted?
2.
All right. And on this exhibit, the lot that's marked as 2, it's outlined in red, correct?
Correct.
And shaded gray?
Correct.
This is 1.5 acres?
Actually, this is wrong. They use an old map. It's 2 acres.
All right. But on this map,
But
we're
on this map,
identifying the
yes.
property, that's what this is. Okay.
Yes.
Where in relation to your property is the subject Vecito lot?
It's right across the street. In my picture I took, it's
Just tell me where it is on the map. How's it labeled?
1.
It's 1, it's the 10.93 acre lot.
Correct.
To travel from your lot to the Vecito lot, how would you go?
I could just go right up, like 200 feet.
Across Saucon Ave and
Up Lewis.
Up Lewis Avenue.
Yeah.
And on the second page of the exhibit, similar to what we did with Mr. Khan, this is another printout from the Northampton County GIS tax parcel viewer, reflecting a distance from the front of your lot on Saucon Ave to the Vecito lot. How far away is your lot from the Vecito lot?
347.1 feet.
And you're familiar from past proceedings and looking at some of the exhibits, where on the Vecito lot the proposed cell tower is proposed to be located, right?
Yes.
If you were to stand at your front property line and gaze in the direction of that proposed cell tower, knowing how tall it is and where it's located, would you be able, to the best of your ability, I know it's not built yet,
Right.
but would you be able to see the top of the cell tower from your front lot line?
Yes, because the trees are 60 to 70 feet tall, and I'm down in a depression.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit 01 at this point.
03, you mean?
Sorry, yes, 03.
Any objection to the moving of the exhibit? Very well, let's proceed.
I guess I'll do it now. At this point, I would, based on the prior testimony from the last hearing and today's testimony, I would ask that Mr. Sutton be afforded party status.
I have the same objection that I raised.
Understood. And that's overruled, he's granted party status. You can proceed if there's more questions.
Yes. Mr. Sutton, how long have you lived at your current property?
34 years.
When did you buy it?
1983.
And you've lived there ever since?
Yes, I built the house.
There's been some testimony tonight about Lewis Avenue. In the course of these proceedings, did you obtain a subdivision map reflecting the Sherwood subdivision that was built around this section of Saucon Avenue?
Yes.
And I want to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 05. Now, I have small printouts, but Mr. Sutton did supply me with a larger one with much better resolution, which I'd like to mark as kind of as the exhibit that we admit into the record, if that's okay. So I will mark that as C5. I don't have copies of that, but I have copies of the smaller 8.5 by 11 document that works just fine.
Just for clarity, I think you may have misspoken. I think you referenced it as C5, you meant 05.
05.
Well, what happened to
I'll go for the next question.
I have that in reserve. I may not, I had these marked, but I'm not sure I'm going to use that. Yes,
I just want to make sure.
yeah. All right, so that's 05. Okay, Mr. Sutton, so
Yes.
I handed you what we've marked as 05. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is it?
Actually, it's an older map of the subdivision. It's from the, I think it's from 1979.
Right, and if we look down in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a date, August 6, 1979.
Correct.
So, and where'd you get this document from?
I got it from the courthouse, but
In Northampton County?
Northampton, but I went to the deed office and mapping because there's 2 errors on my lot.
All right. But in terms of this is the recorded subdivision plan for Sherwood Development.
Yeah.
And just in relation to what we're talking about tonight, Sherwood Development, it's a subdivision surrounding Saucon Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this subdivision map depicts, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lots around Saucon Avenue, right?
Correct.
And on this subdivision plan, where is your lot identified, or how is your lot identified?
It's number 1 on here, as opposed to 2 on the other.
Okay. It's number 1 on here. This is Exhibit 05.
Correct.
In terms of the Vecito property, can you identify where that property is?
Right.
When you say right here, there's, on the subdivision plan, there's a reference to Randolph Avenue unopened, and there are other unopened streets branching off of Randolph Avenue going south. You see that?
Yes.
And it looks like those streets split up 3 parcels. Are those 3 parcels now part of the combined Vecito lot?
Correct.
And to date, Randolph Avenue is an unopened paper street, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's a reference here on this subdivision map to Lewis Avenue. If we look at the intersection of Lewis Avenue and Saucon Avenue, let's for this at this point, let's go north, and so that would go by the side of your property, right?
Correct.
Pardon me, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yes.
So you try to keep your voices up. I think you're
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry.
hard to hear, especially for you, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
All right, so Lewis Ave going north along the side of your house, is that an open public street?
No, I actually purchased it from the township.
And in terms of Lewis Avenue now going south off of Saucon, alongside the lot that's marked 10, heading up to the Vecito lot, there's been some testimony, I think, acknowledged that it's an unopened paper street. On this map, it reflects Lewis Avenue as being unopened in that section, right?
That's correct.
And this map was recorded prior to your purchase of your house, right?
Actually,
Is
yeah,
that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's 83, because I purchased it in 83.
All right, so this is 4 years before the purchase of your house. Since the purchase of your house, has Lewis Avenue ever been opened as a public street?
No.
And that includes the portion of Lewis Avenue off of Saucon going south up to the Vecito lot, correct?
Correct.
And the lot identified as lot 10 on the subdivision plan, Exhibit 05, who owns that?
Robert Wells.
Number 10, at the corner of, it's on the southeast corner of Saucon and Lewis. And it is,
I'm sorry, and you said Robert Wells?
Robert Wells, W-E-L-L-S.
and in
And
terms,
Usha Wells, that's his wife. U-S-H-A.
and in terms of the numbering on the subdivision, again, Mr. Wells's and Mr. and Mrs. Wells's lot is marked 10, correct?
That's correct.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit 05.
Any objection?
No.
Very good. It's admitted.
And Mr. Sutton, I think there was some testimony in the prior hearing about logging occurring at the Vecito property. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe the nature of the logging?
Actually, I have pictures of it over there.
Well, just can you describe the nature of the logging?
Yes, it was supposed to be harvesting, selective harvesting. In a lot of places, it's clear cut. It looks like a tornado went through. It's ruined all the way up to the ridge line. I can see up to the ridge line. I could never see the ridge line before. They destroyed it. They took out all the best trees. And it goes from Quincy all the way down to Riverside Drive. So it's a total of about 100 acres.
Let me ask you this. Well, his lot's not 100 acres.
Yeah, his is one.
When did the logging on Mr. Vecito's lot, or Mr. and Mrs., on the Vecito lot, when did the logging start?
I was staying around October, November.
And in terms of the impact of the logging on visibility of the Vecito's property, if you're standing from the vantage point of Saucon Avenue, what was the impact of the logging?
I couldn't see it before, but now I can see it clearly.
In terms of what you could see, what can you see
The house,
now?
the house, the garage, a trailer, cars, I could see almost all the way through, which is the trees, most of the trees are gone.
You said it started in October of 2023?
Yes. No, yes, 23. And it ended 4 months afterwards. They were logging for 4 months.
And for the record, you're here as a party in opposition to the conditional use, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Attorney Durso?
And you're aware that there were permits issued by the township for the lot?
Oh, yes.
And that it was continued, it wasn't just Mr. Vecito's tract, but all the other tracts going down
For
toward...
Alice and but the other side, because I got the right to know and I have the actual proper, the credentials.
Right, so there was permits issued by the
There was
township?
permits, yes.
And he was permitted to have logging done on his property?
Correct, but the way they received it was improper.
In your opinion?
According to the Pennsylvania Forestry, I think I'm correct. Because they're not supposed to pull the trees out by the roots.
But you're not from the Department of Forestry?
No, I'm not.
And permits were issued
Yes.
by the township?
Yes.
And then, just so I can understand what you're trying to say about Lewis Avenue, are you saying you bought Lewis Avenue from the township?
I bought this section here.
Just make sure I identify what you're talking about.
Right. I own this section all the way down to the thing, and this actual quarter lane here, I bought, that was a different decision by a judge. I own that as well.
So,
If I can, for the purpose of the record, could we identify what he referred to when he says this?
he is saying that he bought the portion of Lewis Avenue to the west of his property.
Yes.
And so, my question for you though is, if it wasn't open, right, because you're saying it wasn't open,
It wasn't open.
how could the township sell it to you?
For $1.
But the township would not have been able to sell it to you if it wasn't opened.
I have the deed right here, quickly.
But the township
The
then,
township sold it to me.
the entire width, it couldn't have been for the entire width because they allowed them, Mr. Vecito, in 2004, to use that to get down to his property.
That's on the other side of the road.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding
Yeah,
what you're saying. Okay.
I think we're going kind of far afield, right? So Mr. Sutton's, just interrupt me if I'm making mistakes, right? So Mr. Sutton's Lewis Ave portion, right, is to the north, and like you said, on the west side of his property. So it's not really, it's not going into the Vecito
Oh,
property.
no, that's right.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
No.
Okay. I wasn't following that, so I
Oh,
apologize.
that's okay.
And would you agree that 05 does not show the subdivision of the Vecito tract that was comprised of multiple lots?
Yes, this shows separate lots.
And would this 05 though show Lewis Avenue extending down to the Vecito tract?
Yes.
And although not open, it's showing it on a recorded plan, thereby giving rights of access.
Well, I object to the legal conclusion asked of the witness.
Understood, that's the same, but you can rephrase it.
Would it be fair to say that in order to get to the Vecito tract, you need to go down Lewis Avenue?
He's landlocked.
So Lewis Avenue is his only means of access?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Singh.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a few questions, sir. I recall you coming to several council meetings in the past year, and you had put up poster boards of images of things that you wanted to display to the township council based upon the rezoning of some land adjacent to the landfill and some other aspects of that project. Do you have any of those similar kind of images that you put together for that matter to help us to understand your position here? Do you have any poster boards or anything
I
like
have
that?
poster boards about the timbering.
And last about the timbering, I'm asking about, you're talking about the sight lines and other things. Do you have any images to share with us? Because
I don't understand the question, particularly of what?
everything you testified to, so you're talking about how this tower is going to be visible to you, right? And you're talking about the top of the ridge line that's visible to you. You have images that are going to show the top of the ridge line visible, as well as what you believe to be where the tower is going to be and how it's going to look for your property.
I have pictures here that shows it.
Yeah, but I'm asking, if you have them, will you share them with us?
Yeah.
Now, before we go through these photos, for this to
I guess
be,
I don't mind, I guess, if we talk about them. I don't have spare copies or,
Well,
I mean.
There has to be provided to us to look at.
Well,
hold on. They were in response to a question from Mr. Benonis,
Understand.
so he's responding to that. So you can respond to it, you can identify the photos. What I don't want you to do, please don't be offended by this, what I don't want you to do is just say, here's this, here's this, here's this, because what will happen is we'll have a record that the stenographer will be writing, and none of that will make any sense.
Okay.
So you'd have to identify which photo you're talking about, where in the photo, and so on.
okay.
Let me try to understand this before you get into it. The board you just put down there on the table in front of your attorney.
Right.
Are those photographs that you took from your property?
No, actually up to the site.
Okay, and the board that you're holding in your left hand now that has this series of, hold on, so when we get the question out to the stenographer can do her job. There appears to be, 12 plus 6, 18 photographs on that board. Is that a view from your property?
No.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs from your property that show the.
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, where are they?
In my phone.
How do you intend to offer those to us for evidence in this case? I'll direct that question to your attorney.
Amateur hour.
I wasn't offering the exhibits, you asked the questions. These aren't the exhibits I'm offering. He has photos of his phone, I wasn't planning to offer them.
Take a look at them. We'll go through your phone. Go ahead.
Well, should I or not?
I mean, the council member asked the question. I think it's just confusing. I don't know, maybe Mr. Russo would actually agree with me. I think it's confusing to the record just so I identify a bunch of photos that we're not actually admitting.
This gentleman came here. He was sworn in. You identified him as an objector to this. He's testified that he can see things from his property. I asked him his images so that I can see what he thinks he sees from his property. And he instead shows me 2 poster boards that were not taken from his property. And now he's going into his cell phone to try to find me photographs to represent what the view is from his property. So what's irrelevant or problematic about that, other than the fact that you don't have hard copies of those to physically attach to the record?
Mr. Redonis, if you'd like to see them, you can see them. I just think that if we're identifying unmarked exhibits, and apparently there are a lot of them, I don't know that that's helpful to a clear record.
I understand the problems with the record. That's not my problem though, okay? My problem is to understand what this gentleman is conveying to council, and if he has an image, because this gentleman likes to take lots of photographs. We see them on the poster board, we saw them all around this room many times. If he has photographs that can visually depict what he's testifying to, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Why not show me some photographs or not? I guess the question is, sir, why do you print off these photographs that show the property, show the condition from your property?
This is from my property.
Well, no, my question is, why do you get print out? Why do you make hard copies of those photographs?
I think that's part of the legal strategy here in what we're doing. Why we don't admit certain, or offer certain exhibits and offer others, I think is a determination that I can make. I don't know that we have to ask Mr. Sutton, why didn't his lawyer admit certain
exhibits.
Why don't we do this?
You admitted, hold on, I'll respond. You admitted 01, which is Professor Bilal's arts and crafts.
For
Come on.
standing purposes.
So
So he is standing.
here's what I suggest we do. First of all, Mr. Sutton, why don't you have a seat until we ask you to come up here? And then, Mr. Benoist, what I would suggest that you might want to consider is, would you be willing to move on to a different line of
Yeah,
question?
I'll move on because it's clear that this witness and his attorney did not come prepared. They came prepared only to show a photograph that was doctored by Professor Bilal, but no photographs from this witness, who claims to have the same issues, or different issues with regard to what he sees from the property. But I'll move on. You talked about the height of the trees.
Yes.
Did you measure the height of the trees?
I have similar trees in my yard that I cut down and I measured. They're 60 to 80 feet tall.
Okay, my question wasn't that. Did you measure the height of the trees that you're saying that you know the height of these? The ones that are across the street?
They're the same height as the trees on my yard.
How do you know they're the same height if you didn't measure them?
I have a altimeter that I can measure the height of the tree. It's like a triangular thing that you can measure.
Isn't an altimeter tell you how high you are above sea level?
They'll give you the height, yeah.
Above sea level?
Yeah.
So you put the altimeter at the top of the tree?
No, it's a handheld thing that you can sight in and you can get the top of the tree and where the bottom is, and it gives you an estimated height of the trees.
It's an estimated height, it's not the actual height.
I measured the trees when they were on the ground after I fell.
Okay. After they fell?
After I took them down.
So you took down trees on your property?
Yes, I did.
And you said you have your house, I think I saw the map, it's a 1.13 acre lot?
No, it's 2 acres.
2 acres. And when you were the builder, you built on this property, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have to clear that lot to put that house on there?
Yes.
And you had to clear cut that lot to put your house
It
on?
wasn't clear cut, no.
Wasn't clear cut?
No, I only took as much trees down as I
You
needed.
mentioned something about, you said a different decision by a judge. Were you involved in litigation over your property?
What possible relevance does this have?
Well, I'm trying to understand the property that he owns.
There was a dog leg.
He's claiming that his property is being impacted by this. I'm trying to understand the property that he owns. The property record that I have here says it's 1.13 acres, and now this witness just testified that he has 2 acres. So where'd the other 0.87 acres come from?
What is the relevance of that?
I want to know where his property, I want to know the description of his property. This gentleman is claiming that he is being affected by this, by the sight lines and other things. And I'm trying to have an understanding in my mind as to the configuration, the layout of this property, the size of the property, and everything else about it. I think that's a fair question.
Perhaps the better way to do this is, rather than worrying about the acreage of the property, if you want to rephrase your question from, for example, from his house, what he sees, or from his porch, what he sees, that would, I think, help us along the way. But it doesn't, I mean, I don't see the relevance of whether his property is 1.3 or 1.8 or 2.2.
You're asking me to rephrase the
Yes,
question?
please, if you wouldn't mind.
So, okay, your property has a driveway that comes in off of Saucon Avenue, correct? Does the front of your house face Saucon Avenue, or does it face Lewis Avenue, or does it face Snyder Avenue?
Faces Saucon.
Okay. So the back of your property, you have a deck in the back of your property?
That's right.
You have a yard in the back of your property?
That's mostly wood.
Wood, okay. So the times that you would be looking across the street would be when you're coming and going from your home, correct?
Or I'm in the front of my yard, which is clear.
Is that where you hang out and for your recreation in front of your yard?
Yes, and we have gazebo there, and we hang out, we have front deck too.
Okay. Now, you said something earlier, I believe it was that Randolph Avenue is an unopened paper street currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
I want to direct your attention back. You may not be familiar with this, and I want to ask you if you are. This is Exhibit C9, which are the minutes from the November 15, 2004 Saucon Township zoning hearing board meeting. And on page 6 of this, the second full paragraph, it says the following. Priscilla De Leon, current council president, was sworn and testified at that meeting. She is a member of Township Council and is appearing before the board solely in her capacity as a resident. She presented her testimony in letter form. She said that there are only 3 parcels, not 11, but that the matter is moot, as however many there they will be combined into a single lot. I'm reading verbatim. She stated to the board she had additional conditions set forth in her letter which she thought the board should consider imposing, including a requirement that the consolidation deed include a portion of Randolph Avenue, a paper street. So let me ask you, did you ever hear about those details at any time prior to today?
No, I didn't know anything about
Okay.
Avenue being included.
Did you ever see the letter that was referred to by Priscilla De Leon back in November 2004?
No.
So, according to these minutes, at least a portion of Randolph Avenue, Paper Street, was proposed for consolidation into Mr. Vecito's property back then in 2004. Do you know if that ever occurred?
No.
Do you know what portion of Randolph Avenue, as you described it, currently remains a paper street?
It's still a paper street,
According to whom?
according to the maps, according to the county.
You have maps?
Yes.
Hold on. I know you got maps. You gave us an old map that you went to the courthouse for, which I think was 05.
I have a new,
Right? It's 05, right?
yes.
And then your attorney identified what is 03, which depicts your parcel, right? That's
Right, right.
more of an image than a map.
Right.
Do you have any maps that currently show Randolph Avenue as a paper street?
Yeah, I believe that what was a paper street known as Randolph Avenue, I think has been absorbed, at least in part, into the Vecito tract. I mean, again,
That's what my understanding is, but this gentleman seems to think otherwise, and that's why I'm asking that question.
you're asking him about the Exhibit 05, which is a subdivision map from the 1970s, which was recorded at the courthouse at a time when the paper street was extant. I do
not.
Well, that's what the exhibit showed, Mr. Benonis. I understand that there was a lot consolidation where I believe, again, at least like Mr. Osana, what would have been half the paper street was conveyed. Because if I recall at one point.
Are you testifying or is the witness testifying?
I'm asking my colleague a question. I believe at one point even the zoning application was changed because half of the paper street would have been absorbed into Mr. Vecito's lot, and that gave you some extra space to locate the monopole, right?
It was my understanding that by virtue of the 2004 direction of the township that they were to record a deed that would include his half.
Right, that Mr. Vecito would take to the center line of what was the paper street known as Randolph Avenue.
That's my understanding.
That's my understanding as well.
Now you're shaking your head that you understand that because your attorney told you that, right?
Yeah, I remember it being consolidated.
His attorney told him that, and counsel agrees with that. It's not, I don't think it's a fact in dispute.
The gentleman came in, he represented that Randolph Avenue was a paper street that was currently in the custody and control of the township. And it's clearly
I didn't say it was
not.
in custody and control of the township. I said
It's a paper street, it's still a paper street.
it was classified as a paper street. And I don't think it's changed since then.
Who owns paper streets, sir?
Excuse me?
That's a legal conclusion, I would object to that.
Very good. Mr. Gorski, any questions? So you cut trees down on your property, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Vecito complained about that?
You're allowed to cut 2 trees according to the township ordinance, is that correct?
I'm asking the questions.
Yeah, but
I'm asking the
I'm giving you the
questions.
answer.
I'm asking questions. Did Mr. Faceto,
I object on relevance grounds.
did Mr. Faceto complain about you cutting trees down on your property? Okay, that's all I ordered, was a no. It was a little too hard for you? Okay, and nothing, Mr. Faceto, he got all the permits he needed to cut these trees down, right?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
No.
Ms. Wright, anything?
No, no questions.
One, Mr. Sutton, the process to obtain Lewis Avenue from the township is called vacating the street. Is that the process?
Objection. It's a legal conclusion. He's a fact witness. I don't know if it's relevant to what his legal opinion is about how streets are vacated or how they're absorbed into life.
That's all I have, thank you.
So you withdrew your question?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Anything else for this witness from any of the people with party status? Anything else from the attorneys?
No.
Nothing more from me.
Okay, very well. This witness can be excused? Or just stand down at least? Is there anything else, Attorney Joshua, from a witness standpoint?
Yes, I'll call Danielle.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear by all means that or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So please answer. I do. I do.
All right, ma'am, could you state your name and spell it, please?
Danielle Yanchuk, Y-A-N-C-H-U-K.
Could you speak louder, ma'am? Or come closer to the microphone?
It's Danielle Yanchuk, Y-A-N-C-H-U-K.
And just for the record, can you spell your first name as well?
D-A-N-I-E-L-L-E.
And where do you live?
2148 Saucon Avenue.
Do you own that property?
Yes.
Do you own it with anyone else?
My husband,
What's his name?
Sean Yanchuk.
Spell that.
S-H-A-U-N-Y-A-N-C-H-U-K.
And how long, can the gentleman in the back stop commentating the whole time?
I'd asked everybody, I didn't hear anything this time, but I'd ask whoever it is in the audience to try to not make any noises or speak while all testimony is being taken.
How long have you owned that property?
A little over 12 years.
And where in relation to your property is the subject Vecino lot?
The Vecino lot is above my lot to the south.
Is it immediately adjacent to your lot?
Yes, it is.
I believe there's no dispute, she has party status, is that correct?
Yes, I did not.
And you were one of the individuals who was given notice of this hearing, correct?
Yes.
When you look out, so I presume your backyard abuts the Vecino lot.
It does.
When you look out at the Vecino lot and talk about this time of year when the leaves are down and there's no foliage in the trees, what can you see?
Right now I can see his house and all the structures on his property. A widened parking area, things of that nature.
And you're familiar from these proceedings about kind of where the cell tower would be located, right?
I have a rough idea based on the maps in the packet.
And if it's this time of year with the foliage down and you were to look out from your backyard towards the cell tower, would it be visible?
Yes, it would be visible.
And in terms of where the top of the cell tower would be, could you see that above the tree line from your backyard?
Yes, I would.
And you're here today in testifying in opposition to the conditional use application.
Yes, I am.
What are your concerns about the cell tower going on the lot immediately adjacent to yours to the south?
It's a visual eyesore, first of all. It obstructs my view and defeats the purpose of my family moving there in the first place. We also have extensive water runoff from this property that has been made a lot worse from the logging that has taken place in recent months. And even in the last couple of years prior, he's done a lot of work. We're worried
When you
that...
say he, what do you mean?
Mr. Vecito
Go
and his
ahead.
family. We're a little concerned that new development could exacerbate the existing water runoff issues that were created supplemental to that, I also have health concerns, which I understand are not recognized by the FCC, but I am curious to know when that data, that safety data was done and what it considers. Because of the health impacts, if that cell tower were to go there, my family would likely move. So I'm also concerned about property values because I can speak as a buyer that I would not look at a property that was near a cell tower. It's a nuisance, and for all the reasons I mentioned before, I wouldn't consider it. I also have some additional concerns now because of stuff that was brought forth here, which has to do with the sound, which I wasn't considering that the decibel level would be magnified ×4 potentially. I don't know what that means. I can't get an idea of what 240 decibels is sound-wise, but probably annoying.
And you mentioned the water runoff and how it has been exacerbated in recent times. I'll show you what we've marked as Exhibit 06. And so, Ms. Yanchuk, I marked, and I'm showing you now what's been identified as Exhibit 06. It's a two-page document. The second page also has an exhibit sticker, but this is just a single Exhibit 06. On the first page, what are we looking at here?
That is my backyard.
At 2148 Saucon Avenue?
2148 Saucon Avenue.
And who took this photograph?
I took it.
And the date there, August 4th, 2020, is the date on which it was taken?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly accurately depict the condition of your property on that date?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
Extensive flooding coming down the mountain from the Vecito property after a heavy rainfall.
This is in your backyard?
Yes.
Looking towards the Vecito property?
Yes.
And is the Vecito property depicted sort of at the top above the fence line?
Yes.
And if we're looking at the next page, where it says Water Tower Driveway, Saucon Avenue, who took this photograph?
I took it.
This is June 26, 2023, the date on which it was taken?
Yes, it is.
And does this photograph fairly accurately depict the condition of this area on the day it was taken?
Yes, it does.
What's depicted here?
Flooding in the cul-de-sac coming from the property where the water tower is located.
That's going to be Saucon Avenue cul-de-sac that we've seen depicted on the plans and such.
Yes, it is.
And you said these were fairly heavy rains.
Yes.
If we look at the extent of the rains that we see depicted in Exhibit 06, the first and second page, how frequently do you get that sort of waterfall or runoff on your property and in the cul-de-sac area?
Pretty frequently, especially in the last couple of years. We've had at least probably half a dozen of those heavy rainstorms just this past summer.
Has the logging had any impact on the runoff?
It has.
Can you describe that?
It's worse.
And that would have been since October of last year?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit 06.
Yeah, very well, it's admitted.
And yes, Mr. Croce.
Okay. August 4th, 2020, you failed to mention, was Tropical Storm Isaias, or whatever, however you say it. I mean, you said heavy rains, and you offered it as an exhibit. It's the day that the storm, it was one of the worst storms we've had in 10 years.
I mean,
you said it rained that day.
I think it goes to the weight, not,
But you didn't even disclose it. I mean, you didn't have the courtesy or the integrity to disclose it.
We can't, it's already been, council have acknowledged, it's admitted.
Because I can ask questions about that.
Okay, anything else?
We have some to take.
I'll show you what we mark now as Exhibit 07. All right, Ms. Yarchuk, or Ms. Yanchuk, I think what we marked is Exhibit 07. This is a multi-page exhibit consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And you know who took these photographs?
I took them.
Okay. And were they all taken on January 17th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go through these. The first page, what does it says? View from 2148 Saucon Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your address?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It's a photo taken from my patio.
Well, what can we see?
You can see the Vecito property and all the structures on his property post-logging.
And the building depicted on the right-hand side, what is that?
That's the Vecito home.
And does this photograph here on the first page of 07, does that fairly accurately depict the condition of the Vecito property looking from your yard on January 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, what's depicted here?
It's another photo from my yard, looking over to the area where the cell tower is supposed to go.
So on the first page, we're looking kind of directly, we're looking more south to the Vecito lot?
Correct.
Okay, now we're looking kind of directionally
Southeast.
Southeast, okay. And what was your intent of taking the photograph from this direction?
To show how the logging has impacted the view there and how open the space is and how clearly I would be seeing the cell tower from my property.
Okay, and does this second photograph fairly accurately depict the condition of the Vecito property from this vantage point on January 17th, 2024?
Yes, it does.
And the next one, also from January 17th, 2024, photo location number 3, this is forest thin from logging, November, December 2023. Did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
If I didn't ask, you took the photograph on the preceding page too, right?
Yes, I did.
So we're on the third page again. What does this photograph depict?
The view from in front of my neighbor's house, staring back towards the Vecito property.
And this, who's the neighbor?
Priscilla De Leon.
And this is, where's her property in relation to the Vecito property?
It adjoins the property.
So in terms of the direction of this photo, what are we looking at here? What can we see on the Vecito's property?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
What can we see on the Vecito's property?
We can see his home.
And does this photograph here fairly accurately depict the condition of, I guess, Ms. De Leon's property and the Vecito property, looking at it from this vantage point on January 17th, 2024?
Yes, it does.
And the last photograph here, page 4, it says January 17th, 2024, photo location number 4, forest thin from logging, November, December 2023. What does this show?
It shows a view from the cul-de-sac looking up towards the water tower property.
So this is the Saucon Avenue cul-de-sac.
Yes, it is.
And who took this photograph?
I did.
You took it on January 17th, 2024?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking this particular photograph?
Again, to show how the property has been thinned, the trees have been thinned, so the visibility would be clear.
And does this fairly accurately depict the condition of the property or the areas we're looking at it from Saucon Avenue cul-de-sac on January 17th, 2024?
Yes, it does.
And in these photographs, so the best, I mean, you've been able to review the documents submitted, the plans, and
having some idea where the proposed cell tower is going, right?
Roughly.
All right. In terms of Exhibit 07, the 4 photographs here, how many of them would capture an area that would depict the location of the cell tower? Second page?
Yeah, the second page is the one that would depict where the cell tower would go.
So I would move for the admission of 07.
Attorney Durso, any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
And going back to 06, the photographs of the runoff, right? Regardless of what kind of storm was happening on what day, do these photographs here, take the first one, August 4th, 2020, regardless of the intensity of the storm, was this, and I think you testified, how many times a year would you get rain in this condition, this volume, 4 years ago?
Probably half a dozen.
Not every day, right, but half a dozen. And June 26, 2023, how often would you see rainfall like this?
Same.
Not every day, but half a dozen a year. And is rainfall and runoff of this volume a problem for you with your property?
Yes, it is.
Can I move the admission of 07?
07 you did, yes, and 06 is also good.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, just for clarity, before we move on, you did not introduce 04, correct?
I did not. I will not.
Very well. Attorney Durso.
Sorry, I was going to ask that too. Just for the record, because I agree with Mr. Crutch's question. The Exhibit 06, the first picture was taken during the hurricane.
I have no idea what storm it was. It was a heavy rain, so, I mean, that was 4 years ago.
Would it be fair to say it was likely?
It's
during the
possible.
hurricane? Okay. And then your second picture in that's rain coming from the township's property, the runoff.
Yes, the property that has the water tower.
Right. And so it's not coming from Mr. Vizzuto's, it's coming from the township property. Because you said water tower driveway.
I believe his property runs behind that, so.
So why does it?
So it comes from, so this is the mountain. So if his property is behind here, it's a kind of trickle down effect, and this is the area that has been thinned.
But then why does it say water tower driveway?
Because I was depicting where the photo was taken.
On your property or on the water tower property? Because it has a basketball net on it.
Right. This is the cul-de-sac, and I'm taking a photo of the property that the water tower is on.
Right, so it's a photo of the water tower property.
Correct.
And then just in 07, where were you when you took the second photo?
My backyard.
So you're closer to the property line than the first picture? Because you said the first picture you were on your porch, I believe.
No, that's my patio.
Patio, I'm sorry, you were on your patio.
I was also on my patio there.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
I have a big patio.
No, I wasn't sure whether you were in the yard or in the patio,
Yes.
that's why I'm asking. Okay, and were all these photographs, besides the one from your neighbors, taken on the patio?
Not that one. That one is also the water. This is the water tower driveway. You can't see because it's covered in snow.
Okay, so that's
The fourth photo in the bunch.
Photo location number 4 is from the township property,
It's from the cul-de-sac.
looking towards the township property. If that helps me with the same basketball net.
Yes,
in
that's
the
what I was.
cul-de-sac.
That's what I was trying to.
Understand, okay, understand. And then the photo 3 was taken from Mrs. De Leon's property.
From the street.
From
Viewing her property.
Viewing her, so that is her home in the property?
Yes.
So you're looking past her house towards the pseudo? So where the most trees are is towards the pseudo?
No. Well, this whole property belongs to him, but
that's his house.
Yeah.
But the cell tower is to the left of the house, where more of the trees are located in this photograph.
Can I clarify? This is the tree line that separates our two properties, so it naturally looks denser there. It's a vertical tree line. It goes this way,
But it's dense.
only in that section. It separates the properties.
But the one on, the first view from 2148 Saucon Avenue also shows a dense tree line along the property.
With all due respect, that is quite thin compared to where I live pre-walking.
But dense compared to a property that has no trees.
You could say that.
Considering that there's not a requirement for it to be located in a wooded area. I have no other question.
I have a few questions. When did you buy your home?
2011.
So that was after Mr. Vecito built his home and lived there, correct?
Yes.
When you bought your home, did you get a property disclosure?
Yes.
Was there anything in the property disclosure about stormwater runoff issues at the home?
No.
Mr. Croce already alluded to this with regard to the photograph that was provided to us. This is August 4, 2020. Do you know what the total rainfall was that day?
I have no idea.
Okay. And then we have the other photograph that's in 02. This is the second page. Water Tower Driveway, Saucon Avenue, 6/26, 2020. Do you know what the total rainfall was that day?
No, I don't.
So I just looked very quickly. On June 26, 2023, the total rainfall in the Lehigh Valley was anywhere between 2.5 and 5.5 inches of rain due to severe thunderstorms. Do you have any recollection of that?
Perhaps.
Okay. I think I remember that day because I think we had a council meeting at Seawyco, and I think that's the day that the water came in the back door. We had to stop the meeting and move the electrical equipment and clean it up. Is there anything that stands out from that day besides the fact that you took a photograph of the water tower driveway and water coming on your property?
It just happened to, I was trying to capture an issue where flooding was demonstrable, and it just so happened to line up on that day.
Is this your driveway here, this part that's below?
Explaining too soon.
Sorry? Is this your driveway, the part that's, there's a basketball hoop that's here? This is your driveway down here?
No,
What is this?
that's the cul-de-sac on Saucon Avenue.
Okay. And that's paved, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any other photographs besides these two cherry-picked photographs showing those two storms? Any other storms?
I'm sure I do, but I'm not gonna page through my phone right now.
They're not being offered to us today, correct? You don't have any photographs other than these two to offer to us? Ms. Durso asked you a question earlier. She alluded to this water tower driveway that's in this second photograph of 06. Is this what you're referring to here, this green area behind the basketball hoop? Is that the water tower driveway?
Yeah, that's the water tower property.
So she said, she mentioned that as being township property. I'll represent to you that I think it's water authority property, not township property. Do you have an understanding of that being water authority property, not township property?
I understand that. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Okay, I'm just making sure you understand that. So here's where I'm going. Did you ever contact the water authority about any issues that you had with stormwater coming down the water authority driveway onto Saucon Avenue on June 26, 2023, before or after that date?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you ever contact the township with any concerns about any water coming on your property on August 4th, 2020, June 26, 2023, or on any other dates?
We may have. My husband,
I'm asking, did you?
myself, I haven't called anybody.
Did you know if your husband did?
I can't state for a fact, but very well may have.
You know who you spoke with?
Excuse me?
Do you know who you spoke with? Who did you talk to?
Objection, she says she doesn't know.
Well, she's speculating that you did, so I'm going to probe this and ask her what is her basis for this information? How do you think? Why do you think that your husband contacted the township?
Because he tends to contact when certain issues arise.
All right, so you just believe that because of his nature that he may have contacted. You have no information about him actually contacting, who he contacted, what response he received, whether anybody from the township came out, whether any of these issues that are depicted in these photographs in '06 were ever looked into, addressed by the township.
I don't have a response for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Croce, any questions?
Yes, I would have appreciated more candor about the nature of the rainstorm. It was a hurricane, and then it became a tropical storm. 2.7 million people in New Jersey, Pennsylvania lost power on August 4th of 2020, so it wasn't just a regular rainstorm. Other than that, good to see you again. Our sons play baseball together. And thank you for not drawing an imaginary cell tower on your pictures like Dr. Archie Crafts.
So no questions. Ms. Hoffman, question?
Thank you.
Ms. Ray, any questions?
No, no questions.
Ms. Leo, any questions?
No, no questions.
Anything from the individuals from the staff? Seeing nothing?
I agree.
I had one redirect. So just to clarify, Ms. Yanchuk, and I'm just going to use, for reference purposes, Exhibit 03, okay? This was one that depicted Mr. Sutton's property. Looking at the numerical references in this Exhibit 03, which one is the water tower property?
Number 8.
Okay. And in terms of the slope from the Vasitos property down to Saucon Ave, can you describe that?
It's a pretty steep slope.
Downward?
Downward.
And in terms of water runoff onto the cul-de-sac, would water run off the Vasitos property through the water tower property to the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And
Well, I'm going to object, she's not qualified to answer where the stormwater is coming
no,
from.
fair enough, fair enough. The lay of the land slopes downward from the Vasito property to the water tower property to the cul-de-sac. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That was all I had.
Any remarks?
I don't know.
Anything from any member of council?
No?
Thank you.
I would always like to be safe. I would move all my exhibits with the exception of 04. If I haven't done that, I believe I have, and I believe they've admitted, but if I haven't, I would do that.
They're admitted.
And then we rest.
Okay, and then just to be clear, we're keeping the record open for now, correct? But we do not anticipate any further testimony. Let me rephrase. Attorney Joseph, do you anticipate any more testimony?
I do not anticipate any further testimony.
And you do not?
I do not.
Question? Excuse me? Will we be hearing from Michael Deschler? And the reason I ask that is he was involved in this property for Rocky Vasito back in 2004. He's the one who sought and received the variance for the property subject to section 180-91. I'm wondering if he will testify about the effect of what was granted back then in 2004 and the use of Lewis Avenue as the means of access to the Vasito property. I'm wondering if he had discussions back then or at any other time with Mr. Vasito concerning conditional uses and the process for that, and what effect what was sought back then would have on the situation that we have in front of us now, which is namely 180-20D3 and 180.1A2A1C.
No, Michael Deschler will not be testifying. If Mr. Vasito, through his counsel, who's eminently qualified, Ms. Durso, has a problem with me being here, she is quite capable of raising that herself. I have not yet heard her do that. I have not. I told you before, my father knows nothing, recalls nothing about what happened in 2004. This is an entirely unrelated matter. That is my representation. If someone has a problem with that, they can raise it, but my father will not be testifying.
Okay.
And I'm
So
not
let me just point out though, I don't think you're counsel for Mr. Vasito. You're counsel for SMSA and Verizon.
Yes.
So to represent that she is counsel for him is a misstatement, first of all. And you don't have power of attorney over your father's affairs, correct?
No, he's quite capable, sir.
Right, but you're speaking on his behalf, but you don't have any basis for that. You're not his power of attorney.
You asked me if he's testifying. I said no.
Okay. But I'm responding to your representations because you said much more than just no. But I appreciate that you answered the question. No, he's not testifying, and those questions will be left for Mr. Vecito to explore if he so chooses through whatever counsel he has, if he decides to do that.
Absolutely.
So for council, for scheduling purposes then, next would be the filing of briefs.
Yeah.
How much
Mr.
time?
Gazuzian, I'm sorry, can I be recognized for a moment?
Yes.
I heard a lot of testimony about the views from not only from the applicant, but also the objectors. I personally don't live in Steel City, and we're talking about, there's also a lot of discussion about a paper street, Lewis Avenue, and the current topography and logging and lots of different issues. So if it's appropriate, I would like to do a site visit of the area and have identified where the location of the proposed tower is supposed to be, also the location of the paper street. And yep, that's what I would like. That's a request I guess I have as a member of council to do a site visit.
Okay, so you're requesting prior to closing the record to do a view. What I would, certainly in certain cases, a view is appropriate, but there always have to be certain guidelines and rules as to how they're taking place. And if it's an issue of picking a time and a place where we arrive there to take a view, we should discuss this on the record now. We should set up any rules that exist. For example, if anyone's going to testify or anyone's going to talk or otherwise, that's going to have to be
I was gonna say, that's my concern, especially when the goal was to close the record except for the filing of the briefs and the argument.
And my next question was timing.
Yes.
So if we could do this in a time period, if you need if counsel, lawyers, need X amount of time to do their briefs.
No, but what I'm saying is if somebody's going to entertain doing the site visit, then that can be opening up, having to need more witnesses and more testimony brought, depending on what occurs, what's said, what happens at this. And we were prepared this evening to close the record except for the filing of the briefs and the arguments.
Correct. So what I was getting at was perhaps the way to accommodate the request and to not delay the case itself would be schedule something in relatively short fashion and with a stipulation understanding that there will be no testimony is sort of what I'm thinking. I'm talking out loud now.
I don't see how I don't see how you can prevent that from happening if the site visit is going to be attended by everyone, right? Because you would almost need to have everybody there. If you're going to have all of council present there for the site visit, then you need to advertise it happening, because then otherwise it's in violation of the Sunshine Act. And we're potentially opening up having to invite all of the public to go to a site visit. So I would be opposed to the site visit for those reasons, as well as for delaying the ability to conclude these hearings.
Okay, let's go back.
Thank you for instructing our solicitor on the law.
No, he is saying the law. He was asking for our
your input.
Can you even provide permission? You're not the property owner.
Well, that was
So you have to
I
get
don't
Mr.
know that
Vecito
either.
to agree to this.
Correct.
And the way he's been treated by this council, why would I wouldn't allow anybody to go on the property until they go to hell after all this.
Right. That's the way they've treated him?
I don't have the authority, but I'm more concerned with the process and what I just.
I'm concerned with the process too. I mean, the solicitor has never run one of these things before, and for a township anyway. He couldn't carry like Treadwell's lunch.
Let's do this.
Point of order.
Attorneys, I'm asking you, first let's talk about timing with your briefs. How much time do you need?
I know, Mr. Durst, would you like to submit them at the same time, or?
I think that would be appropriate.
I don't mind doing that, so it's kind of fair play to
Yeah,
all.
okay. Well, when is, well, let's see, if we were, can we go off the record just for a second when we talk about timing?
Yes, let's go off the record for the purpose of talking about time.
So, we have the actual council meetings, so they meet twice a month. So are you thinking of being ready for like the first want to get it done
First
at least a
meeting.
week ahead of time.
The first meeting in March is March 6th. The second meeting in March will be March 20th.
So while we're still off the record, for argument's sake, if we gave the attorneys 30 days to write their briefs, that would get it to us, get it to Lower Saucon 2 weeks beforehand, approximately 2 weeks before the next meeting. So we'd have time to digest.
You're saying we couldn't do it the March 6th?
No, you can get it to us by March 7th, March 8th, March 9th, in that ballpark.
Oh, for the second March.
And then we.
Oh, you're saying.
Why are you deciding that? Oh, they can do it earlier than that. Let's have the meeting on March 6th. 2 weeks, and 2 weeks to review.
Well, normally, for our attorneys who practice actively, it's difficult.
I'd like to hear from someone who's actually been a solicitor for more than 2 seconds.
Why is Mr. Karenci?
That's okay. Let's move forward.
Can you explain the process to us?
Sure. Well, this is still off the record, but the process is as follows. Normally, the lawyers will want to receive a transcript. So the stenographer would then have to type up the transcript and get it ready and get it out to them, which takes some time. Then they'd have to do whatever research they need to do, prepare the briefs in the appropriate format, and get them filed. It's not as simple as doing something, normally it's not as simple as doing something in half an hour. It's a process.
So our proposal would be, since we would roughly get, again, I'm not being on the spot.
You want us on the record now?
Oh, no, I'm fine with it now.
Okay.
I'm saying I don't want to put her on the spot about brief, but assuming we could get the transcript by the 21st, Attorney Dashler and I said we would be comfortable submitting by March 6th if council would entertain us for March 20th to reconvene. And if we could announce it tonight, we would save on having that.
Yes.
Yes. And that's because we both would like to have the benefit of the transcripts for it. Otherwise, Mr. Croce, I would want it to be more quickly, but I do think the transcript would be helpful in drafting it.
That's fine.
So I know you stepped out.
I've heard it. Yep, March 20th, you're waiting for the transcript.
Yes. And we will submit our briefs by March 6th.
Okay.
And to be fair, we'll both submit it to Steve, and then he can disseminate it to both of us.
Works for me. That's fine. Okay. Now, before we go back on the record, let's address the view issue with the site visit issue. So for timing purposes, my concern would be I wouldn't want to do anything that would delay the process for the attorneys. And I understand your attorney here, so I understand your concern. So the concept would be, conceivably, first of all, when the conditional use application was filed, I believe there's a notation saying there's a permission to allow a township official on the property. But that being said, we can address that. No, agreed. I know. That's, but that being said, if it is, what I'm proposing, or what I'm talking about, at least out loud, is the concept would be that, at minimum, would be to Saucon Avenue to the Paper Street area. That's public. And we can do that. The probative value of that is up to various members of council if they want to come. I would propose we set a date and time. There's no requirement for anyone to come, but we have to address that.
Your conditional use application does not include the provision of rights of access.
Very well.
Like some other ones do. So I
Okay.
do agree with you, but other ones do.
I thought I did, but I didn't know. Okay, very
Oh,
well.
no, it does. I apologize, it's highlighted on the bottom. I apologize.
That's where I thought I saw it.
apologize.
We all make mistakes, it's fine.
I don't want to
You would say
misrepresent
Saucon
it.
Ave is a paper street section.
No, Saucon Ave is a public street.
It is, but you said paper.
Oh, I'm sorry if I
That's
did.
why
I
it's
apologize. Maybe I meant it's not a paper street. So at a minimum, we could have it at Saucon Avenue on a public street and avoid any issues. What I would think would make more sense is to be able to at least minimize, go to the paper streets and then see if there would be access onto the property itself. And I understand if the applicants or
Well, wouldn't, I'm not going to say your last name again, wouldn't Victoria be able to just traverse down Saucon on her own?
she would, except if we reach a stipulation that council do not object to having individual members go down the public street to look on their own.
Well, I don't think we can prevent that.
I know, but then I wouldn't want an issue of somebody raising some issue saying it was improper because you did a view on your own, because I've seen that issue before. So if the issue is, we can place on the record, there's no objection to having any member of council drive on Saucon Avenue to take a look at the property from a public area. I don't think you can really prevent that, but if we put on the record, then we avoid the entire problem. We don't need a specific deal. From your end, would that work for sure? We're still off the record, so, but would that work?
I think it would work as long as, you know, understanding, I did want to just have a good idea of where the cell tower would be located. But I will work with what I have.
And not more than 2 council members should go at the same time, or you're gonna have a quorum.
Correct.
Well, you want to make my,
Well, I want to mention.
Can we put that on the record?
Yeah, we're not back on the record.
Right, but we can go back.
Right, and what I anticipate would happen is each individual member would be their own car. But
That's what I was.
that's,
Can I ask a question?
we're still off the record.
Yeah,
Go
we're
ahead.
still off the record. Okay, so the township does own the property that the water tower is on. So we would also be able to not only go up Saucon, but also, I would think the township wouldn't have an objection for us to go up the driveway. And, because according to the maps that I've seen, you're looking at the water tank, the cell tower would be like over there. So at least we'd be able to see.
I think as township officials, as long as we'd be entitled to go on.
I would think so.
Is the property posted no trespassing? And if it is, by us going there, are we somehow encouraging the public to go out there and do the same thing?
I don't know if it's good.
Mark, can you check to see if the water authority would mind, since we own the property, if we could go there? You know, go up the driveway?
I get you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go back on the record and enter it into a stipulation. We're back on the record, we addressed various scheduling issues and other issues. First of all, with regard to briefs and when we're going to reconvene, the lawyers are asking for transcripts, which will be provided in due course. The attorneys are to provide their briefs by March 6th. Close the business of March 6th, does that work for the council? It can be filed via email and sent directly to my office, and then I will take care of disseminating it to members of Lower Saucon Council.
And back to us, because we're going to line to you. We're going to just send directly to you, and then you'll give me advice, and you'll give Mike mine.
You can do that, or you can just copy each other.
No, that's what we were saying. We wanted to do it at the same time. I think is what you're saying.
Very well. Yes, I'd be happy to disseminate it to everybody.
I thought that's what he was asking. That's what I thought you were asking.
Yes, that's fine.
And then we also had an off-the-record discussion about the possibility of a view or a site visit. And I believe we reached a stipulation where the attorneys have agreed that members of Lower Saucon Council and their representatives are free to drive on, at a minimum, the public street of Saucon Street. Saucon Avenue, I apologize. And to the extent permissible on other township property, with the stipulation that they would do this on their own time and there would be no issue, or there would, the representatives of the township would make sure that there would be no sunshine violation.
Yes, but they also should be going on their own and not meeting with the neighbors either while they're out there.
Yes, as part of that stipulation, the concept is they would go, whoever's interested would go, drive on the public street, look around, and then not interact with anybody else. That's agreeable to you, Attorney Durso?
That's agreeable to me, yes.
Is that agreeable to you, Attorney Durso?
Yeah.
And for members of council,
Can I ask another question? If the person that lives on the corner on lot 11, who happens to, since it's a paper street, he has rights to half of Greenwich Avenue? He's already.
I would recommend and I would direct council to not have any interaction with neighbors while you're doing this, because nothing good will happen.
Okay.
Attorneys, is that agreeable?
It is.
As to where we are, is there anything else we need for the record for today?
I don't have anything else.
Not for me.
I appreciate you giving us the full time so that we can
So we're clear, the record will remain open just for the limited purposes we talked about.
And you did say we were reconvening on the 20th?
We're reconvening on the 20th, so
We don't have that time.
yes, we do not have that.
Yeah, March 20th.
And that meeting is just for attorneys to do closing
Correct. The concept will be, we will have had your briefs, we will have reviewed them, there'll be closing arguments, no additional live testimony, and then we would have 45 days from that day to make a decision.
Yes, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't bringing any.
Perfect. There's no obligation for you to bring it in.
Thank you.
Okay, very well. Thank you. And with that,
Mr. Guzzi,
before we close,
who takes custody of the exhibits? You? Okay. I have sure, I have like the raised seals that you can provide. I'll take those. Thank you.
We have the discussion on vistas at Long Ridge Development, which is Long Ridge Drive and Royal Valley Lane. The township has received complaints from some of the homeowners in the Long Ridge Development living on Long Ridge Drive and Royal Valley Lane. These residents have asked to address council. Who's representing the homeowners?
good evening.
Would you like to sit up front here?
We're good. We're good.
You sat for a long time.
Yeah, we did. So,
I know.
and we would ask ahead of time for 10 minutes if we may. But my name is Matthew Mealy. That's M-I-N-I-E-L-L-Y. And with me are Carrie Magram. That's C-A-R-Y-M-A-G-A-R-A-M. And to my right is Chris Rooney. Chris with a K, K-R-I-S. And we represent 3 of a group of 6 of the homes that are currently occupied out of a total of 7.
How many again? How many?
So there's 7 homes that have been built by our builder, Rotelli. We represent 3 of the 6. Unfortunately, you know, the other 3 couldn't be here due to work conflicts, but I'm sure right now they're enjoying the comfort of their own beds. So with that, I did send to you guys in advance of this meeting a lot of detail around that had visual and empirical evidence of the issues that we're surfacing. I would like to note that we did write a letter to council, and we appreciate your response today. We heard from all council members, the township manager, Brian was out, the township engineer were out at the house and assessing some of our issues. So ultimately, we're here to seek your support in holding the builder and our development accountable to both the quality of their product and to the environmental issues that they're creating for our community. And I do apologize that we are going to talk about decibel levels and stormwater again, so 5 hours of that wasn't enough. We're certainly aware that when you build a new home, it can be stressful at times, but it should be fun and rewarding, especially in our community where we have 6 young families with 8 children. Unfortunately, our collective experiences have not been fun nor fulfilling, and they've been incredibly stressful. We all carry tremendous resentment towards our decision to build in this community, and it's impacting our individual health and wellness, personal relationships, and our professional work product. It's really overtaking our lives. In the documents that I had sent to you, outlined some high-level information, but we're not here to address nits and gnats and the normal stuff that would occur when you build a new home, like nail pops and stuff like that. There are serious deficiencies to the critical infrastructure of our homes to make them sustainable, long-term, and a safe environment to raise our families. There's one place on earth that you should be safe, and that's in your home, and none of us feel safe in our home. Third-party inspectors have supported our claims, and they have identified serious deficiencies in our home's construction and in the building code as well. Grading, and again, township manager and Brian have come to look at grading issues in our community. All of us have serious grading issues in our community. Mr. Magram's lot, from the original plans, his driveway was moved about 25 feet, which now the stormwater coming off of his lot at the top of the hill misses the inlet or the culverts, and it actually comes right down the road and into my lot. Okay, so with 2/10 of an inch of rain, I'm getting water into my basement. Okay, when we had the rain and the snow combo melt about 3 weeks ago, I had 5 or 6 inches of rain or of measurable water in my basement. Call the builder, non-responsive. So you know the bulk of the development's water ends up in my lot versus being diverted to the detention pond that is designed. Quite frankly, I have 2 inlets right inside of, right in the front of my lot that haven't seen rainwater because it just totally bypasses it. Additionally, one fix that the builder
one haphazard fix, I should mention, the builder did deploy, was to redirect my sump pit to discharge out the back of the property into the protected wetlands. Where my property sits, it's adjacent to a 7.5 acre natural protected wetlands. And we've metered that discharge, and over the last month, we're discharging 35 gallons per minute. That's 50,000 gallons a day. Okay, that's 350,000 gallons a week and 1.5 million gallons per month. You just do the math, if we continue at that rate, that's 18 million gallons of stormwater that we're discharging out of my lot into the natural protected wetlands. So just to put an order of magnitude on that, that's 38 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So other impacts impacted by our grading issues are Lot 3, which is next to Carrie's, Lot 9, which is Mr. Rooney's, and Lot 16, which is at the same level as mine. We've got septic issues, although thankfully, due to this body, you guys were able to remedy for me. Actually, as of today, the septic was deemed by the SEO to be fully operational. So I've been in the house 76 days, and my septic failed 42 times, and there's empirical evidence in some of the pictures there. So we had the alarm went off 42 times, 76 days, and the builder told me everything's okay. Okay, everything is not okay when that happens 42 times. The first time it rained, it was an unusual occurrence, and then the fifth time it rained, it was normal for this time of year. So they're just kind of all over the map. The other thing that actually came to light yesterday, I had asked Hanover Engineering for anything regarding my septic tank, because it had the alarms and so forth, and I was given this on-site sewage maintenance agreement, which I was never aware of. This is agreement between the developer, the builder, and the township. And it states the requirements of what should happen in the septic system.
When's that dated?
This is dated, this is signed, this is drafted by Barry Lincoln Treadwell, and it is dated or executed on the 11th day of April 2022.
2022?
Correct. This was never disclosed to me as a condition of closing of my home, and there's, quite frankly, when you look at, there's serious deficiencies. Actually, the builder didn't adhere to
Who
those.
signed that?
So it is in your packet, but we will go to the back. So Mr. Vanonis, I think you signed this one, and RB Dwellings property owner, and there was 2 witnesses, and I don't know their names. But this is an agreement that states the sewage maintenance requirements of my lot. It's basically, I have to hire someone to come in every 6 months and check it because it's a highly sophisticated drip system and so forth. There's actually one other known system to date. Actually, yours was supposed to be one, Mr. Rooney's was supposed to be one, however, he opted to do the traditional gravity fed. Lot 7, that's the individual who failed to participate in our information, is also subject to adherence of this, but in similar fashion, I would suspect that owner is not aware of the requirements. The key requirement is that the owner shall retain an installation contractor who has the appropriate training and experience with all system components and is approved by a manufacturer as an installer of the drip system. I actually called American Manufacturing today, very helpful. The individual that was contracted by the builder is not an authorized provider. So I have serious concerns, even though the septic was mitigated today. And again, thank you, Brian, to Chris Taylor, who was out there every day for the last week. Mark, I've talked to. You guys are probably tired of hearing about it, but thank you for addressing that. Electrical issues. All of our homes have serious electrical issues, right? So Mr. Magram's house, you could be sitting in it and half of it should just shut off, okay? Another house across the Vaco residence, that's lot 10, without a PP&L service interruption, it just goes dark. When we have, in my home, when we have a surge, power goes out, I have to go resell the breakers. Now the breakers don't trip, but when the power comes on, I can see all the neighbors' homes, I have to go turn them off, turn them on to get all my lights and my utilities. So that is not, I don't know how it passes inspection, because that is not normal. It's just not normal. HVAC. 4 of the 6 homes have HVAC issues. Mr. Magram we'll talk to you in a few minutes about his issues. 3 of them, including mine, never had their furnaces connected to the propane, so they could never heat the house. So I want to know how that passed inspection and was given a CO. It's impossible for that to happen. Gary, again, we'll talk shortly about his situation. Foundation. So this is where it gets interesting. 5 of the 6 homes have serious foundation cracks. 5 of 6. That's Hall of Fame material, but it's not a Hall of Fame I want to be part of. Again, speaking for my situation only, I notified the builder over 75 days ago that I was taking on water in my basement through the foundation cracks. Crickets. Never heard a thing. 2 homes in our development, lot 3 and myself, have had measurable water in the basement, and again, Bones points for me, it's happened twice. Subflooring issues, Chris has been dealing with this for about 5 months now, but his subflooring, both the 1st and 2nd floor, were finally, you have a third-party inspector out there deemed deficient. I mean, you could walk on it, it's like a trampoline, it makes all sorts of noises. And again, you've been fighting with the builder for over 5 months to rectify it. And you know, these are some of our issues. I'm gonna yield now to Carrie and Chris to finish off, but we're asking for your guys' help. You've had an incredible impact on our situations to date. We're just asking to keep that momentum and hold these guys accountable. You know, we've made, as a group, about $9 million worth of personal investment in this community into our homes, and we're looking at a big loss situation right now.
Okay. Just your name for the record.
So Carrie Magaram, first name C-A-R-Y, last name is M-A-G-A-R-A-M. Thank you very much for hearing me out. Vice President Ray fortuitously mentioned decibel level of 60, about the sound of conversation, the human voice. My wife and I have been experiencing banging noise coming from our HVAC beneath the main bedroom floor. We've been dealing with this since April of last year. We took possession of our home March 31st, 2023. We've made the complaint 3 days in. Here we are, 11 months. The issue has yet to be diagnosed, identified, fixed by Rotelli, by their subcontractor HVAC company, Kenridge Mechanical. They have made every single excuse as to why they can't fix it. We've gotten quotes from other people as high as $10,000 without the drywall work that would need to be done to rip out and then replace the drywall. I'm not sleeping. We have a toddler. My wife doesn't sleep. She has medical complications post-pregnancy that have been severely exacerbated by this issue. This has become, as Matt alluded to before, the second job that none of us wanted. It's affecting us in such severe ways. Just watching what Matt's had to go through, hearing what Chris has gone through, what all of our neighbors go through. My biggest fear is what we don't know. What are we going to find? I feel like we're all living in an episode of The Twilight Zone, The Black Mirror, for those of you that are younger. I feel like it's a bizarre reality where I don't know what I'm going to turn up next, what expenses that I'm going to have to incur, because time after time we're being told by Rotelli, in my opinion, falsely, that these are not warrantable issues, they are not warrantable per our contract, and they are simply just trying to get away with doing a very poor job for a home that I paid $1.1 million for. I'm not the son of a rich man. I've worked my whole life to get where I am. I come from a blue-collar family. Mother was a teacher, 35 years, New York City Department of Education, teaching special education children. My father ran his own business, came here, a Latvian immigrant, 40 years ago, built himself up from nothing. And we came here to Hellertown for a better life. Moved all over the country, came back home with my daughter, with my wife, to be close to my family. We chose Hellertown because of the safety, schools, great place to live, and the community's been wonderful so far. Again, just giving us the time up here speaks to the integrity of everyone that lives here, calls Lower Saucon home. But if we don't stop Rotelli now, my big greatest fear for not only myself, for Chris, for Matt, for the people that are moving in, they're putting up lots right now, and I don't want these poor people to suffer like I've suffered, like my wife suffered, like the Rooneys, Manialis, and every other family, frankly, in this development. Thank you.
Did you also want to go?
Just, yes, please. Chris Rooney, 2605 Long Ridge. Just want to reiterate, we're not here to sit here and help, ask for your help in minor things, right? We've, as both alluded, I've lived in Lehigh Valley for a very long time. My wife, you know, and my goal is to build up a life here in Lower Saucon. We made that goal when we, you know, in Easton 8 years ago, and here we are. We're not asking for help in you know, the nail pops. We don't want the people that are unsuspectively moving in right now to go through what we're going through. And you know, the big issues, the grading, we want to make sure the builder is doing what they're saying they're doing, and that you know, the township and zoning are holding them accountable, you know, to their actions, because I think as of right now they're greatly not. So you know, we appreciate it. As I said, any help we would appreciate, and thank you for letting us speak tonight.
I'm so sorry you're having these issues, but I would also like to hear from the manager, the engineer, solicitor, for any ideas for us for what we can do.
You have pictures, can you scroll, or who's controlling that? If you just scroll down a few,
And I apologize, I was alluding before to a level of decibels that was uncovered to 60 decibels. I've measured the loudness of the noise, the banging, as you know, very commonly as over 75 decibels, and as frequent as every 10 seconds. So imagine sitting in your bed night after night, every single night, working 10 hours a day, taking care of a toddler, get to see my wife maybe 30 minutes if I'm lucky, and then we just sit there angry, just hearing every 10 seconds. That's been our life for the last 11 months. So,
Okay. Well, I'm going to hold council questions until we hear from the manager and the engineer and the solicitor.
I don't understand. I need to ask them some questions. I'm not
You will,
exactly sure that I
after we hear
understand.
from the process is to hear our consultants.
I have a question for the people that are before us with the complaint. I'm trying to understand what the complaint is, so why don't we?
Allowed to ask their question.
So why don't I get the answer to that, so that I have a better understanding
you're elected
of what the
officials,
manager and what the engineer is going to tell me?
Doesn't matter. Go ahead, Jason. Go right ahead. Just do what you want.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to understand a little bit here, this septic agreement that we have, okay? You talked about that. That pertains to the development to the original owner. Was that ever disclosed to you at the time when you purchased your home?
You said no.
no, this was never disclosed to me. Actually, I got it from Mr. Chris Taylor, who works for Brian at Hanover Engineering. He's the
CEO,
SEO, sewer enforcement officer, whatever. And he's spent more time in my tank in the last week than he'll want to admit. But no, it was never disclosed to me by the builder, nor would, none of it. They don't have drip systems. The only other one currently installed is Lot 7, who is not participating.
And your septic system is the drip system.
My septic system is the drip system that's alarmed off 42 times in 76 days. But it works fine.
So I looked at the agreement. What stands out to me is it says the owner shall annually renew for the life of the system a maintenance contract with an authorized provider, shall annually provide a copy of that to the township. And that was executed on May 13, 2023, and it should have been renewed to us by May 13, 2023. Did you ever get any sort of system maintenance information from the builder?
No, sir. We also, the builder did not disclose the location of the seepage pit as well, and I know Mark and Brian have seen it, but there's a seepage pit that's basically square in the back of my yard, which is not to the grading plan, which encumbers my ability to do anything with the lot. No swimming pools, no decks, no nothing. So, you know, no, the builder didn't disclose anything. And quite frankly, I bought the model home. My home was built when it was sold to me, so they had the information to disclose. On Carrie's drawings, the tentative location was disclosed to him, and you know, yes, this has never been disclosed. I know you're focused on the sewer septic agreement.
Right, but the other question I have is in number 4 within that agreement on page 2, it talks about within a month of the transfer to the new owner, which would be you guys. That's bought the home here. there should be a meeting with the service provider to review the operation and maintenance of the system, so that never occurred either.
Never heard.
All right.
You know, so I met with the excavator, which is not certified to put this in, only because I was having alarm issues and they were, you know, kicking the can down the road. But I didn't meet with them in the formal capacity regarding this document, if that's your question.
Yeah. So I'm going to say something here, and I'm not trying to pass the buck at all, but it seems to me like your recourse may be against the builder, obviously. But have you had conversations with your realtor that was involved in this?
I have.
Okay, and can you share with us what the outcome, what those discussions were?
Throughout this horrible journey in the last 20 days, a lot of documents have been shared by Mr. Hudson, Mr. Cochard, some of his colleagues, Wilkinson Engineering, who did the original developer work and so forth, and we're seeing all these drawings for the first time, and there's disclosures that should have been made to us that never were. Quite frankly, if I would have known there was a seepage bed in my backyard, I wouldn't have bought the property. If I would have known this agreement exists, I wouldn't have bought the property. So to answer your question regarding the realtor, is when I saw new information that I was unaware of, I contacted my realtor, who was the kind of the liaison for the builder, and I said, Chris, Chris Delvecchio is my realtor, have you ever seen this document before? This is all new information to me, and she was totally like, no. She specifically asked the builder, this individual, my buyer wants to put a pool in, we need all of the lot diagrams and so forth, the approved lot diagrams, and we were given stuff with stuff redacted, essentially.
So your realtor, was that a realtor that was both buyer and seller realtor?
No, she represented me only. They had a Cindy Jacobs, their seller, seller taken.
So I'm looking at paragraph 14 of this agreement, and there's some favorable language in there with regard to the township and the recourse that the township has against the builder, including going after them for enforcement of this, as well as fees that are incurred as a result of it. Do you know if, you said it was Rotelli was the builder, although...
RV dwellings, they have this little shell game, this is their, you know, how it works, but this is their LLC, if you will, for this particular development.
Got it. Do you know if, are they still in existence? Are they defunct? Are they?
No, they are. So this is why we kind of we have some asks of the council. They're halfway through the development. So I was number 6 out of it. There's 7. I think there's 7 of us.
Yeah.
There's 7 of us. I think 1 was closing or just closed. So there might be 8, but there's 17 lots in our side of the development. So there's 9 homes left to construct.
Thank you. I appreciate those details are very helpful. Thank you for the courtesies.
Just like to ask, I don't mean to be, what is a seepage bed?
Seepage bed, so what it is where I come from, we call them use trials, but you guys call them gutters. Gutters go into downspouts, and then they go into a subterranean. Brian, I'm going to look at you. What do they connect into?
There's a pipe then that goes, after the downspouts are all connected, there's a pipe that goes out to a large hole that's filled with big stone.
With stone, okay.
And if you look at my lot, it was supposed to be at the southeast corner of the lot, next to the property line, and it is
Smack in the middle.
dead center. And by the way, the builder did declare that the connector, whatever tube it's called, was broken, and that's what the sump pit, which created some of the flooding, was actually the sump pump, was discharging into its own pit, so it was creating a recycling effect, so you can never catch up. You're just treading water, and you know it happened on. Someone was talking January 17th or whatever, I forget exactly what date, but you know, our plumbers, you know, had a $5,000 bill, and the builder agreed that it was their fault, and they won't even pay for the bill to clean up. It's just, so we're incurring costs, and you know, we do understand that there, to your point, Mr. Bononis, that there is recourse that we can pursue outside of this body, but we think there was, and we're not here to point fingers, but we think there was a general lack of oversight regarding coding. We've had third parties inspectors in. I had an electrician in, and he goes, I don't know what's wrong with this box. It's new technology, but it's not working. You should never have a situation where your power surges and then you have to go reset breakers all the way down. I can't go on vacation, we talked about how it's impacted work. I had 2 business trips. I am the CFO of a large company, and I've had to cancel 2 business trips. And it's starting to impact my work. It's impacted Carrie's work last year. Chris is an independent business owner, works for himself, has some staff in the community, and it's just, it's awful.
Okay, so what can we do? It's getting the bewitching hour, and we want to help, but I don't know. I'd like to hear from you guys. What are our options? Like, what can we do for these people?
I did have an as-built, just to add one more point. I did share with Mark and Brian this morning. I did have an as-built drawing, which is, someone at the township puts together, there's a sewer plan and there's a grading plan that's approved by the township engineers. They're supposed to build to that plan. I actually went and did a third-party inspection to measure where that as-built was, and we're off on the grade. Brian can speak more articulate than I can, but we're off 2 feet in some instances, and that's where it's kind of coming in. The water actually can get so high in a 1-inch rain where it comes over my foundation into the floor joist, and through. So I've got mold issues. I've got a 7-month-old at home, and all the builder does is they smile or they're just not responsive. So I've sent that to Brian for review for some help and why have a plan to manage stormwater if you're not going to enforce it? That's one of the questions we have.
Okay, so what are our options?
So what
I know we can write a letter, but what else can we do?
What I'll begin with, just in terms of some background for council, the operation and maintenance agreement that you see was a requirement of council during the re-subdivision process for Long Ridge to handle situations like this for the drip irrigation systems. Drip irrigation systems are I'm going to say relatively new. It's not like it's a year, but it's relatively new, so there's some complexities to that, which is why council thought ahead and thought we should have some kind of agreement like that. That's why that agreement exists. What our responsibilities and what we can do to help, I guess, is a better way that the solicitor is going to have to weigh in on that. The driveway issues, I did look at when you had sent the email about driveways being off by X number of feet. I did go back very quickly and just see if I could confirm that with the latest aerial I had from the county, which was 2023, and looked at the approved grading plans for the lot. That's very important, for the lot. And they were fairly close.
So yeah, on Carrie's lot, his approved grading plan for the lot is close to where his driveway is. Mm-hmm. But where the stormwater system was put in by the developer, which predates any changes made to that lot, he's got the drains are uphill.
Okay. Well,
right, so his driveway was meant to be straight and drain into that stormwater. Now that it's moved, there's no drains anymore. So his water comes out of his driveway right down the street into my lot.
And I haven't looked at specifics other than some specifics on Matt's lot, just because he was the one that I had contact with. What I can say is that these issues that are related to the road, even though it's a private road, and the storm sewer system, the township is holding financial security from the developer, BT Stonewood. And they have to put the wearing course on yet, the road isn't done. So now that they brought some of these issues to our attention, like maybe the driveways are directing water out into the road as opposed to keeping in the roadside swale, we'll be able to address that with the developer before he gets security releases or anything like that.
How much is in escrow though? Is it so little that they'll walk away from it, or how much money?
I think it's over 100,000.
My lot, by some estimates, maybe 150,000 to fix.
No, not that. I think Tom asked how much as the developer, not the builder. The developer put in escrow, just by memory, it's over 100,000.
Okay.
Yeah. And we did check on that letter of credit, I think, today, and it's all okay.
It's what?
It's okay.
It's there. The money's there.
The money's there.
And again, I don't remember the exact amount, I remember being around 100,000. So I think we can address those issues. What the ordinance doesn't really provide for with respect to some of the grading is the process to get a permit is very explicit. You know, they have to get an engineer, we have to review it, we do that. The end of verifying isn't real strong. That's
And there's no tickler system to know that they didn't miss the deadline or something to make them.
On the letter of credit, correct. I think it's.
No, I'm jumping ahead to.
Sorry.
Well, yeah, I guess that's my, you know, concern is what recommendations can we do to make sure we do have some back-end compliance? Because you see all these people, they come in here, they spend money, you know, you go over their plans, we talk. You know, I've been on planning, I was on planning for 8 years or whatever. We're always talking about the stormwater runoff gradings, you know, where the driveway is, how long the cul-de-sac is, all of this stuff, right? All this detail. And if they're just gonna be able to ignore it at the end of the day, what's the point? I mean, what's the point? We have to have something in place to enforce these things, because you're gonna have more things like this.
Yeah. For the public improvements, and even land developments, the ordinance is very explicit about the level of detail, Tom, you just described through planning. And the ordinance is very explicit about the amount of interaction the township engineer and then ultimately council has to make sure that that's done. It's not quite the same on the private lots.
Right.
If I could just jump in here. You know, we've got a rainy season, it's been a rainy winter, obviously. But spring is coming up, which is typically a rainier time. And I think we're up against the clock here to try to find some.
So we're up against the clock because of that issue with Mike, but these two are close to their 1-year warranty issues.
Yes.
And they've just been getting the runaround.
My thoughts on this are, you know, we have another meeting coming up on February 21st. I think that the township manager, township engineer, and zoning officer and solicitor should call a meeting with this developer and builder to go over the issues that we have here, and perhaps they will give us greater attention than they have to you as the property owners. And I think that meeting should be requested to take place before the February 21st meeting that council has, and then direct them to identify a solution to this problem no later than May 6th. If a solution is not reached or provided to us by May 6th.
May 6th or
I'm sorry, March 6th, thank you. That, you know, if you look at paragraph number 15 of this agreement, I'm just talking about a stormwater issue. This is our, you know, this is how we can, I think, enforce some of this. The township shall fully utilize, that means must, fully utilize the legal authority set forth herein and the powers it possesses through enabling statutes to effect the purposes of this agreement. So I think you tell them, if you don't do this by March 6th, you're going to be in litigation, and you know, you may want to get lawyers involved in this too to pursue it. But certainly, I think the township can have the solicitor be involved in this litigation. Hopefully, have a full-time solicitor by that point. I don't know if we will, but I think that you know, time is of the essence. You've been dealing with this. You've got a 1-year warranty issue deadline coming up, and it's truly regrettable what you're dealing with. And like to Tom's point, why do we do any of this stuff, right? If they can just, you know, ignore it, what's the purpose in having any of this land development approvals and everything else if there's no teeth to it? So I think the teeth to it is paragraphs 14 and 15 of the agreement, at least with regard to the stormwater issues that are there, the septic systems and stormwater issues that are here.
Right, and we do have some development possibly coming up, right? The 412 was rezoned, and then there's, you know, the planning commission looked at a plan from St. Luke's to build there. You know, we have some stuff to worry about with you know, stormwater management and stuff like that. And I think council should, I mean, not a dime of that escrow money should be sent out to the developer until full satisfaction. That money should not be touched.
Can we put a hold on that, or by directive, or?
What I think put a lien on it. What I think makes the most sense at this point is this: is they've raised their concerns. I think they've acknowledged that the township has acted promptly and appropriately.
I think, yeah, and I think, yeah.
And I say this, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, some other places would say, hey, this is your problem, you have an issue with the homeowner, figure it out. And you've got the exact opposite, which is great, I agree. I think what you're hearing from the township is we're willing to help. I think what we need to do, and what my recommendation would be to council, is let's find out what we can do to help. Let's find out where we have escrows, where we don't have escrows. In the meantime, I'm not your lawyer, I can't be your lawyer, I won't be your lawyer, but you should consider doing something.
I mean, we're there.
We're there. I understand. But I think that makes the most sense. And then it sort of ties into what Mr. Bernodis was saying, is let's get a time frame, and let's get a reasonable time frame. You know, we can't say we'll do this by such and such day, and then we don't do it, and that doesn't help anybody. But what I would recommend is let us look into it, let us report back. Let us report back informally to you or formally to the board or both, and then see what we can, see what's available.
Yeah. No, we
For the next agenda.
appreciate that. Because
On the next agenda, and we want to try to get this resolved before your annual date comes up, you know, and
Mine's March 29th for me.
Yours?
not there yet.
Oh,
it's an issue for him.
Yeah, it's mostly for me.
well, we'll do the best we can,
Thank you.
and we have some,
Appreciate that.
you know,
I think
questions
What
here.
about my thought
Ask my
about,
question.
my thought about actually having township staff meet with the builder and the developer?
We just agreed to that.
I think the concept would be, assuming we have,
He talked about what recourse do we have, looking into that, not so much meeting with the builder and developer. I think both should happen. You need to find out what's our recourse and what levers do we have. And in addition to that, meeting with them and bringing to their attention the fact that this is now on our radar and that we're going to be giving this very strong attention.
right, well, here's what I was suggesting, and here's what I think makes the most sense of the circumstances. Let's find out what we can do first. I think conceptually, I personally have no objection to meeting with the builder as quickly as possible, but I want to know what we can do. What I don't want to do is rush into a meeting with the builder and not have our ducks in a row, and then have them say, well, you can't do anything about it, and now you guys are held high and dry. And we haven't
I appreciate that, but we've got enough third-party inspections, they're not building the code. So, I don't know how.
But then, when they don't build the code, you might have, that's the claim you might have against the homeowner. We're willing to come and help you, but, you know, certainly that's the impression, that's where we're
So
coming from.
who oversees code enforcement in this township?
You should. It would be me and Jim, but the code, so the home inspections are done by a third-party inspector. They give us a report that everything was completed and they inspected everything and everything was inspected satisfactorily. That's when we then issue the CO, because we have the report from the third-party inspector, which is identified by the township.
And who is that third-party inspector? Because I understand that the third-party inspector that did mine was removed from township duties. You guys.
No, we have base engineering and we have key codes.
Key code. I was told that they were no longer doing. I don't know.
No, they still, we haven't changed.
Okay. Yeah.
I think Rotelli may have changed who they were using.
Okay.
But we haven't changed who we use as the township. So we get the report from one of those two organizations that everything has passed. So we may need to bring them into this, we will need to bring them into this also. Because they do the actual inspections. They inspect the electric, they inspect the walls to make sure they're, 16-inch centers, all that kind of stuff. So we'll bring them into that also. We will get everyone, if you can give me an email for everyone, I will get everyone their approved grading plan. So they have what was actually approved by Brian. And we can do that as quickly as possible.
That was one issue that caused a problem on my lot. So the septic plan was done by one engineering firm, the grading plan was done by another, and they don't talk to each other, they're different. So while the grade... No, the grading plan that final grading plan that you sent me, and then the final grading plan that Chris Taylor goes, the septic plan. Septic plan had the seepage bed in the center of my yard, which the septic plan is not the governing document of the grading. So the two engineering firms weren't collaborating, so that's what created some issues with my lot, because the excavator told me this morning, when he was at my property fixing the septic, he goes, well, I put it where it said it on the septic plan. I'm like, well, that's for the septic, the seepage bed relates to grading, here's the final grading plan, 40 feet away.
Okay, well.
Can we go get an update at our February meeting, you know, about, even if they haven't had time to meet with the builders yet, at least an update as to all these things at our next meeting?
Yeah, I have it on our,
Yeah,
to
we
put it
just
on our
said,
agenda.
we just clarified that we're having an update on the 21st, and you guys behind the scenes do what you need to do and report back to us, and, you know, make sure they're aware that, you know, we have a February 21st meeting. The next meeting is, well, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but they need to come up with a solution to this. We mean business.
May I make two more points? And the first is, even though I have a different septic system, the tanks are identical, and the failure on my tank was the intake boot. We all have the same intake boot, so we all have a concern that our septics being installed by the same person were installed incorrectly. So I have actually digital metering that I can monitor, and I can tell the difference in my usage versus what the tank's producing. These guys do not. So they might have seepage out of their tanks that are creating an environmental hazard that we don't know about, because typically what we found in our development, we've got 5 out of 6 foundation cracks, right? So the same person did the foundations, they're all cracking, right? The same person did the septics. Our concern is from an environmental perspective, are these intake boots gonna crack, or were they misinstalled in all the tanks, not only the other, so that's one concern. And then the other concern is environmental, by the natural wetlands. By me, it's been absolutely decimated, so who pays for the reclamation of that? Because the stormwater plan is not being adhered to, and it's just, and you know, quite frankly, I can't wait for the next rainstorm. I set my alarm every 90 minutes to go downstairs to make sure I'm not taking on water. That's not healthy. And so we need to shut we need to let them know that we're watching, shut them down, whatever, because we've got a $500,000 problem we're dealing with right now. My lot alone's 150 grand. I don't want $1.5 million to $2 million problem with our whole development.
Okay, well, thank you for waiting, and I apologize for the length of our other hearing,
we
but.
actually learned a lot.
We
It was, if the townships ever out of money, you guys can sell that to Bravo.
Victoria?
Thank you. Can we just make sure that, I think all of the independent inspection reports, can we make sure that our third-party inspection companies receive those reports, and that they can answer to why there are such grave discrepancies?
Yeah, so we actually had them, we shared one with actually the township, and we were told that the building code is subjective and open to interpretation.
Right.
Can you share,
Yes,
you
we
shared
will.
one today, can you give me the other third party?
Yeah, we
Whatever you
I don't
have.
know if we're gonna call it third party vendor. Independent.
Independent, sorry.
That's okay.
I would say that all independent inspections for whatever, you know, HVAC or your septic or your home, the building structure, all of them, all of the property owners, there's 6 of you, you have, whatever you have, can you give it to us so that we can at least approach the third parties?
Yep.
When when the township deems it necessary, and I just want to say I am very, very sorry to hear about all of these problems. And I hope that we can find a solution.
You said, can I be recommended? You said there's 9 lots they're still trying to sell, or how's that?
So there's 9 homes to be built, all but 2 are sold. And so, you know, I've been told that they can't fix my lot because it's not the right time to grade and stuff like that. Meanwhile, they're across the street at lot 13, they're up the hill at lot 2, they're grading like nonstop to keep their cash flow going.
One way to get their attention might be, you would degrade your property value, devalue your property value in the small terms. I put a sign somewhere saying, you know,
Yeah, so
they're warning people who are coming to look at that.
So we
that
did
they're
that.
having problems.
We did that, and the developer made us to take it down.
Yeah, I
Well, now, what are you talking about?
I was silenced by the developer, I put my
How?
sign.
Is it in your yard?
It was in my yard. So Rotelli controls our HOA right now for our contract. So Rotelli went to my HOA president, Mark Taylor, who's the head of the developer, and demanded that I take my sign. It had no foul language. It said, ask me about my experience dealing with Rotelli with that house. I can send you guys the file of what that was with my phone number, because I wanted to warn people what we went through. And then that's what their intention was. Their intention lies on removing my sign, not making sure he doesn't have a swimming pool in his driveway.
Does the HOA agreement, so they haven't turned it over yet to a community-based, community board. The HOA agreement that you have, does it include a prohibition on signage?
I would say the language is ambiguous. He said that it does, and he said, basically my conclusion of that meeting was that there are no.
Sure, he doesn't want the sign. I'm sure they don't want the signs because it affects their ability to sell.
Yes.
The question I have is, do they have any legal authority to force you to take that sign down under the HOA agreement? And if they don't,
put it up.
I mean,
Yeah,
put it
I'm
up.
not going to, because what he's telling me is $50 fines, but I don't care, fine me all day, it doesn't matter.
Right. He didn't go in your yard and take it out, right? They just
No.
told you to remove it.
No, the HOA emailed, I can send you the email that he sent me, he said you're gonna be fine.
I put it back up, I guarantee you.
Now you put it back up, too.
I'm gonna put it back up, actually.
Okay, so Laura, you have anything to comment?
No, I just hope that we can help.
No, we
I
appreciate
think
it.
the inspection agencies, that either Base or Keystone, whoever did them, needs to be held accountable in some way too, because.
Even on the inspection of my HVAC, I was told 50 different things about what was a requirement, because it was in the basement, that's where the HVAC unit was, whether or not they needed to be insulated, and it wasn't properly, it was cheap materials, they stuffed, I find construction debris all the time, there were contractors in there, 2x4s and PVC pipe just shoved into my ceiling, and then the HVAC sub says, oh, it was Rotelli, they didn't build around the HVAC correctly. Nobody knows the problem. So and I'm just wondering how that passed inspection with that noise as loud as it was. Nobody was paying attention.
Violation of the noise.
Yeah, I mean, 60 decibels outdoors in the house. I got 75 in the house coming from the floor beneath me. I don't know. Someone must have been asleep when they were issuing that CO. I don't know.
Okay, well, like I said, we're gonna work on this, and thank you.
So what are the next measures, just so, can someone reiterate the next measures, like, do we need to be here at the next meeting, or someone will contact
We're
us?
happy to come.
Yeah, I'll let you know, we're not gonna sit through 5 hours of,
Hey,
real time.
You never know.
Stars, everybody gets a gold star.
I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank
thank
you
you all.
very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck. Okay, next we have Resolution 36-2024, approval of the 2024 amended proposed budget. It has been advertised as required and has been available to the public for 10-day review on the website and at the township building. The resolution has been prepared to adopt the final document, and with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 36-2024, approval of the 2024 amended proposed budget. Is there a second?
May I be heard?
Second. It will be Victoria. And council discussion, we'll start with Jason.
I had contacted Susie, and I guess this would now be 2 days ago, since it's after midnight, and I asked him in an email in writing with regard to township business items B, C, and D on the February 7, 2024 agenda, please advise in your legal opinion as interim solicitor if each item passes legal muster both procedurally and substantively if voted for approval by the majority council. Also, please advise if the budget and taxes approved by prior council in December 2023 remains in effect until any new budget is approved. What effect, if any, the December 2023 approved budget has on township expenses or obligations incurred and/or paid from January 1, 2024 until any new budget approved, and how many payments made so far in 2024 are reconciled with any new budget. And Mr. Mitsuzian wrote back to me now yesterday, and he said the following. Based on the lower Saucon Code, provisions for the budget are addressed in sections 5-14, which is attached. 53 PA Consolidated Statute annotated 68202 of the Second Class Township Code is also attached. provisions of both are somewhat similar. I have not reviewed the budget documents or the process in detail. That being said, there is nothing that would suggest a legal or procedural deficiency. If there is a specific question or concern that you have regarding the procedure, question mark, if there is a specific concern you have, please let me know. Then he goes on to say, there is nothing that I'm aware of that would prevent voting tonight. The amended budget must be adopted by February 15. Majority of council's vote would be controlling. For example, 3-2 vote would be controlling. The existing budget remains in effect until it is amended. If once the budget is amended, the amended terms control, no adjustments would have to be made for payments made. I believe a breakdown as to what the amended budget would change has already been provided to members of the council. However, I enclose another copy for you, and there's a link to the amended budget on the township website. I would just note that the packet that we have here today does not have the amended budget, but I want to confirm with Kathy that the proposed amended budget that was subject to authorization, this is back on January 17, 2022. That's what's before us today, right, Kathy?
The proposed amended budget that was presented by council earlier.
January 17th, or
Right.
Councilman January 17th. So I want to ask you some questions about that so that I understand this budget. So if you go to, this is under 439 Highway Construction, 01-439-600 Capital Construction, it goes on, and then there's a note, 01-439-600. It says Saucon Terrace project placed in general fund due to the timing of the contract. Where is that reflected in the general fund?
That is actually in the 2023
Yeah.
payments.
Yes, I have that.
So we, at the time of the 2023 budget, we budgeted $1,700,773.
So what was
In
that?
2023, year to date, at the time, we paid $1,032,149.35. And we were projecting by the end of 2023 to pay $1,071,000. The proposed budget has 0 in it because that project is complete. So,
With the Saucon Terrace project, as I recall, we originally budgeted $1 million, and when the bid came in, I think it was $380,000. It was the real number, correct? Remember we sent out for bid in December, the bid came back for Saucon Terrace. We originally had allocated $1 million in the budget,
oh,
and the actual bid that came in was $380,000. And I recall when Glenn Hill was here.
No, you're on.
that's Cherrywood. That's the Cherrywood paving
I'm
project.
sorry, Cherrywood, I'm saying Saucon Terrace.
That's why I'm getting confused.
So that's in the capital.
Cherrywood.
So that would have been in the capital fund, which we were transferring over $1 million to do that Cherrywood paving project, and I believe there was a couple other paving projects.
Originally, when we first started to look at it, it was Cherrywood, the very steep road over the top of Frederick, and
Peachtree, that triangle.
and there's that other little road there.
And I think at the time, we were trying to get the bid out. The engineer, Brian, had indicated that there was more work that needed to be done in engineering, and he wouldn't be able to get all of that completed on time.
That's right.
So there is a $700,000 or $600,000 difference between what is actually approved by council and what we budgeted. That doesn't mean that next year council will have that extra $600,000 in the budget to do Frederick and Peachtree. 2024, excuse me. They'll have the extra $600,000 in the capital fund to do Frederick and Peachtree if you want to.
Right. But again, where in the proposed budget is the $1 million for Cherrywood?
In the capital fund. That we actually had enough time to process it and put a major scale project like that.
And that figure has not been reduced.
No, it was not.
To reflect the The bid that came in, the successful winning bid that was approved by council for $380,000 for Cherrywood. So the proposed budget is inaccurate in that it allocates $1 million for Cherrywood. And the reality of it is the cost of the Cherrywood paving project is $380,000.
Well, I think what we need to understand is that this is a plan, not like Bible. You can change a professional consultant within the time period, you can change a project, whether it be more or less than what was budgeted.
Right.
Now, what we would have to do is if for whatever reason, we only do Cherrywood, then we would only spend the money that council had approved. We wouldn't spend any more. And then the following year, I would be saying, I would only transferred over the $370,000 to pay for Cherrywood. We didn't transfer over the full $1 million. Or I could come back to council and say, do you want me to transfer over the full $1 million to leave it in capital fund, and we can earmark that to a future road improvement project or something else that would need to be done.
But the $1 million was earmarked for Cherrywood, and we know that the number for Cherrywood is $380.
Right.
But yet the proposed budget that we have here is off by $620,000. Is that fair?
In actual expenses that have been approved by council, yes. But for budgetary purposes.
All right, so the budget's off by $620,000 because there's no other money that's needed to pay for Cherrywood because it's been bid, approved. So that's an inaccuracy that we're aware of. So if I'm looking at this correctly, the general fund expenses for 2024 are $10,882,478. Is that, am I correct?
The expenses listed in the general operating budget is 10 million. Actually, that's including transfers to the capital fund. The 10,000,008.
10.8 million is that $10,882,478 figure. So, get a calculator.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that my math is correct.
Sorry.
25% of that figure, am I correct that that's $2,720,619.50? 50 cents.
25% of the general operating budget is $2,720,619.50.
So I previously said at prior council meetings that I think that it's improper and illegal for this council to hold so much money in reserves. How much money are in reserves?
Currently, we have 6.3 million that's identified as restricted. And at the end of 2023, we have 5 million that was in our general savings, which 3 million is to stay in there, and the 2 million will probably be recommending to help pay for the Eastern Road Ball Field.
Right. So what's the total then that we have in reserves?
As of December 31st, 2023, we had 11,354,000 that had not been, or 9,354,000, excuse me, 9,354,000 that's either restricted or reserved, that's not identified for any project or any capital or general operating expenses.
So what we have in reserves is more than 3 times that 25% figure that I referenced earlier, more than 3 times the 2.7 million, right?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry.
Well, again, I think it's improper, I think it's illegal to have a budget that is inaccurate by $620,000 that's being considered here. And I also think it's improper and it's illegal to continue to tax Lower Saucon residents when we're sitting on $9.354 million in reserves, when the 25% of the expenses is $2.7 million. Now,
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, I think Jason's correct. And again, I don't know why we're raising taxes from the tax cut that was approved in December, even the fire services tax, when we have over $9 million in the bank. I think it's just confiscating residents' money for just to keep in a township bank account and collect some interest. It belongs to the residents, belongs to the taxpayers. It should be left in their pocket. They're the ones that did all the hard work to earn the money. And why we're confiscating it at this rate, ridiculous rate, makes no sense. And if it's illegal, then it should be handled.
Okay, you finished, Tom?
Yes.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. Kathy, what was our total tax millage rate for 2021?
2021?
Yes, do you remember?
I believe it was 5.14.
It was 5.14 for 2021. 2022, what was the total? 2022 was 5.14. 2023, what was it? In October of 2023, when a budget for 2024 was proposed by the prior council, what was the proposed total millage rate for the township?
The administration proposed a budget at 5.14.
Okay, and what is the total proposed millage rate that we're considering right now to finally approve?
5.4.
Thank you, that's all I got.
Okay. Laura?
Okay, so Victoria's pointing out there has been no tax increase.
Fire taxes increase, that's an
Mark is
absolute lie.
speaking. You're out of
That is an
order.
absolute lie, the fire
You're out
taxes
of
increase.
order.
That is an
Tom,
absolute lie.
you are out of
That is an
order.
absolute
Mark
lie,
is
the fire, well, I'm not
speaking.
gonna let an absolute lie.
Tom, you're out
That
of
is an
order.
absolute lie, the fire
This
taxes
is not a
increased
lie.
Out of
7.5.
order.
Total millage is
0.90.
Why don't we do this?
5.14.
Hold on, if I may. Why don't we just stop for a minute? Let's have
Talking over me.
just 5 seconds of silence. Okay?
I'll let it be recognized.
Now I would recommend that we allow, that the president allow, right?
Yes, Laura, please.
Okay, the total tax millage has not changed and is not changing. As for the $1 million budget amount for the paving, that was the amount that you had in the budget. That was the amount that was gonna go through had we not reopened the budget. So, I don't, there's no difference. We cannot change the budget by more than the 25% total, or whatever the rule is, so we wouldn't have been able to knock it down to the proper amount anyway. So the fact that it's there in one column, and it'll get moved over to the other column, when we're allowed to do that in April maybe, I'm not sure if that's when we can do that, makes no difference. It's not an illegal budget. It's the amount that you had in there. It's the amount that you had approved originally. So, tired of having this same going in circles argument over this.
Well, you should be accurate in your statements. The fire tax increased, you said taxes didn't increase. You should be.
The tax millage for Lower Saucon Township resident has not increased.
It has, the fire tax went from 0.75 to 0.90.
Okay, well then the other one went down. The total tax rate is the same, no difference. The millage is the same. So will you stop talking over me? You are so rude.
I know it's hard, but please be polite.
All right, why don't we move on? I think.
Okay, we're gonna move on because we're gonna open it up for public comment.
I'd like to
So,
speak again, then be recognized.
Yes.
let's do public comment and then you'll be recognized.
To recognize you for
And
your
I said,
You're an
we're
elected
gonna do
official.
public comment.
Gavel Nazi though.
I don't, what a gavel.
There you go.
Please state your name for the record.
Robert Blasco, Lower Saucon Township resident. Tom, you're gonna like this.
Okay.
Pay attention.
All right, I'm paying attention.
Let's lighten it up a little bit here.
Sounds good, buddy.
Okay, now listen up.
Okay.
Proverbs 18:22 says, a man who has found a wife has found a good thing. Matthew 6:33 says, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all these things will be added unto you. I don't know about you, but I've got one good wife, and she's enough. This comes about, I had a pastor, Madam President, please.
Just talk a little louder. Can your mic, the mic thing?
Just bear with me, this is to prove a point. This and the next one I'm going to tell you were told to me by a pastor years ago, and he wanted to get across the point of taking things out of context, okay? So Matthew, what happened was the guy figured he'd take his Bible every morning and he'd drop it on the table, and whatever verse popped up, that's what his verse for the day, that's what he was going to do. So Matthew 27:5b, he dropped his Bible down and it says, Judas went and hanged himself. So he picked his Bible up again and he dropped it down and it came up, it said Luke 10:37, go and do ye likewise.
Going what?
Do ye likewise. The guy stopped using that form of Bibles. Okay. Mr. Bononis, I'm really glad to see you here this evening. I'm glad you brought up this thing about the budget being, or not the budget, excuse me, this supposed over surplus being illegal. However, I haven't heard you state any statute or anything that proves that anywhere along the way. As far as taking things out of context, these are from the minutes from the November 15th meeting, 2023. When speaking about this, Mr. Bononis said, so it seems that the township is very flush with cash, and he'd like to bring to everyone's attention a legal decision. The case is called Wolf versus Lower Marion School District, and it is Wolf. WLFK, not the curriculum. This was a class action lawsuit that was against the Lower Marion School District that sought to enact a 4.4% tax increase despite the school district having amassed tens of millions of dollars in budget surpluses over the years. In that case, the judge ordered the school district to rescind and reduce the tax, and as a result of that, school district was forced to return $26 million in taxpayer money. It was actually $27 million, by the way, and $100,000 in legal fees. So I have a couple questions. Mr. Bononis said it's his position first, which he brought up again, that the government should not be holding taxpayers' hard-earned money in a savings account. Taxpayers should keep their money. It's funny, we heard nothing of that before the November 7th, 2023 election. This surplus did not come about between November 7th and the end of December. He said, all right, in his opinion, he would like to reduce the real estate tax. And anybody who opposes that is simply a tax and spend person. If that's true, why did you take it in the first place in 2022 and 23? 22 I can understand. 23, you had the power in 22 to say, look, we've got a surplus, let's give it back. Like I mentioned before, it would have been a great campaign slogan. All of a sudden now there's a surplus. And then you turn around and say, they don't appreciate the value of people's earnings. They want to hoard our residents' money for whatever purpose they have. You mean like the purposes you had when you never said anything about a surplus before November 7th? As far as taking things out of concert. Okay. The school district had requested the department to allow it to raise taxes by 4.44% without taxpayer approval. Mr. Bonus, you probably know, Mr. Bononis, you probably know this. The reason, and the case is right here, and the judge's opinion, and the interview they did with Wolk from the Philadelphia Inquirer, the reason they were sued is because they fraudulently got that surplus. I don't see that in your notes. You keep bringing it up time and time again, but you never mention that. You never mention the fact that they transferred money. Excuse me, Priscilla, may I continue without interruption?
Absolutely.
Speak all night, the rest of us will just have to go home.
Up, and I'm allowing it.
Thank you
No,
very much.
you can allow it all you want.
Thank
know?
you very much,
No,
Priscilla.
you're not welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm not saying thank you to this
I'm
gentleman.
really
I'm
happy
telling you,
that
Let's wrap it up.
our
You're
new
gonna go home,
attorney
Priscilla.
doesn't
Go home.
stop
You know
this
what?
kind of
One
charade.
person at a time. You're out of order.
I sure am.
You
So
are.
are you in this council. What, look at this, 10-1, and you're gonna let
You
this
do
guy
not
go
have
on
the
for
floor
his...
right now. Excuse me, sir. You don't, okay?
And
So
What are
please.
you going to
They
say?
got the money because they took it out of general funds and hid it in a transfer fund, in a reserve fund.
For our money.
Then they turn around and they got tax increases without a voter referendum because they hid the money. That's what they got caught at. That's why they were taken to court, not because there was a surplus, but because they accrued it improperly, illegally, and fraudulently. And when the Philadelphia Inquirer on June 14, 2022 interviewed Wolk himself, and I'm going to do the whole paragraph, I'm not going to cherry pick one. This was a litigation over surplus. He was right on that. Not over taxes necessary to accomplish any desired program or task by the Lower Marion Township School District. Wolk said I would never have filed a lawsuit to impact the educational opportunities for children in Lower Marion and Norberth. I filed the lawsuit because the taxes were excessive in my judgment and illegally rendered.
Hey, thank you.
Not because they had a surplus.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Now, this is just for the budget. I don't know if you're wanting to speak on public comment.
Yeah.
That's till later. Sorry, we're not there yet.
What time?
3. Okay, so I guess to wrap it up, I'd like to call for the vote, please.
I want to speak. You speak, couldn't speak till after some
Okay,
of the
go
public
ahead. We'll
spoke.
let Tom go first since he wanted to say
Tom,
it first.
Jason, go first.
Kathy, what was the tax rate that was approved by council in December of 2023?
4.39.
4.39. What was the tax rate for fire services taxes back then?
It remained at 0.75.
Okay. And what is the tax rate in the current proposed budget that's before us today?
For fire, or
No, for
it's 5.14.
Okay, so I don't pretend to be a mathematician, maybe if Dr. Bilal was back here again, but I think 5.14 is greater than 4.39. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the tax that's being proposed here, the general tax, is greater than the budget that was enacted by prior council, which our solicitor confirmed in email to me was a valid budget in effect and remains in effect from January 1, 2024 until whenever a revised budget is passed, correct?
Correct.
All right, so let's talk about the fire services tax. It was approved at 0.75, and what is being proposed here?
0.9.
0.9. So again, I'm not a mathematician, but I think 0.9 is greater than 0.75. So again, the fire services tax that was approved in December 2023, in effect from January 1, 2024 until whenever any other budget is passed was greater, what's being proposed now is greater than what was enacted then, correct? So Ms. Ray's comment, and you don't have to answer this question, I think it's perfectly obvious. Ms. Ray's comment that nothing is changing is a lie. It's an absolute outright lie, because not only is the general tax going up from what was already approved and in place, but so is the fire services tax going up from what is in place. So anybody who thinks otherwise, it's just gaslighting. So that's part one. Okay. Too bad that Mr. Blasco left. I'd like to respond to his question. 2024 proposed budget was proposed before the landfill host municipal agreement was in place, and also before the landfill's land development plan was approved. And the consequence of this, and we've been over this many times in many council meetings, apparently Mr. Blasco doesn't listen, or didn't hear.
It's not here, you have to be just, I read in the beginning, you shouldn't talk about people that aren't
Well,
here.
that's not my problem, he left. He chose to leave, and I'm going to speak, so please don't interrupt me. So Mr. Blasco. Can you stop yelling at me, please, in the audience?
Not be making personal or insulting language.
Nothing personal insulting. He either didn't hear me or didn't understand is what I'm saying. So there's nothing insulting about that.
I've done this before in this meeting, and I'm going to do it again. Members in the audience.
I'm not a child, I'm not going on timeout, Steve, okay?
I'm not suggesting.
All right. I'd like to finish speaking.
I was directing my comments to the audience as you requested. And I was going to say to the members of the audience, it's not proper, I've said this before in this meeting, it's not proper to call out, it's not proper to say things when other people are talking. Please refrain from it. I've said it before, I'll say it again, and it's inappropriate. Sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Rose.
So, before I was so rudely interrupted by Priscilla,
Yes.
going back to my point, the host agreement and the land development plans had not been approved when that proposed budget was offered out. And the consequence of all that, again, is, excuse me? Consequence of all that, again, would you stop whispering in my ear? I don't know what you're doing. So, grow up. The consequence of all this is that the new host agreement projects to bring in $72 million over 18 years. That's the difference. That's the difference that establishes the lack of a need to have such a reserve. The other point that I would make here is, for those of you who may live in Lower Saucon and pay school district taxes, which is pretty much everybody in this room who has an interest in this, the Saucon Valley School District, at their board meeting a few weeks ago, announced that they are going to be $2.5 million in the hole. $2.5 million, okay? And here's the kicker. The most that they can raise by statute is $1.4 million. So there's going to be a $1.1 million shortfall that's going to have to come from somewhere. So who knows what's going to be cut, if anything, but they have to figure out this budget. But at a minimum, it looks like they're going to be increasing taxes to generate an additional $1.4 million, which is the maximum revenue that they can generate by statute, and raising the taxes to the highest level that is permitted by law. So you got the school district, which is short on money, is going to be raising taxes. And then you've got the arrogance of this Lower Saucon Township Council that is sitting on over $9 million of taxpayer money. And they want to raise your taxes again and hoard more of your money. So you're going to get higher taxes from the school district, you're going to get higher taxes from Lower Saucon. Maybe the school district needs to balance their budget, but certainly Lower Saucon Township doesn't need additional money. To suggest otherwise is absurd. And to lie that you're not raising taxes is a lie. It is a blatant lie, an absolute blatant lie. Just like you lied to the folks that were here complaining and expressing concerns about Easton Road, and you said, oh, we're not doing anything about it. The hell you're not. You directed township staff. You directed township staff to draft an ordinance to change back the rezoning to what it was before. Don't interrupt me.
Just point of order, you went on to Easton Road.
We're talking about the
I don't
budget.
care what you're talking about. I'm going to finish
So
my
we were talking
comment.
about the taxes.
I'm going to finish what I'm talking about. You don't interrupt me either.
Don't interrupt.
I can interrupt you if I want.
I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her.
Okay.
I think you should lead by
I'm
example.
talking about the lies. That's what I'm talking about. You're talking about the lies of this council, right? It goes in, it's hand in hand, the history of lying. History and history of lying. That's what it goes to. The record speaks for itself. Anybody with half a brain pays attention.
Okay,
Nothing
Tom,
else.
said you wanted to say something?
Actually, I want to say one other thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I give it up. I sent right-to-know requests to the township, dozens of them, seeking information from Priscilla DeLeon, Victoria Optoff Cordero, Laura Ray, Mark Hudson, any member of Lower Saucon administration. These were sent January
This has nothing to
17th.
do with the
This has the
budget.
budget. It does have to do with the budget, so don't interrupt me. I'm going to get to the point. The items that I sought between November 7th, 2023, January 2nd, or January 17th, 2024, Lower Saucon Township budget, Lower Saucon draft budget, taxes, millage, general tax, fire services tax, surplus funds, operating reserves, revenue, controller, Lynn Hill, the joke of a wacky presentation that we got, this PowerPoint, projected estimates of cash balances, which was fraudulent, Township Administrative Code, proposed budget, revenue, preparation of the township annual budget, this amended budget, all those things I requested. And you know what I got in response to it? I got nothing. I got a letter from the township saying, you know what, we're not going to give it to you in 5 days, we want an additional 30 days. And when does that 30 days expire? That 30 days expires, it expires after this meeting. Isn't that convenient? We don't know, I don't know as a council member, what sort of conversations were taking place through communications about those issues, and the public doesn't know that. So this remains secret, and I have a problem with that. I have a problem that that information hasn't been turned over to me in a timely manner, particularly when the issues that are raised in those right-to-know requests are relevant to the matter that is before us now in this motion that has been made and seconded.
Okay, Tom?
I agree that information should have been turned over prior to
About the
tonight.
budget.
Yeah, but these are emails related to the budget.
Well,
So it comes to, what are you hiding? Why don't you turn the communications over? It does relate to the budget. He just told you how they related to the budget. So,
Okay,
you're
can
gonna
we
turn them over.
call for the vote, please?
So,
I'm sorry,
And I understand
just one little itty thing.
Are you going to let him finish, or are you going to keep interrupting him? I don't think he's yielded.
I haven't, no. I mean, I know, Mark, that Link used to help you with the right to knows. Have you ever received any help from our new solicitor from the right to knows?
I have.
Okay, all right,
And these are being answered in the same time that any big right to knows were answered in the past.
all right.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, Victoria?
Just two questions. Mr. Hudson, did the township have a hearing, I should say a meeting on August 30th, 2023, at which time a new host agreement was proposed and passed by council?
At 9 a.m. in the morning.
It was the all-day meeting. Do you remember that it was
Yes.
August 30th?
Yes.
And when was the proposed budget made? Was that, sorry, September? It was in the month of September?
No, it was
October?
October 16th.
So I just wanted to point out, there were a number of statements made that we didn't know what the host agreement was when the proposed budget was prepared in September and October. And I think if we passed it August 30th, or the council voted to pass it August 30th, that the record speaks for itself on that matter. And the only other thing I want to note is that the meeting agenda for the January 2nd meeting came out the Friday before, is that right?
Thursday or Friday before.
A Thursday or Friday before, so it was like 3 or 4 days, at least 4 days
Whenever
before.
they normally came out, it came out.
So, and the right to know that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce are discussing, that was received by the township on January 2nd, is that right?
It's due tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm just pointing out that there was the choice by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce to submit their right to know after they received the budget, so that they could have received their responses prior to today's meeting. That's the only point I want to make out, that they had ample notice before that meeting on January 2nd as to what the items were. And that's what that's.
Heard again, because
I haven't
I'm
submitted a right to know.
this is
I haven't submitted
an
a
attack
right
on me.
to know.
This
Go
is
ahead,
just being
don't let the
untruthful on this.
gavel
I'm going to
talk
speak on
about
this.
it.
Please call the
No, don't call the roll, because I'm going to speak on this. And if you
Don't let the
interrupt me or
gavel
prevent me from, I'm going to sue the township for preventing me from exercising my rights.
Absolutely not. Don't let the gavel Nazi talk.
I'm going to speak on this, and the point is, the point of this is, the land development plan was not, the land development plan was not in play to guarantee that the host agreement would be in effect. That's the answer to that question, okay? And with regard to the right to know request, January 2nd, The proposed amended budget was on the January 17th agenda, okay? It wasn't on January 2nd, so check your facts. Before you suggest that I'm being untruthful, check your
I've not
facts.
filed one right to
Okay,
know with the
can
town.
we have a roll
I've
call,
not filed
please,
one right to know with the township and Victoria's.
to approve the 2024 amended?
budget.
Okay.
Mr. Crouch, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Alfalfa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Passes 3-2. Okay, next we have Resolution 37-2024, which is fixing the general purpose tax levy for 2024. It has been prepared, the 4.24 mils and the fire tax at 0.90 mils. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 37-2024, fixing the general purpose tax levy.
I second the motion.
Okay, Victoria. Council discussion, Jason?
You know, I'm not completely opposed to it for the same reasons that I just alluded to. I mean, it's ridiculous to increase people's taxes when you're sitting on so much money. I've already spoken on this. I'm not going to change your minds, but I think that it needs to be mentioned for the record.
Okay, Tom?
So this has the general tax levy at 4.24.
Correct. Totaling 5.14, sorry. Victoria?
No.
I'm sorry, you didn't call for roll call, you're just doing comment, right?
No.
Just comment?
Yes.
I just incorporate my prior comments, that's all.
Laura?
Yeah, no new comment.
Okay. Public comment, anybody? Can you lower the microphone, please?
I will be happy to. I'm sitting here looking at my calendar. And in August, we met on Wednesday, August the 30th, at which time the brand new host agreement was passed and the new, very dubiously figured out financial numbers were presented, which meant that the number that he's talking about that we're supposedly going to get from this new host agreement was well known before we even got to the October budget discussions. On October the 18th, we had the initial vote on the budget at the same general tax level that we have had, as has been pointed out, for the last 4 years. It was then correctly published, which it needs to be done so that it could be voted on Wednesday, November the 15th. It was only on November the 15th that we were suddenly presented with the bait and switch and the suddenly bogus arguments about how we had to give up all of this money. It was terrible to take it, even though Mr. Benonis sat on this council for 4 years while the tax was at that level. And he can't stick around and listen to the truth, I will point out. The fact of the matter is that the budget and the tax rate that was voted on October the 18th and was publicized correctly is the same total tax rate that we voted on tonight. We have made a slight adjustment between the fire tax after discovering that the fire company's been a little bit shortchanged for a couple of years now. Surprise, surprise. But it remains at the same total amount. And these people can sit here and smirk and carry on, but they've been pulling the wool over your eyes. They've been stealing the money for 4 years, and all of a sudden they lose their majority on council, and this is their retribution. Welcome to Trumpism in Lower Saucon Township.
Thank you. Anyone else care to comment? If not, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Alfalfa-Padera?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Next, we have authorized collection of the 2024 real estate taxes. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the township manager to collect the 2024 real estate tax in the base amount of $2,353,258.02, of which $412,049.07 is for the fire tax on an assessment of $457,832,300 as presented by Northampton County. So do I have a second, please? Or is there a second?
Second.
Victoria?
Laura.
Oh, that was Laura? Okay. Council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, for the same reasons as before, I think it's wrong and illegal to be taking people's tax money, hoarding it under the circumstances that are being used here.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, same, it's illegal.
Okay. Victoria?
I incorporate my comments made earlier. Thank you.
Laura?
Yeah, I have no new comments.
Okay. Okay, so we have to vote on that. So could we have, call for the vote, please? Sorry? I'm sorry. Public comment. Sorry, apologize. Okay, hearing none. Okay, call for the vote, please.
Ms.
Thank you.
Delonin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Alfalfa-Padera?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
May I be recognized? May I be recognized?
Go ahead.
So, it's unfortunate that Mr. Blasco left. I'd like to share,
What are you talking about?
we're still on items B, C, and D, which have been voted on, but I have some comments that I'd like to provide to you. So, I'm going to share with everyone
It's a point of order. If we voted and it's already over.
a copy of section 607 of the second class code that talks about the duties of supervisors. The board of supervisors shall be charged with the general governance of the township and the execution of legislative, executive, and administrative powers in order to ensure sound financial fiscal management and to secure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township. They're also required under section 7 to perform duties and exercise powers as may be imposed and conferred by law or the rules and regulations of any agency of the Commonwealth. So I'm going to share with you a copy of Act 69, Second Class Township Code, Section 1508.1. Talks about the operating reserve fund. And under subpart B, it says the following. The Board of Supervisors may annually make appropriations from the general township fund to the operating reserve fund, but no appropriation shall be made to the operating reserve fund if the effect of the appropriation would cause the fund to exceed 25% of the estimated revenues of the township's general fund in the current fiscal year. I'll say that again. No appropriation shall be made to the operating reserve fund if the effect of the appropriation would cause the fund to exceed 25% of the estimated revenues of the township's general fund in the current fiscal year. So I went over this with Kathy. You were here, you heard it, that the amount in reserves was $9.354 million, and that 25% of that figure was $2.7 million. So, I'm sorry, 25% of the expenses was $2.7 million. So what you have done is you have broken the law, section 1508.1, by approving a budget that retains greater than 25% of the estimated reserves of the township. I'll also draw your attention to section 3202 for annual budget. And this says the township shall prepare and the township shall not prepare and advertise notice of a proposed budget when it is knowingly inaccurate. I'll say it again, section 3202 annual budget. A township shall not prepare and advertise notice of a proposed budget when it is knowingly inaccurate. We've already established, we've already established that the proposed budget is inaccurate in that it allocates $1 million for Cherrywood, when the reality of the cost for Cherrywood is $380,000. So the proposed budget that was prepared and advertised was off by $620,000, more than $500,000. So, I'll further bring to your attention all the consequences of this. So here you go. Here's section, and let the record reflect that I'm providing you with copies of all of these statutes. Section 3501, violation of act generally, penalty. Any township supervisor, elected or appointed township official or employee, roadmaster or contractor, or any other person, including any corporation, officer, or employee who violates any of the provisions of this act, other than those for which specific penalties are provided, or who fails to carry out the provisions of this act, commits a summary offense. I'll say it again, commits a summary offense. All fines collected for violation of this act shall be paid to the township treasurer and credited to the general township fund. So, Officer Bartholomew, I will give you copies of each of these so that you can share those with the Lower Saucon Township Police Department. And I request that the Lower Saucon Township Police Department investigate and charge and prosecute Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Octoff Cordero, and Laura Ray for violations of the second-class township code and issue to them summary offenses. And I ask that that occur promptly because what has taken place here is egregious. And the Lower Saucon Township taxpayers deserve better than this.
I make a motion that council makes a recommendation that the police investigate and prosecute this, proceed with the steps necessary for a prosecution.
I'll second that motion.
And I don't know what our solicitor, no salt thinks, but thank you for bringing this to
And how many
my
years
attention.
did your fund exceed 25% of the estimated revenues?
Exactly.
How many
So,
years?
Again, it's
Jason, thank you for bringing this.
Well, knowingly for you.
No, so Jason,
You're the one who knows
thank you
this
for
and
bringing this
says
up.
this.
Thank you for bringing this up,
I just
Jason.
want to point out the
And,
big
that's
difference
what I
in the
had
first
before.
one.
I had
What? It's late and we're talking out of turn, we're talking over each other. We need to have some order here, okay? So we have a motion on the floor, it's been moved and seconded. And Victoria, did you want to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to point out, I guess, the section 1933 Act 69, I guess, which was the basis of the entire recitation of the proposed charges against myself and the other two council members. Apologize. It says no appropriation, and that word appropriate, I think, implies, and I think the definition of appropriate would be that we somehow did something in this current tax to give money to the reserve fund. And there's a difference in that meaning between appropriate and retain. I would defer to our solicitor on that. I just, by cursory view of that, I think, we have 4 lawyers here. I'm sure there's a definition of retaining versus appropriate. We can discuss that. I
Might be opposed to it.
Well, the problem is our solicitor's a political appointee for Priscilla, and I'd like the police to take a look at this.
Fine, there's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion by council before I open it up to the public? Anybody in the audience would like to speak on this?
Yes, I'd very much like to know who we talked to about bringing the same summary charges against the 2 people who have been on the council for the last 3 years, and in the last 3 years have equally voted for reserve funds in excess of the claimed percentage that is appropriate. And I would like the council to look into what is appropriate to go back and to enforce that requirement on those 2 council people. Thank you very much.
Well, I also thank you, and I also, did somebody else want to go? Because. Go ahead, Mark.
I second that. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Okay,
It's been fine for years before. So if you're gonna
yes,
try and punish other people, don't forget to point the finger at yourself.
okay, thank you.
Nothing else will straighten out for years to come.
Okay, so, can we just repeat the motion? Last charges?
Jason brought up these possible summary offenses and just request that our law enforcement look in to see whether they are, request that they look in to see whether they are offenses.
Okay,
Not
so
just
roll
see,
call
but actually
please.
to issue a summary offense and pursue the charges against them and get collective fines.
Okay.
If there's offenses,
This wasn't even on the agenda though, so it's
Well, it's
supposed to
related to the
be.
budget. It's related to the budget.
At this point, let's call for the vote.
Okay.
Mr. Bananas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Hoffman, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. French, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
No,
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No.
All right,
I'd like to
your
make a
recommendation,
motion,
Ann.
I'm talking now. I'd like to make a motion to do the same thing, to issue a summary offense for Jason and Tom. Is there a second?
And you were on that council too. Yourself. You forget you're on council for the past 35 years?
I'm glad you're enjoying the laugh, but it won't be for long.
I'm just gonna extend my Christmas gift.
Here's what I recommend.
On what basis are you making a motion against Tom?
There's a motion right now, there's no second.
Okay, so
It's
it fails.
1:20.
I know.
We have things on the agenda, let's move
Okay.
forward.
Moving forward, I take my motion off the floor.
May I be heard again?
No. Discussion and possible action on the Bethlehem landfill. Review DEP inspection reports from January 2024 and the odor complaint log attached. I'd like to move to direct the manager, in consultation with our solicitor, to send a letter to DEP urging them to issue a notice of violation to the Bethlehem landfill for failure to comply with the requirements in their permit, causing strong gas and leachate odors off-site reported in inspection reports since 2022 at least. North Slope Road issues eroding and need for additional infrastructure, which affects the narrows of Riverside Drive. Temporary caps, strong odors of gas and leachate were detected during SEM testing. Methane readings were in excess of 500 parts per million, and some other issues. BLC has failed to implement corrective action, and I'd like the carbon copy with the attached two reports dated January 11th and I forget the other date, January 25th was it? Attached. And I'd like the copies to go to Bethlehem Township, Borough of Freemansburg, Senator Boscola, Representative Freeman, Representative McKenzie, Representative Emmerich, Roger Bellis, Mark, I can never say his last name, Brzezinski. How do you say his name? I can't say it. David Matchko, Lower Saucon Township EAC, Lower Saucon Township Landfill Committee, Secretary of DEP, Secretary of Governor Shapiro, DCNR, Astor Lawson, Dave Panucci, Amy Fulch, and Matthew Vipon. So, and it's late, I'm not going to go into too much detail, I'm just going to...
I'd like to add President
I'm not
Biden
finished
and
yet.
Kamala
I'm
Harris.
interrupting my conversation here. I'd like to say
President
that
Biden and
you are
Kamala
not
Harris.
being recognized.
I'd like to be recognized, may I be recognized?
No, I'm talking.
Madam President.
No.
Madam President Gavelnazi, may I be recognized?
This is the January 11th DEP report at the end. It says new and outstanding violations. Landfill gas odors detected on Apple Butter Road in the southeast area of the landfill have been occurring and documented in this inspector's reports since January 2022 inspection. Off-site odors migration into Apple Butter Road between Red Barn Auto and the storage lockers have been extensively documented in DEP odor patrols. Expansion of existing gas collection piping in the southeast section of the landfill in October failed to control excessive odors and emissions from the immediate cover. Stormwater netting on south slope areas has minimized weather damage to intermediate cover, but has failed to control odors, fissures, and seeps. BLC has been discussing potential solutions on ongoing odor issues, including clay soil cap and wind defender tarps, but has failed to implement corrective action. Another violation is surface emissions monitoring, SEM, were conducted by DEP on the southeast corner slope and south slope below the active disposal area. In 2 areas, methane readings in excess of 500 ppms were measured. 3 areas of readings over 350 ppms were detected on the south slope. Strong persistent odors of landfill gas and leachate were present throughout the south slope and the southeast corner. Stormwater netting may be mitigating weather damage, but also concealing integrity issues, including fissures, seeps, gas bubbling that were absorbed in the area. And that's my motion. Is there a second?
I second.
So I have discussion, I'd like to be heard discussion, I'd like to be recognized. I'd like to be recognized, and we have a motion on the floor.
Okay, normally I go in order, so Jason's first.
I prefer to Tom to go first, and then I may want to speak after Tom.
Okay, Tom?
One, why, we're sending these reports to people who have already seen the reports. Astor, EAC, Lower Saucon Township. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And yeah, I'd like, if we're just sending them to everybody for no reason whatsoever, let's get one to President Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, and let's throw in
Governor?
yeah, oh, the governor was all on there, yeah. The governor was on there. You know, let's, I don't know.
County executive?
Yeah, county executive.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Ukraine President, Vladimir Zelensky, we'll do him too. He might be interested in what's going on there. But my other question is, why are we sending one to Ed Buscola, who produces the most odor over there with his water or waste treatment facility, and when we get over 2 inches of rain, discharges it directly into the Lehigh River. Why are we sending him he might have something to say about whether it's the landfill odor or the odor that comes from the waste management facility. So how come Ed's not on there?
Okay, Jason.
Can we add Ed on there?
I agree with Tom. I mean, if you know, you're singling out the landfill here to the exclusion of other potential sources, which have already been identified previously as being sources of malodors. Makes no sense to me. I don't understand the purpose of this other than the grandstand. All these entities already have these reports. DEP does its job. I trust that DEP does their job effectively. I'm not here to second guess what they're doing. They're the experts in this.
Okay.
She's sending DEP their own reports.
Yeah.
She's sending DEP their own reports to grandstand.
Brilliant.
Victoria?
Brilliant.
Okay, so first, I just want to point out a few things. The list of CC people are not people that have received the DEP inspection reports. Some of them may have generated the DEP inspection reports, but certainly a letter that has yet to be issued by the township would not be received by any of those entities. The other important thing I think is very important to say is, like Mr. Bedonis just said, he really appreciates the DEP, he respects their professional opinion, he thinks that they do a really good job. And the recitation of the violations, the DEP specifically identified and attributed to Bethlehem landfill, not any other entity. And I think because you respect them so much, it would make sense that you would appreciate that they were the ones that made this determination. It was not an opinion of anybody else or a resident, it's the DEP's own determination. I think that this is a long time coming, considering that we've had odor complaints going on and on and on, and I know the DEP has been trying to have Bethlehem landfill do some corrective action, and to Bethlehem landfill's credit, they have been working on it, but working on it and seeing a result are two different things, and we've waited long enough. I think it's appropriate that the township urge urge DEP to issue a notice of violation. Thank you.
Are you not gonna tell, are you not,
Landfill inspection report, it's not called the sewage treatment plant inspection
are you
report.
not gonna tell residents that your parents had a
Laura
lawsuit?
is next.
That your parents had a lawsuit against the landfill?
No, I think
And
we're
they own property
sending
out
these
there?
letters so
I
that
mean, that should be
we would
something that
like
should be
a
publicly
notice of
disclosed.
violation to be issued if appropriate, and it seems like it is, because these have been going on forever.
Right. Okay, public comment? Mary Ann?
Thank you. Mary Ann Garber, I represent the Bethlehem landfill. And I do think it's really important to put the inspection reports that have been discussed tonight into context. They all relate to the same condition. The issues with respect to odor and leachate seeps relate to the same condition, which is the adequacy of the intermediate cover to control the landfill gas odors and the leachate seeps in the southeast corner of the landfill, resulting from the elevated precipitation levels in our region. This is something that Bethlehem landfill was on our radar well before the inspection reports that are being discussed tonight. We've been in constant communications with DEP about how to take proactive steps to respond to these kinds of weather-related conditions, which are not unique to the Bethlehem landfill. I mean, I think we've heard, not only at tonight's meeting, but at multiple meetings that we've had very unusual weather events that are becoming more and more typical. And so we need to be able to respond to those, and we have identified the issue and we've taken a series of steps to remedy the situation. I'm disappointed because I thought we had a very productive meeting with the landfill committee at which Ms. De Leon and Ms. Alta Cordero were present, and there's been no discussion at this meeting about all of the information that the landfill relayed. So I'm going to go through that information. I'm going to let everybody know what the landfill has been doing to address the situation. It has and it will continue to monitor for and repair leachate seeps when they're identified as soon as the weather permits and allows for the equipment that's necessary to make the repairs able to traverse the site. In March of 2023, the landfill contracted with a third party to extend the landfill gas header around the southeast corner of the landfill and bring in vacuum two of the leachate cleanouts located in the area. In November of 2023, BLC and Archaea Energy installed 2 horizontal gas collectors in the southeast corner of the site. In November of 2023, BLC contracted with a third party to put in suitable material for intermediate cover and put in soil and erosion netting and erosion control blankets in the southeast corner of the site. These were a series of actions that were taken, each of which improved conditions, and then we would get more rain. So there were a series of actions taken, and actually, when you look at the surface emission monitoring results and compare the October numbers to the January numbers in the DEP report, you can see that the numbers went down significantly. In fact, there were only 2 exceedances in January. The threshold level is 500, and the 2 exceedances were for 504 and 540. They were very nominal exceedances. So the work that we were doing was effective. However, we also recognized that there were still odor issues and that was more that could be done. And so even though we saw the improvement, we determined on our own, not at the direction of DEP, we determined that the best way to address the issue is to install a temporary cap in the area. So that's what we're doing. In December of 2023, again, before we had these reports, we bid out a contract with a third party to install a temporary cap on the southeast corner of the site. It's going to cover about 4.5 acres and to install over 6 acres of permanent cap. The materials are on site. They've been on site for a week or 2 now, and we just can't get to work because of weather conditions, but we're ready to go. And we explained all of this at the landfill committee meeting, and the township's host municipal inspector acknowledged that that is the fix. And he also acknowledged all of our efforts to date and that there's been improvement over time. So the idea that we haven't been responsive or that there's some issue related to our inability to respond is patently false, and I need to make that very clear. In addition, once the temporary capping is in place, we're going to be exploring the efficacy of installing additional gas vertical wells in the newly capped area. And we purchased a new vapor system to neutralize odors. We've been using mister systems, but in the winter, the water freezes up, so we have a new system on. It's up and running 24/7. We've maintained complete transparency throughout this situation. We're in communication with DEP, we're in communication with the host municipal inspector, and we are using all of our best efforts to continue to improve the situation. So any suggestion that we're not doing what we're supposed to do is frankly offensive. With respect to the
Just another
stormwater,
You're out of order.
pardon me?
Mary Ann, go ahead.
With respect to the stormwater on the north slope, that was also discussed at the landfill committee meeting in January, and that's been an issue that's been discussed, I mean, at least as far back as 2012. Ms. DeLeon, I know you'll remember that there were issues with water down the north slope, and when we put in Salt 4F and the MSC wall, that improved conditions. And there's been acknowledgments by DEP and the township engineers that time over time, every time we go in with the project, we improve the stormwater situation. And just as recently as the landfill committee meeting on January 18th, you know, the host municipal inspector acknowledged that the water situation on the north slope has nothing to do with the landfill. And I'll read the minutes, well, not the minutes, the transcription
I was
from
there.
that.
Were you at the January 18th meeting?
I was, yeah, I was there, and it's, so, and here's what it says, and this is the host municipal inspector. I guess in response to Ms. Daly on your question, okay, are we going to talk about the storm that happened with the water flow on Riverside Drive? Were we going to talk about that? And the host municipal inspector said we can. After I went down and saw where the video was taken, and that's coming down from below the MSC wall, just left of the maintenance garage, and that was where the water is heading down there. There is very little landfill area, active area, next to nothing that flows down that way from above. We ran some quick calculations. There's about 11 acres that when we built the MSC wall, 11 acres of stormwater used to flow to the north, now it flows to the south. So they've actually decreased flow. So I don't see how the landfill contributed or caused the problem. That's just nature. I don't see what the landfill could do to alter that. With some of the new northern realignment, that will help because some of where that's heading is going south. So that's a bigger, much bigger area. So,
Okay, well, I would suggest you
I don't
read
think she's
this
done yet.
report.
I've read the reports, yes.
And the north slope, when I was at this meeting, and this was a fourth quarter report, a meeting, because you meet quarterly, and it didn't seem like we met on the 18th, but this report was dated on the 11th, and
No,
now.
the report is on the 22nd, the inspection was on the 11th.
Oh, so you didn't physically get the report.
That's correct.
But the people that were, I don't have the full report here, the people present were, no, you don't have to look.
Yeah.
Lawson and who you're,
I'll tell you who's there, I have the report right here. This is who was at the inspection?
Yeah.
So this is the January 11th inspection.
that's the one I talked about, yes.
Okay.
I have it here somewhere, but I got the date.
It was Matthew Vipond, Ed McNulty, Astor Lawson.
Right, so on January 11th, when the DEP inspectors came, they were there, so they knew about these issues, because the DEP does not write them up unless you guys know about them. So they were, introduced. But I also would like to let you know that the last week or so, there's been almost daily complaints about odor issues all over in a widespread area.
Well, and I would, on
I'm
that,
done.
okay, excuse me.
The DEP inspector came and visited at least 4 homes that I'm aware of and actually smelled landfill gas on the people's property. So I'm waiting for that report to come out.
Okay, and on the issue of odors, there are other sources of odor other than the landfill. And so with respect, when you look at the odor complaint logs, DEP goes out and they try to identify the source. We encourage people to call the landfill in addition to DEP because we can get out there much faster than DEP. But if you look carefully at those logs, they are largely unconfirmed. Usually not landfill or landfill gas odors. There are sewage treatment plant odors, there are wood burning odors, and just as recently as January 30th, when there was a DEP complaint called in for odors, we heard firsthand from a resident that there was a trash train, and we talked about the trash train coming from New Jersey to Ohio that stops all along the tracks in Steel City uncovered, and that's another source of odors. So listen, I understand when people smell odors, it's concerning, but I think the idea that they are always coming from the Bethlehem landfill is unfair and without basis. And so all I'm asking is that we be treated fairly and with respect. We've been transparent and we run a tight operation and we're here to cooperate and we're here to work with the township. And I hope that we can maintain that relationship because I think it's best for the community, it's best for the residents, it's best for the businesses. And that's really all I had.
Thank you for
I think you should write a response to everybody at ACC with just what you said, pandering to their political supporters. That's who they're ginning up these odor complaints from.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you.
And her parents.
Ms. Farmer, I really appreciate
She's got a comment.
all of the clarification and information you provided. I think the thing that I really wanted to just highlight with all of that is I understand you're trying to address it, but the point is that even with all the attempts to address it, there are still readings and levels and issues that go above and beyond what the acceptable levels that are appreciated by the DEP are. And I'm just citing the DEP report itself. So the odors that the DEP identified in this report were not, they didn't say it could have come from the train, they didn't say it could have come from the wastewater treatment plant, they didn't say it was tree burning. Their own report that they issued indicating a violation, which is part of the January 11th report. And I will say respectfully, I didn't have this report at the time of the landfill committee meeting. The township did not receive this until January 22nd.
The report didn't exist before that meeting,
Right,
but respectfully.
Just if you let me finish. So my point is that we're not making conjecture. I'm using the DEP's own information, their own DEP finding. It is a DEP finding. It is not my finding, it's not anybody else's finding, it's the DEP finding. And so I'm glad that you're working with the DEP and that you're trying to address the issue. I appreciate that, and I said that at the landfill committee meeting. But the fact still remains, as we sit here today, that they are continuously finding readings that are beyond what they find acceptable. The DEP finds acceptable.
And let's,
So
that's fine, and I do want to be clear, I want everybody to very carefully read the reports in their entirety, because when you talk about exceedances, we're talking about the surface emission monitoring, and if you look at what existed in October and you look at the readings in January, the readings in January are almost nothing in terms of exceedances. And so, let's just not take things out of context. Pardon me?
We're not playing horseshoes. Close is not, doesn't count.
Okay, we can talk about this all night or all morning. It's 20 to 2, everybody, okay? So
I just would urge everybody to read these very carefully.
The regs are stated right here that you violated, okay? It's crystal clear, okay? So, thank you.
Thank you.
And can I have a roll call, please?
Have you heard?
No, we're doing.
The gentleman raised his hand back there.
But this is.
Jason hasn't been heard.
Yeah, okay.
And Jason hasn't been heard on this.
Kevin Riley Rice, I just want to state that I was driving on Easton Road last night and you can smell waste gas. I don't know where it's coming from, but you can smell it on Easton Road at the intersection of Lower Saucon. So
And I appreciate your comment because it
wanted
needs
to
to be.
clarify that. You could probably drive up there right now and still smell it. So take a look for yourself.
Thank you.
May I be heard?
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna allow you and then we're doing a roll call, okay? So go ahead, Jason.
I'm sorry that my request to be heard is so offensive to everybody.
It's 20 to 2
Hey,
in the morning.
it's not my problem that you can't run an efficient meeting per se, okay? It's not my problem. So, just a couple of comments.
Shows your ignorance, Jason.
There's your personal.
There's your personal.
Oh my God.
Roll over.
Follow your
Because they
rules.
would recommend that person.
Order!
Roll over.
Follow your rules.
Roll over.
So in response to what Ms. Garber had said, she said that she would hope that the landfill would be treated fairly and with respect. I believe that's a pipe dream. I appreciate your advocacy and your sharing of those important details with this council, because had you not done that, the public would not know the other side of this narrative. I think I've already established multiple times that there are people on this council who are dishonest liars, and they're going to continue to do this. And I appreciate.
That's slander.
I didn't name you. Did I name you? I didn't name you. I mean, I guess it's your guilty conscience. I don't know. But the other thing I would point out is, I recall, to your point about people being mistaken about the source of the odors, I recall that there was a federal lawsuit where somebody had accused the landfill of having odors. That lawsuit was filed in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, if I recall. It went up all the way to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals, which is one level below the U.S. Supreme Court. That court remanded it back down to the federal court, and in that federal court proceeding, there was a deposition that took place. And in that deposition, the person who was the plaintiff in that case realized for the first time and acknowledged that they were mistaken about the source of the odor, and they admitted, if I recall, that the source of the odor was in fact the Bethlehem sewer plant. So to that point, it's been adjudicated and it's been determined in litigation that there are people that are mistaken about the source of the landfill, that they need to be looking at other sources here, and to continually point and look to the landfill for this is really dishonest and a disservice. And the fact that, to your point, that these reports are being cherry-picked for certain details that are going to be used to leverage against the landfill, I think is regrettable. And it just shows the nature of the people we have on this council and how they represent this community. I don't think they do. Again, they don't. I mean, you saw in the budget, they don't.
Okay, please call for the vote.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote? You're voting on sending a letter to everyone that was mentioned.
I made the people I mentioned too?
We can.
Everyone that was mentioned.
Yes, the Northampton County also.
Everyone in the USA.
The president.
Everyone in the USA.
The president and the vice president.
Um,
I don't know, I'm unclear as to whether.
What's the motion? I don't understand what the motion.
The motion was to direct the manager in consultation with the solicitor to send a letter to DEP regarding the stuff that I read in the DEP inspection report.
And issue a notice of requests.
Right, requesting an issue a notice of violation.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
No, because I don't know who we're CCing on this, and I wasn't watching.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, I see no point in sending a letter to DEP to tell them something they already know.
Padura?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have the accept the resignation of Curtin and Hefner LLP as Township Solicitor. I move to accept the resignation of Curtin and Hefner LLP as Township Solicitor and Labor Counsel. Is there a second?
Second.
Laura? And council discussion, Jason?
Yeah. Have we ever received an explanation from Curtin Hefner why they accepted the position and why they suddenly bowed out after, like, 15 or 16 days?
I haven't received anything.
Mark, have you received any explanation? It only lasted 16 days. I thought personally you would know because you were instrumental in getting it.
Yeah, you hired them yourself.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm gonna be right after Jason.
Well, I find it disappointing that, that we paid somebody to become a solicitor. We spent such a short period of time with us. And, it seems like a waste of taxpayer money to have somebody who was not abreast of township issues, who came in, collected a paycheck for a couple meetings, and then departed. It seems like, have we been billed? Have we been billed for any legal services, Mark?
We have not.
Will we be billed?
I can't answer that.
I mean, I think any bills that we get with regard to any legal services that were provided in a limited period of time really need to be reviewed very closely and scrutinized so that we're not wasting money on services that provided very little or no value to the township.
I think the township does that routinely.
I
I think in this case, it needs even greater scrutiny.
That's their job to do it, so they would do it regardless.
I think in this case, I think the scrutiny needs to be much greater in light of the circumstances, how this gentleman was brought on board, and the sudden resignation, 15 or 16 days. I think something's not right there.
Tom?
I agree. I mean, how many, solicitors we're gonna pay that, we had one that was perfectly fine, and now we're paying these guys, they just build them to learn, we're like their training center. We're running some like intern program for solicitors here. We had one, it was perfectly fine. It was fine for 23 years, according even during time when you were council president for a lot of those years. So it's, we have people who were never township solicitors, acting as township solicitors. Who knows what type of trouble will get us in with exposure to litigation and stuff like that. You should have left it well enough alone, but you didn't. You went and hired another political partisan, and it's ridiculous. Can we at least send this guy a letter thanking him for his hard work and dedication to the township? For his hard work and dedication to the township, or to you?
Is that a motion? I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll second. My motion. We sent him a letter thanking him for his hard work and dedication for 16 days.
Point of order, I thought there was a motion on the floor already. I don't think you can make a motion on the
You
floor.
you can't have two motions on the floor. So, Victoria, move to accept the resignation, that's a discussion.
I don't have any comment. I'm inclined to vote yes.
Laura?
I don't know, given the wonderful behavior of council members to people up here, it's no wonder, so that's my comment.
Okay, I would like to open it up for public comment. No? Okay, please call for the vote.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
No, we don't have an explanation as to why he's resigning.
Ms. Altough-Cadero?
Yes.
Mr. Croce?
No.
All right, you accepted the resignation of Kurt.
Okay. Authorize to prepare request for proposal for township solicitor.
May I be recognized?
Yes.
Jason, we have to have some order here, and we
I'm
just
asking a
can't.
question. May I be recognized?
For which agenda item?
The next item that you just read.
When we get to it, I will open it up to the council discussion.
And I just asked to be recognized.
And I always recognize council. Authorize the staff to prepare a request for proposal for the position of township solicitor.
May I be recognized?
If authorized, staff will send out the solicitor request for proposal by advertising an announcement in the local newspaper, and an announcement will be placed in on the township's website. Is there a motion?
Yes. May I be recognized?
Yes, but we need a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to authorize the preparation of a request for proposal to Link Treadwell for township solicitor.
I'll second it. And I'll second.
Okay, so Jason and Tom, any other discussion by the rest of council?
Yes. Tom, you want to go first? You want me to?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, as Tom already said, we had a perfectly capable, competent, apolitical township solicitor for 23 years, was a Saucon Valley graduate, knew the ins and outs of the township operations very well, kept the township out of legal trouble, provided appropriate legal advice to council, was readily available to council, conducted himself professionally in the district. Could you please gather order?
She won't gavel the laughing. Our solicitor sits there
It's a
waiting for his
selective
orders,
gavel.
waiting for his orders.
No, it's not
Wait for
selective gavel.
Yes, it is.
No,
Clearly it
everybody in the audience, please, it's late, we need to move on.
Why is it
because-
always that I have to be the guy that says, you know what, there's people clowning around in the audience, and I gotta bring it to your attention. Why don't you pay attention to this and conduct the meeting?
Our solicitor sits there silent.
Okay, go ahead, let's talk about the agenda item.
So my point again is, we had a great solicitor. He was not retained. I'm not aware of him giving any explanation as to why he was not retained. And suddenly some other guy shows up who was handpicked And it makes no sense because we're now on our third solicitor, who's an interim solicitor, and it's just beyond comprehension. It really is. So that's my motion. That's the reason why I'm making it.
Okay, Tom, discussion?
Yeah. I echo a lot of what Jason says. I don't think the solicitor should be a partisan, political person. And I think that's what we had in the first one, and that's what we're having in the second one here. Just ran a 5-hour conditional use hearing somehow. I've never seen in my life, letting everything under the sun go on. And, he sits there and waits for orders from you. That's not how it's supposed to be. I mean, you never asked us our opinion on getting rid of Link. You never asked us an opinion on bringing in this free guy. You never asked us, you're just picking these persons. You're not even an attorney. At least bring like Victoria in the process or Jason in the process if you don't want to bring me in. And how about being it in? You're being a dictator, like I said. I mean, and then you wonder why we're not happy with your choices. If we're going to interview for this job eventually, put Jason or me on the committee, get interviewed. Let us help out. You want us to buy in? You want us to buy in? You're just telling us to. We're not buying in for that. We should just bring Link back and everything would be fine.
Respect and operational transparency.
That's right. No transparency.
One at a time, you had your turn, now Tom is talking. When Tom's finished,
So there's no transparency about these selections. We're told, and then you expect us to buy in. That's just not going to happen. We were perfectly fine with Link for both Republicans and Democrats for 25 years, 23 years, whatever it is, and now we have this. It's unacceptable to not be involved. And I'll give you an example. You replaced everybody on these committees that
talking about solicitors.
That's right, but it's the same thing. It's about appointments.
No,
it's about
Victoria.
appointments. It's about appointments. You appointed. You didn't reappoint Link.
You are not on topic.
We reappointed George Gray.
You are not on topic.
And so we did appoint people. We didn't make it political. We didn't make it political. We didn't make it
Inclined to
political.
vote no, I don't have any other comments.
So we didn't
Laura?
make it political.
I'll
To reappoint
make one
Link.
comment that I know a lot of people are very disappointed in the host agreement that was put forth as one thing that was very called out by a lot of people, so.
Okay,
This
so.
just goes to the ignorance of council because the host agreement has the highest rate of any landfill in Pennsylvania. It actually changes the
After about 8 years, we'll be at the lowest
It
rate and
changes
continuing
the economic model to the detriment
Already
of
went,
landfills.
Jason, we're
Yeah,
not.
I know.
There's no limit.
Of public comment.
There's no limit, Priscilla. He's an elected official. He's allowed to speak. He's elected by the.
We take
And you can speak more than once.
We take turns.
That's right, but you can speak more than once.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I think you were done.
I've
You speak
been
more than
talked
once.
over all night long. The way that model works, nobody put forth any financial analysis, and with the rates that we have now with the annual 4% increase, we'd be surpassing those highest rates in approximately 8 years. So the rest of the 10, 20 years that the landfill continues, we'll eventually, we're gonna be the very lowest tipping fee there is. And that's a disgrace.
Have you heard?
Yes.
Go ahead,
It's called the
Jason.
present value of money, okay? Present value of money. You want to have the money up front. So it's loaded up front. Yeah, it's the same amount in the subsequent years, but the money is loaded up front. And it's the highest return, highest host fee of any municipality in Pennsylvania. Prove me wrong. Go out there, do your homework, and prove me wrong. And show me one that's anywhere close to it. You can't. And to suggest that it's a bad deal for the township, there are townships that have landfills that would kill for an agreement like that. They would kill for it because it provides financial security for a long period of time, among other things. It provides other benefits to the township besides just the money part of it.
Okay, I'd like to open up public comment. Would anybody like to speak in the audience on this subject? No. Okay. Okay, can we have the vote, please?
Request proposal for Link Treadwell solicitor. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alves-Cadero?
No.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Motion fails.
So 2 or 3. Okay, well, moving on then from that subject. We have miscellaneous business items, approval of January 2nd, 2024 council minutes.
I'm not ready to move on from that subject. I'm going to make a motion to authorize to prepare a request for a proposal for a township solicitor.
I'll second. You never did that.
So that would be Jason and Tom. And that would be to prepare an RFP. Okay, so discussion.
I'd like to amend that motion that Jason be part of the interviewing committee.
I'll second that.
I
We
want
have
to
one
do
motion
the
at a
interview.
time on a
No,
time.
so that's an amended
You
motion.
amended it? Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I agree to amend.
But,
You agree?
I agree to amend.
Okay, we have
And you'll
Jason
second that, Tom?
yes, I second.
Okay.
on committee. Okay, any other discussion by council? Anyone in the audience like to comment on that? If not, okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Alves-Cadero?
No.
Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so moving back to my other item, approval of the January
So I'm going to make
2nd.
another motion. I'm not ready
You
to
know
move off
what,
that
we're
item.
done with that agenda item.
No, we're
We
not.
can be here all, we were here all night, so let's see.
I'm going to make a motion.
I've been standing all night.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize, for the authorization to prepare a request for proposal for a township solicitor.
To do what?
A motion to authorize to prepare request for proposal for a township solicitor.
So that's back to the original agenda item.
We never talked. We never did.
Okay, so is there, that's a motion, so Jason, is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, Tom. And discussion up here by council? No, hearing none. Anybody in the, hi.
Hi, it's 2 o'clock in
I
the morning.
know,
I've been here since 7.
I know.
So, my name is Carol Riley Makos, and I would just like to say, Jason and Tom, I have sat here all night and watched the two of you. I am embarrassed for your behavior. You as a lawyer, my God, what do the peers think of you? I'm ashamed of you, and you should be ashamed of yourself. You know what? Us people here that care and all this, you can roll your eyes at me like you're a 5-year-old child, because that is exactly what you are. The two of you can't get your own way anymore. We the people have voted them in because you did not do what we wanted you to do. And now all you want is Link, so that you can do what you want to do. Well, you know what? He's not coming back. So, forget about him. He is now gone. These ladies are in control, whether you like it or not. So, all this bantering back and forth needs to stop. It is ridiculous to be at a meeting till 2 a.m. That is all I have to say right now. The two of you better check yourselves. You are ridiculous. You can laugh at me all you want.
Okay.
I was told Link didn't want to come
All
back.
right, so we have a motion on the
Fucking
floor,
tired
we
of
had
this
public
bullshit.
comment. Please, guys, we gotta get through this meeting. And, can we have a roll call for a proposal for an RFP?
Ms. Alves-Cadero, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Croce, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
No.
DeLeon, how do you vote?
Nope.
So,
Mr. Benonis, how do you vote?
You can vote.
I know. So the votes no seek to keep in
You
place,
didn't vote yet, so we don't know how the vote's gonna go yet.
I know, you voted no to authorize for a township solicitor, right? So when Mr. Gutsuzian was selected, it was represented to council and to the public that Mr. Gutsuzian was going to be an interim solicitor.
That's right.
And now, what this simply does is take that issue off the table and backdoor Mr. Gutsuzian into becoming the full-time solicitor without any effort, even though it was represented by you when Mr. Gutsuzian was put into becoming the interim solicitor, that it was a temporary thing and that it would be advertised and others would be sought. So that was another dishonesty by this council. Another lie by these clowns. Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievable. Mr. Gutsuzian, I don't know how you could continue in the role as solicitor when you came forward and you represented at that podium that you were going to be an interim solicitor. I don't know how you could sit here and allow them, if you have any shred of integrity, I don't know how you could continue on in that role. I'm voting absolutely no.
It's disgraceful.
It's disgraceful.
These are.
Absolutely disgraceful.
All right, motion failed.
Okay, motion
Move to the next
fails.
agenda item.
Congratulations,
Phil,
Mr. Gutsuzian.
We made him permanent. We
we
didn't
already
vote.
went through public comment. He's still interim solicitor.
Okay.
And there's no effort to replace him by advertising.
I'm embarrassed if you guys don't know this. Every professional that you have serves at your whim. Every professional, whether it's your engineer or your attorney, the majority of council can make a choice at any point in time to change. You're all interim solicitors. You're all interim engineers. You're all interim professionals, by definition. Your code says it. If you guys don't know that, it's embarrassing that you don't know.
No, I know it, sir, but when you stood there and it was represented that you were gonna be interim solicitor, interim, not interim for like, interim for a year or 5 years or whatever. Yeah, we're all interim on this earth, all right? We're all gonna die at some point.
Right.
All right, so don't give me that bullshit.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, we're moving on to miscellaneous business items, approval of January 2nd council meeting minutes. The council meeting, the minutes are ready for review and approval. Is there a motion? I'll move for approval. Is there a second?
A second.
Victoria, roll call please.
Mr. Pruitt, how do you vote?
I abstain. I don't think I was there.
No, you
Ms.
weren't.
Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benoit?
Yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, moving on then, we have the approval of the January 11th council minutes. They're ready. Is there a motion? I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Victoria, call the roll please.
Mr. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benoit?
Yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Mr. Pruitt?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have the approval of the December 2023 financial reports. They're ready for your review. I'll make a motion to approve them. Is there a second?
I second.
Victoria, roll call please.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benoit?
Yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Mr. Pruitt?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Did you vote no?
No, everybody voted.
Oh, everybody voted. Okay, 5-0.
Everybody use your law. Everybody use your law.
Okay, next we have council. The junior council members gave their report and they left and you wrote down the time, right? Okay, so Jason, council reports?
Yeah, I received an email that I was asked to read into the record. This is from Krista Buss. It's captioned clarification of issues. I'm emailing you specifically because I know you will read it into the record, unlike the other members. I'm watching the 2728 meeting. I would like you to clarify what you meant when you said that they were lying about the Eastern Road rezoning. Since now the council has caused severe issues with this for those of us who have signed contracts and have already committed to other residences. There is no reason to change the zoning. Those who want to stay, are more than welcome, and it has already been committed that warehouses will not fit on this side. I don't understand why they are okay with messing up our lives and costing us even more money for their own unknown agenda that makes no sense. Also, I would really like it brought to the council's attention about Victoria, how absolutely inappropriate she is. I do not believe it is in the council member's right to try to get specific details from my mother on her signed contract with the ones who want to purchase our property. I mean, would she give me specifics on her defamation lawsuit she has filed against council members? I think she's confused there. We have the defamation lawsuit against her for lying to the public, but it is just inappropriate and extremely unprofessional of her to be asking for specific details on a private contract that has nothing to do with her. We have also been told that council has denied meetings with Lou Pector as he has tried to schedule multiple times now. I would like to know why they have not been willing to let with him. Thank you, Krista Buss. So, Mark, is it true that there have been requests from a developer to meet with regard to Easton Road?
I've never gotten a request.
Okay. If there was a request that would be submitted to you, would you accept it and have a meeting with the developer?
I will meet with anyone.
Okay. I don't know if Victoria will answer this question, but I don't know why she's asking for a private agreement of sale for a property or a contract with regard to the sale of the property. It makes no sense to me. It seems very intrusive, but I guess that's what she chose to do. So that's one.
Is there a 2 coming up?
Hold on. There's another one from Lisa Rogers.
Jason, I'm gonna stop you. I have an updated one from her that I was,
Is that from January 31st, 2024?
and I have February 1st one.
Did I
Well, I'm going to read the one from January 31st because it's a question that it be read into the record.
I have both, but that's fine.
All right, I'm just going to read it, if you don't mind. Good evening, I'm Lisa Rogers at 2294 Easton Road. I just watched the video from the last town council meeting discussing the rezoning back to R40. One council member said it wouldn't be immediate. You would talk and vote, talk and vote, talk and vote. While one woman from the community spoke, she was repeatedly interrupted because she was using too much time. You're using too much time, you've used up your time. How much longer do we wait in the wings for you to decide what you think about? You haven't considered what is best for the individuals' families living here. After years of talking and voting, it was decided to be zoned as LM March 2023. Stop wasting time that is not yours. The councilwoman said she wanted to look at ways to make it more accommodating. I guess that's Victoria. Perhaps look at ways to make it more accommodating for small business. Wouldn't that be a valuable accomplishment, Lisa?
I'll read the other section that I received from her just since we brought it up.
There's another email earlier than that too that I'll share from her as well. I was recently made aware that there's a proposal to rezone the property again. This is very frustrating to me. I believe objections should have come up and been considered a year ago before it was rezoned to LM. This just puts me in delay, unable to move forward with finding a new home, and I'm unsure if I should go ahead with upgrades to my current home. My intention isn't to be unruly, but rather just to share my view. Thank you for taking the time to read my email. Sincerely, Lisa.
I have one from February 1st. I have never complained to council about noise, trains, or dirt from traffic and factories, though it is very frustrating. My biggest frustration is very much the delay. I need to make changes for my physical health needs. I need to relocate the laundry to the upper level of my home, and I need a water softener for purification. Both of these are large expenses. I initially planned this a couple of years ago. I either need to upgrade where I currently live if I am to stay, or find a home suited for my needs. This delay in talking it over and voting is frustrating and scary for me. My health struggles are increasing. To put me on hold is very distressing. I appreciate your voice, to let my voice be heard. Thank you, Lisa.
I have another one. This is from Denise Van Buskirk. This is January 31, 2024. And again, this is an email that was sent to everybody on council. Potential development of Easton Road. I've been informed that a request has been made several times to meet with one or all of this council by the developers. I don't know what that refers to. I have given you undeniable proof that this is no longer a viable residential area. You are dragging out this potential rezoning back to R40 for no good reason other than to cause more unnecessary delay and anguish! Exclamation point. You have now cost me money that I can't afford to lose. I have had several potential homes ready to purchase, and they fell through because of the waiting and uncertainty of the sale of my home. I've been stressed to my max physically, emotionally, and mentally, can no longer function correctly on a daily basis! Exclamation. Make the right move here and drop the rezoning to R40 and let us get on with our lives. Meet with the developers ASAP or purchase my home so I can leave. Oh, and by the way, there have been 12 trains in this week alone, 6 of which were outside of normal business hours, all of which shook the house, blew their horn, brakes screeched, and woke us up several times. Not like I can get any rest these days with all the stress not knowing where my next dollar is coming from to stay here. Sincerely, Denise Van Busker.
Are you looking for another one to read?
I am.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Here's one. This is from Oscar Gray, January 24th, 2024, council meeting. Jason is a jerk, but I think he's right that you can't have a solicitor who's also solicitor for an agency you have lawsuits against. There's another one. This is January 24th, 2024. This is from Melissa M. Miranda. Please read into the record 125-24 meeting. Hello, please hold on pushing the change for Easton Road zoning until such time as the new solicitor has an opportunity to become acquainted with all concerns. For the record, I respectfully request the council to leave the new zoning as LILM alone and not to revert to residential. I will prepare a more appropriate reasoning for a future meeting. Thank you, M. Miranda.
Well, can we move on to somebody else while you're
Move
searching?
on.
I think that's all.
Okay, Mark, I apologize, I forgot to
I don't
the
have a
manager's report. Okay. Okay, so Tom, did you have a report?
Yeah, I mean, I received a lot of those same emails that Jason did, and I think, you owe it to those residents. This was rezoned last March, and, on January 2nd, you throw out this thing, you're gonna rezone it, and throw these, these people's plans all out of whack, and nothing can get done out there. You need to make a decision one way or the other. It's unfair to these people. You're just stringing them along for some reason. It should be left the same. People have made plans, and I'd love to get an update from our solicitor about if you do rezone this back, what type of liability the township's facing with some of the properties out there and some of the agreements that have been entered into. But I guess that might be too much to ask. Doesn't seem willing to do
Is that a motion?
it. Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, that's
On the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
So we can-
Should be on the next agenda if you
should
want
be on
to.
the next agenda to take any action.
Okay. All right.
I'll go next. I want to thank Mark and his staff during this transition. I really appreciate all your teamwork, so please pass them along. And I'd like to talk about the right to know request 1821. I want the public to know that the township has been inundated with a voluminous amount of our right to know requests, which requires our administration to spend time reviewing these documents, spending your tax dollars to provide the requested information. I support the spirit of the right to know law and the public's right to obtain information from government. I know how frustrated I felt as a resident prior to the law in trying to obtain government information. I also feel that the public should know how certain council members are spending tax dollars. I felt this is an abuse of public resources. On January 2nd, 2024, the day the new council majority was sworn in, Mr. Bononis submitted to the township a total of 469 pages of right-to-know requests, 119 of which were directed at me. No problem, I complied. The requests included 35
No,
individual...
you haven't. I've received the damn record.
Are you interrupting me?
Yes, I am.
Where? The request included 35 individual names of people owning property on Easton Road and 39 individual parcel numbers and addresses. I don't want to read them out loud because I want to protect your privacy, but I will mention that it also contained landfill consultant, Hellertown Area Library, Hellertown Library, Library Services, Hellertown Borough, 2024 budget, ordinance change Easton Road from LM to R40, virtual meetings, Zoom, Hellertown Library unpaid invoices, litigation, landfill consultant. During my campaign and subsequent election, I feel very strongly about restoring library services, providing the proper landfill oversight, and balancing proper zoning to the needs of our residents, balancing their quality of life. Like I said, I support the spirit of the right to know law and the public's right to obtain information from government, but I also feel that the public should know how certain council members are spending their tax dollars. I feel this is an abuse of public resources. And with that, I'm going to end. And Victoria?
I never filed a right to know. You said that was plural. You said council members. I did not file one right to know. So please clarify that. It's a lie. Mark Hudson, have you received one right to know from me? No. Thank you. Can you please clarify your comments?
If you were transparent, there wouldn't be a need for right to know.
Right.
But you're not. So this is what you get.
Yeah, I mean, recommend.
Can you at least be clear about that I didn't file a right to know, Priscilla? You said council members. You said plural.
I apologize for saying members. I'm trying to find where it is in here. I meant member. Well,
You said
Jason.
members.
Why don't we recognize Victoria? We've done one. It's
Victoria.
2 o'clock. We'll pass it.
Thank you very much. Because I delayed it last council meeting because I was hopeful that this one would be shorter, but it wasn't. It was longer. All I want to say is I did attend the Saucon Rail Trail meeting. They met in January and it was very productive, and I appreciated going. It was held at Upper Saucon Township. The other thing is we did have a planning commission meeting that discussed the Route 412 Commercial Center proposed by St. Luke's Hospital. Also at planning, their board voted on Chair Craig Kalogi and Vice Chair Christopher Nagy with Secretary Jennifer Peters. So I wanted to just highlight that our planning commission has met and it was very nice. Just for clarification of the record, there was a name, I believe, of a resident who claimed that I had asked for some contract that they had entered into with Mr. Pector. I did not recognize the name of that particular resident. I will report for the record that I did receive an email from Ms. Van Buskirk, who I think has sent a number of emails. And for the record, I'm reading my response to her. Thank you for reaching out to me concerning the rezoning of Easton Road. I appreciate you providing the detail about the quality of life issues you are experiencing with the warehouses across the street and train that operates at nighttime. I appreciate you coming to council last evening, referring to the former council meeting, and sharing those concerns at the end of the meeting. At this time, council requested the staff to review the ordinance passed in 2023 and to consider what other commercial uses could be suitable in this area. We have not received an update from staff on their review. I will be visiting Easton Road again to assess the condition. I'm happy to meet with you. However, I understand if you are unavailable at this time. I would report, just for the record, I offered that to her at the council meeting to say that I would come meet with her, and she said that she had some personal issues and was unable to meet me. I said, so I followed up in this email the following day. I said, please let me know if your circumstances change and you are able to meet. I will ask our staff to advise you when they will be providing an update on our request. I am not sure when they will want to put this on the agenda. Please share any additional information you may have concerning Easton Road. Then I said, I understand, this is to Ms. Van Busker, I understand you have an agreement with Mr. Pector and Ms. Riemann for the sale and development of your property. Any details you can share on the agreement will be helpful for me to weigh all of the issues with this matter. Thank you for reaching out with your concerns. Very truly yours, Victoria Octop-Cordero. I will also note that I have been contacted by Ms. Riemann via text message. I asked her to please email me. She emailed me and requested that, she said, good morning, Victoria. As you know, I'm working with several of the residents along the section of Easton Road that's in question for possible rezoning. If you'd be willing, I'd love to meet to discuss the project, to show you some of the ideas that may have been tossed around and our progress thus far.
My intentions would be not to pin you down for info or anything inappropriate, but rather to explain the thoughts of the developers, and so that we can hopefully arrive at a common goal effectively for all parties involved. If you are willing, please forward some dates and times, and I'll be happy to accommodate. Please feel free to contact me via email. Reply here to my phone number. And this was sent by Ms. Raymond on Tuesday, January 30th. I responded to Cheyenne on Thursday, February 1st. Ms. Cheyenne, I said, hi Cheyenne. Yes, I did get your email. Thank you for reaching out. I'm available to meet next week, Monday, which would have been this past Monday, Tuesday, which would have been yesterday, or Thursday, which would have been tomorrow, during the daytime after 9 a.m. Morning time is best for me. Please let me know when you are available and we can confirm a time. Please also advise who will be joining us to meet. Thank you and look forward to seeing what you have in mind. Very truly yours, Victoria. So that email was sent on February 1st to Ms. Riemann, who I believe is representing the developer, but I'm not sure. She had requested to meet. I had responded to her. That was February 1st. And I have not heard from Ms. Riemann about updated dates, and my position has not changed. So I just want to make the record clear. There were some implications that somehow people were not denying meetings and that we were not being transparent. And I feel the residents need to see that we are continuing to honor what we have promised to do. Finally, I want to say, with regard to the information I did receive from the manager about a right to know that came in 469 pages, I think, whatever that was, I concur with Ms. DeLeon about the situation that we're facing in the township, and I think the residents should be well aware of the voluminous amount of records requests that we are getting, and I don't think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
Okay, I'm running out of steam.
Oh, wait, 1 second, I don't mean to interrupt. I want the record to reflect that Jason and Tom left the meeting at 2:20 a.m. Okay, yeah, you can go.
Okay, so, I have a lot of thoughts. So, regarding the Easton Road, I wasn't really planning on speaking of that tonight, but I just want to point out to all the people that wrote the emails and were talked about tonight. I did go back to the March 2023 meeting to revisit. I actually did a count of, the room was packed, I remember that, I was here. And of all the people who spoke, there was about a dozen people who spoke that they were very upset about the zoning change to the light manufacturing district. We heard a lot of stories. There were 2 people who strongly were in favor of it, and there was 1 person that was kind of borderline, could go either way. So from what we saw, there was a lot of disfavor for that zoning change, and that's why we wanted to look at it again. Now all of a sudden, people are coming out of the woodwork that didn't make their voice known before, and they're complaining because we were concerned about the people that got ignored before. So that's why we wanted to look at it. So for the record, we have no financial gain either way, personally. We're looking out for the residents that made their voices known. I will mention that I did attend the Parks and Rec meeting the other night, and they reorganized, have a new chair, a new vice chair, and they're working on some neat new ideas to go out and get familiar with the parks. They kind of want to each adopt a park and check it out every month and see what's going on. So I was happy to see that. I also did go to the planning meeting, whenever that was, the other week, where Mr. Kazuzian sat, and I think he did a great job. We had new members, so he did a good job of explaining, how the process works, and I think that's very important. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. And then I will make some brief comments about right-to-know requests. We heard the big complaints here about not getting their turnaround in 5 days. which is crazy when you're making hundreds and hundreds of requests. I can say personally, I think I've made 3 individual requests over maybe the last 2 years. One of them was to another agency. And I think 2 of the 3, I had to wait 30 days, and it was just like a single question, so it wasn't hundreds of things, so it's not outrageous, and I don't know what they're complaining about, and, you know, you're withholding information is ridiculous. And then I know some of the right-to-knows were regarding some of the things, you know, they're interested in knowing who we talked to before we came on board here, and you know, what secret plans we were making, and none of it is really secret. We're just following up on things that we did campaign on, one of them being the library. So yeah, we want to reach out and open the lines of communication that have been shut down for a couple of years. So there's no hidden secret agenda there, so that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Solicitor?
No reports.
Okay, engineer's not here. Public comment, finally. Mark?
He fell asleep. He fell asleep at the podium.
Oh, I'll probably sleep in my afternoon away tomorrow. Actually, the reason I came up here is because I wanted to
Yes,
try
get
and...
closer to the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the one that complains about that. The reason I came up here is because I wanted to try and get a total on all the right to request. No, you can either, you don't have to give them to me now.
I only know about what I was given, and there were 469 pages of right-to-know requests. 119 were for me.
119 were for you. And
But
then I guess,
that's not all of them, because he has more. But this was due tomorrow. These are the ones that were due tomorrow.
469 pages responses due tomorrow.
okay.
You mean now?
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, well, today.
Today.
So, if I'm correct in understanding this, I can do the same?
I'm sorry, what?
If I am correct in understanding this, I can do the same
You mean 469 pages?
as to Mr. Bananas?
No, you know what
No, because
it's
to me,
tremendous. I mean, you can do what you want. You're allowed to file
but
it.
no, you can't do it to him, you have to do it to me.
Right.
Oh, poor Mark.
You can go on our website and there's a page
That's
that,
how to do it. He's done it.
So, and then, well, like normal, they all go to you, but do I, like,
It all has to go through me, I gotta touch everyone.
address them to him now,
It
or?
doesn't matter, it's me. I'm the right to know officer. I answer every right to know.
Oh, yeah, I know that, I'm just wondering how to get to him. But, no, I don't care what anybody else thinks, I think you guys are doing great. And as far as the solicitor, congratulations for being tough and hanging out. And I do appreciate your explanations on.
Bless you.
bless you.
Have a nice night.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, you guys have been waiting.
You get like, I don't know, a platinum star.
Yeah.
I was even at gold stars before, but now it's platinum.
I don't know if my patients will
Hi,
appreciate it.
Kevin Riley Rice. You know, I want to thank all of you guys for hanging out and sticking to it. You know, it means a lot because when I was here in March to talk about the rezoning, my concerns were just swept under the rug by the majority at the time. And I feel like I wasn't given the chance to speak along with a lot of the other residents that couldn't make that one meeting that we had. So I think that it should be returned to residential zoning because we didn't have a very fair public discussion on it. You know, it's frustrating for me that I had to sit here from 7 p.m. until 2:30 in the morning just to have an opportunity to speak again because of 2 people. I have to go to work at 5 a.m. So, this is worth my time, and I hope everyone can recognize the amount of effort I took to be here and wait for this. I have some pictures, which I can share at another meeting, but I would like this to be on a meeting so that we can have a group discussion. And I would like to talk to all of those people that are for it, because not one person came to us and gave us notification of this. The only reason I found out about that initial rezoning was because of a tiny orange tag that was put in the church grove, that said notice of rezoning. Yeah, it's a little
Poster.
poster.
Right.
And that was the only thing that I saw, and I just saw it, I saw it for like a couple days, and I was like, well, maybe I should stop and read that. And I was like, well, what is all this? And I haven't heard anything about this before that. And then, when you look back at the council minutes from April 15th of 2020, this has been brought up back then. So the fact that it's gone on for 3 years, and I didn't know about it, my family didn't know about it, I'm sure a lot of the other residents didn't know about it, is pretty sad that now all these people are gonna come back and say, oh, it's been so long. Well, this discussion could have been had a very long time ago, and it was not addressed then, and I think that we should have a very fair, dedicated time to discuss this as a community. And I will accept the light manufacturing rezoning as long as warehouses, retail facilities, and storehouses are removed from that list. But I would like a formal discussion on this.
I had suggested that maybe we don't want to use the LM, maybe we can call it something different and
Yes.
put in better uses for people's properties that, are more cohesive with that area.
Yeah,
But
and
this has
I
been
think that
going.
that's fair.
Yeah, and that's what, I remember saying that. I've been talking about this since 2019, 18, and, Lou Hector wanted to do that back then. And we were at that time meeting with Saucon Valley Partnership, and we were working together with Hellertown and concerned about the traffic coming off I-78 onto Cherry Lane and making the left to go. And I swear to God, years ago, we went to the city of Bethlehem and told them, do not put an entrance or an exit, whatever that's called, egress and ingress, that's it, on Easton Road, that it had to be on 412. And they agreed to that, and they approved Lehigh Valley, whatever number it is, site for one for the thing going on 412. Not Easton Road, because the road can't handle it. And then all of a sudden, now we're starting to get, and they don't have to send us notifications of what they're doing in the city of Bethlehem.
Yeah.
So sometimes we get a courtesy copy, sometimes we don't. And then all of a sudden, 4 or 5 businesses started to be built on Easton Road, and we're like, what the heck, So we're talking to them about truck traffic, and, and Hector came here, I think in 2020, well, he's came here a couple times before. And we said, deal with the truck traffic. What are you gonna do with the truck traffic? You figure out the truck traffic and come back and I'll talk to him. He hasn't done that yet. So there's no use to talk to him.
Also like to, sorry, don't mean to interrupt, but I would also like to point out that Mr. Benonis, who walked out, he, in this report that I have, he stated that he wanted to see a traffic survey. Well, he didn't have a problem pushing that motion through back in March without that traffic survey that he even requested. So, sadly he's not here, but,
I'm here to listen to what the residents want and amend the zoning somehow or whatever to make it, like I said, cohesive for everybody. But we have to have a meeting, and, we have a lot of changes up here. So to prepare an ordinance to put on the agenda, that can't happen next meeting.
no, that's fine. I will gladly wait.
So, as soon as they can get together and come up with something, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we all voted to do.
And I would definitely like to hear from all those people, because when I was riding my motorcycle this past summer, and I went down to the bottom of Easton Road to make a left to go into Hellertown, I almost got leveled by a semi-truck coming around that corner. So I do not go on that, make that left turn anymore when I'm on my bike.
Be safe.
So I have to go all the way up Apple Street and around
And it's
to
worth
be
it.
safe. And it's worth it, but, you know, I didn't expect an 18-wheeler to just come barreling around the corner.
Well, and regarding the impacts that you have living there, I don't see why, and I don't want to make a motion, we can direct the manager maybe to write to the city of Bethlehem and saying our residents have been complaining about these objectionable noises and whatever you've been complaining about. And, you know, we can maybe do that in the interim, you know, to try to address some of the issues that, you know, you're having.
I know people are bringing up the lights and the trains. Well, I hear them too, and they might only have the lights from 1 or 2 warehouses, but we have the lights from all of the warehouses because we're on the top of the hill. And if they want to put up more large buildings that have lights on all hours of the night, I don't want that at all, because that's just going to exacerbate the already terrible problem.
Well, supposedly our ordinance has shielded, they have things coming down to keep it off the, you know, from bleeding off the property,
But they're clearly not enforced, so. Thank you for your time, and thank you for
Thank you for
allowing me to
staying
speak.
so late.
Of course.
Like I said, platinum stars, and this is, obviously, we've heard a lot of people since January 2nd, and I look forward to hearing from more people, and hopefully we can have meetings and discuss all of the options. I appreciate it. Thank you.
My family has lived in the area since the early 1800s, so I think it's really sad that we weren't reached out to. So, thank you.
thank you.
I would just like to speak. Carol Riley Makis. And in reference to the emails that Jason, I can't even call him Mr. Vanis, he doesn't deserve that respect. What he said about, reading the emails and how people are in between, I want to sell my house, I can't do it, this, that, and the other thing. I was at the March meeting. I believe I helped pack this place for that March meeting. And they were told, and it should be in the minutes, that if you do go forward and sell your property, that you should really look into the contingency process to see what that's based on, the sale of your house, based on if these 4 people sell, or, you know what I mean? So if those people are having issues selling their property, or they did sell it and now they can't move and whatnot, like, that's on them. They should have come forward when they started seeing those changes across the street, and they didn't. So it's unfortunate, but
It's unfortunate.
it is, and it was a beautiful place to live, and we just need to bring it back. Whether that means putting up high fences and painting them green and planting bigger trees and whatever, we need to do that. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other public comment? If not, I guess does the word adjournment mean anything? I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now, and the time is, what time is it? 2:39, and I think we broke a record. Because I don't ever remember being here this late in 36 years.
Especially on the work night.
Everybody, yes?
Oh, yes.
We're ready.
Yeah.
Come on, Mark.
Make it official.
Thank you staff for pushing it through. I don't know.
Steve, you're staying, right?
What's that?
No, we've got to go, everybody's got to leave.
Breakfast?
Yeah, it was fine, correct.
Did you want me to? Did you write it? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I really
What's
appreciate
that?
it.